Hey guys, welcome in. It's another weekend, and more importantly, it's a more PUBG. The rotation summer edition has been really interesting so far. We've had the EMEA qualifications, we've had the EU qualifications, but now we get this amazing gentleman. Felix, welcome in, mate. How you been? Are you excited for some of these games?
Oh yes, I am. Especially excited because my exams are over. I finally can, put some more focus into PUBG Esports. So yeah, I mean, what better way to start things off with the rotation? On my summer edition, we have some of the best teams in the world competing in this lobby. One in particular, and I think we're going to get to that in a minute when we take a look at all these teams they're going to be playing today. But yeah, I mean, just based off of these names, who can't be hyped for this tournament, honestly? I know the prize pool is a little bit lower than what we usually have with the EMEA Championship and so on and so forth. But it's such an exciting time, and I think we're at the cusp of witnessing one of the most competitive EMEA scenes we've ever had. And I think that screams for exciting games, doesn't it?
100%. It was so tight during the qualification stage, which we'll get into the teams in a second. But yes, the prize pool is there. Yes, people might have said the prize pool will be hard, but do you know what it is? The prize pool is a little bit of what they need to get for. They're looking for this golden ticket to the group stage of the PEC4. But we'll cover more of that in a bit. Let's have a quick look, though, at the teams that we've got. So obviously, we've qualified through. We've done the EMEA. We've done EU qualifiers. We went for the EU qualifiers, and we whittled it down to these three groups, 24 teams, and we're going to be backing things off. And actually today we have a Group A versus Group B. We're going to come back tomorrow with Group B versus Group C, and obviously we've got C versus A for Sunday. But obviously the teams themselves, we get to now see, these are the teams that obviously qualified. Now there is a slight change to Mercy Gaming, for those who be looking at that logo in the top right hand corner. It's slightly different because they were the After All team. So FYI, After All have players which play for Mercy Gaming. Mercy Gaming are just covering, and obviously it is their organisation that will be playing in the playoff section. So hopefully they get qualified through. But there are some really interesting teams here, Felix. I know we want to get things kicked off with a few, and it's kind of one of that logo that sits in the middle, because we have a few NA invaders, don't we, for the EU rotation summer edition.
Yeah, I saw Woody tweeting it out as soon as he qualified. I think it's been a couple of days since then. And he was like, how the hell did we do this? We're a mixed team. We're coming in from an A. Woody doesn't even actively play anymore. He's more of an coaching role, so to speak, more of an analyzing role. And he teamed up with Makandak, who's an absolute grinder, by the way. This guy, whenever I look into the Twitch category of PUBG Battlegrounds, I see this guy online. He's an absolute massive grinder. He teamed up with him as two more amazing players, and they're coming in. They're qualifying for, as I said, one of the most competitive tournaments in the EMEA region that we've had so far. It's amazing. So Hokkaido, I'm looking forward to see these guys play. Definitely an upset in the qualification, in my opinion.
It has been very tight. I mean, obviously, we keyed up the qualifiers, so it's worth mentioning. Thank you very much for all the community cast and everything that went in the backgrounds, all the observers that obviously got as much coverage coming in towards this as well. So again, big thank you for you guys. Back to the team. So I'm going to talk very quickly with the teams, because there are some teams that obviously didn't qualify for Esports World Cup. They were using this partially to get through. Some fell short, some qualified through. And obviously now they can reset and focus. And now we've got some big names that have been invited in. I'm really interested to see what Ascend do. Obviously falling short slightly. I know you're a fan. I know I'm a fan of this team as well.
You called me.
But they've really got to change things up, because we've only got 12 games potentially, which we're going to be qualifying through to make themselves through towards the finals that we'll be covering next week. But they've really got to change their game chance, and also make sure they fight really hard for some position.
Yeah, Ascend has had some struggle ever since, I want to say, PGS, ever since the first PGS they qualified to. And in the meanwhile, it looked like things were gonna go better, and whenever I felt like they had things going for them again, they kind of fell off. And I feel like Ascend, yeah, they do have to change things. I'm hoping rotation is going to be a tournament where they can pick things back up, build confidence again, because I feel like that's what they're missing as well. They haven't been at the top of the international scene, which is where they hoped they would be by this point, right? We had this huge uplifting news when they qualified for PGS 1 and 2, and ever since then, as I said, it's been downhill from there. So for any Ascend fan out there, I think they're hoping to see something change this tournament, and as I said, this is going to be that chance to pick up confidence.
Rise up, hashtag rise up. Let's talk about some other teams. VP obviously doing really well with Esports World Cup. They've come in, obviously they're a different name, picked up by Org. Virtus Pro obviously looking pretty strong. Nixie still hitting really hard. Luke Rocks I think has really been impressed me lately as well. This is a team which I'd expect Felix to be putting some points on pretty early. Any early expectations for you for these guys or anyone else that sits in this lobby?
I mean, we all remember their run at the qualification for the recent PGS tournaments. They've had some of the most amazing, some of the most exciting games that I ever got to cast, I think, in PUBG Esports. And then also, I remember the Twitter meme around Ibiza coming back out of nowhere, to the very top of the international scene. Just look at PGS4 now. They've played amazing. So I'm so glad these guys are back. Just not only from an org standpoint, you know, to have a healthy scene, but also the players themselves. As I said, Ibiza, in my opinion, one of the players in the PUBG Esports, in the entire PUBG Esports community, that has one of the most long-standing histories in the scene. So I'm excited to see these guys play. And as you said, yeah, they're always good for some massive, massive games. And I do expect them to perform today as well.
Well, before we get a little bit further into this, look at the maps that are coming up. So, as I said, we've got best of 12 technically for the teams that are in the groups. So obviously we're going to be kicking things off. Now, these will stay the same every single day. So we're kicking off with a double Miramar. We've got that wonderful Taker, the amazing Rondo, which I'm falling in love with at the moment. I know I won't be the fan favourite out there for that one. And we're going to close things off in a wrangle, and it feels special when you close things off in a wrangle. But Rondo, Felix, has been such an interesting map to watch. I don't think every team really understands how to play this map. Yes, I think these two, well, Taker's a little bit better, but definitely feel like Rondo is a map that anyone could maybe get the points.
Yeah, I'm the first one to admit I have no idea how to play Rondo. it's a tough nut to crack. So I'm excited. Yeah, as you said, I'm excited to see some of these teams maybe starting to figure things out. But also that's the beauty of it. You only have 1 out of these 6 matches on Rondo. Gives you the opportunity to perform on the rest of the maps that you've been used to by now, even more so. But yeah, I feel like this is also a good tournament with all these top teams still attending, where exactly what you talked about might come to fruition, right? Some teams starting to pick up Rondo better than others, maybe getting a little bit more used to the tendencies we have over there, maybe being a little bit smarter in terms of which edge to pick, from which edge to start things off in as well, because I do feel like, especially on the southern and eastern sides in terms of edges, we do have a little bit of a tougher road for plenty of these teams, and I feel like maybe that's going to come into fruition now.
Well, it is a tough ride, but not for everyone. You've only got a couple more days, though, to make sure you sign up for Brutality, the EMEA Tour. Obviously, with Esports 360, PUBG, and PUBG Esports, it is closing up on Sunday. So, again, there's another circuit, another opportunity to get yourself involved. There's so much happening for PUBG on the EMEA front. So, make sure you get over to there. We'll get some details in chat. Get yourself, you've got to be in it to win it, right? So, get your team signed up and make sure that you and your players are playing for qualifications. So, join now for the Brutality EMEA Tour. It was so fun casting this early on in the year. I'm looking forward to this next point. It's definitely worth mentioning as well, there's been a couple of new changes and exciting additions, should we say, and something these guys are trying. I want to give a massive shout out to Bing Esports. Now, I'm going to give him the shout out early. I've not seen it yet, Felix, but I do want to give him a bit of love because they have been working really, really hard behind the scenes to ensure that we have a live leaderboard for the playoffs and a live leaderboard also for the finals. Now, it might not work. I think it will. I trust these guys, but I'm excited to basically say that we will have a live leaderboard, but that's not just one thing as well. For those that haven't been keeping up with things, obviously it's not for the players, but we will go more into this next week, is actually we're on the Smash rule, Felix, which is really interesting because this is the first time we're really going to be seeing how this rule plays out, and more importantly, who's going to be claiming the points, then the winner chicken dinner after. But you've got to get through this stage first.
Yeah, one of the most interesting changes now in this tournament, as you said, the Smash rule, which means you will kind of wait throughout the first 2 days on who's going to break that 100-point mark, and then it stops. And it's like, what the hell just happened? And then we're going to be waiting for day 3 and wait for any of the other teams to pick up a chicken dinner after reaching 100 points, which in my opinion is going to be the craziest change of the entire tournament, right? Never mind the lineup changes. We've had very few, actually, to be fair, but never mind the lineup changes, never mind the recent performances. In my opinion, this is a massive test for the Smash rule, and I think, as I said, for the viewer, especially day 3 of the finals, that's a day you just, as an esports fan, cannot miss, and I can't stress this enough, so I'm excited to see it in play.
Well, it is exciting. Obviously, Felix has gave away slightly there. It's not the 70-point rule that you guys might be talking about in chat at the moment. It's 100 points, which I think is actually a better level. So again, they've got to get to 100 points, and they've got to get a winner chicken dinner, but they can't do both in one game. So again, we will cover more of this though next week, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on, which means you don't want to be missing the games. It means you're going to be watching the playoffs because you want to make sure you be looking and supporting the teams that could get to the 100 points, and then the next game get themselves a winner chicken dinner. I just want to obviously cover, we spoke about a couple of teams, Felix. There are some other teams obviously which I do want to cover up, obviously, some which have performed, some which haven't performed with Esports World Cup, and I think there'll be some split opinion, especially in chat. But I want to talk about some of the heavy hitters. I want to talk about Na'Vi as well. Na'Vi came into the early part of the year looking really strong. There was a big question about them with LAN. They really performed in LAN. Yes. But recently, they've really not been putting the numbers on the board when it especially came down to those Esports World Cup qualifying final section. So I'll be interested to see what this team does coming into playoffs, because we're only looking for the top teams to get through.
Yeah, so interesting, right? Everyone was thinking they're not going to perform on LAN. They take home a 5th place in PGS4. They prove everyone wrong, to be honest. Well, to be fair, I believed in them. But just to a tiny bit of a degree, they did prove me wrong as well. And then, you know, they come back to playing online, which is where they've dominated. I mean, just look at the first EMEA Championship. These guys have looked so very strong. And I've said it from the beginning, this is the team that has the potential to maybe get close to what Twisted Minds has pulled off in terms of consistency. I know there was an incredibly early prediction, and I might have to retract that to some degree, but still, it's interesting that they now seem to struggle online more than they did before. So I'm excited to see them in this tournament as well. Kind of a surprise bag, to be honest, to some degree. We'll have to wait and see how Navi's going to play today. And
we've got Twisted Minds, you mentioned them nicely, they're obviously gaming up because they're on the Group B. Pretty good team.
Yeah.
We know they came off really strong. Obviously, Esports World Cup, they're up and down. I think that's the level of caliber that we're getting to, and you've already alluded that actually this region is super stacked. We have very tight players. We have different styles of play as well. Obviously, kicking things off on Miramar, Twisted Minds generally tend to favour. They get a number of points here. VP can be the same as well. So I think this be another team, especially to be looking at, especially for the playoffs at least for Twisted Minds to get qualification through.
I mean, these guys, we have to. Let me rephrase this. Have we ever had them not in contention for a top 1 spot in any tournament? It seems so good. It feels so good as a PUBG Esports fan. No matter if your team of Twisted Minds feels so good that they've broken the curse now, and I just want to see them pick up more tournaments. And so them coming off of a win maybe is going to give them the confidence to win another, but it also... It's never been the confidence they struggled with, right? It's always just been this tiny bit of luck that you need in PUBG Esports. And maybe, finally, the circle gods or whatever god there may be in PUBG Esports, maybe now they have realized that they need to favor Twisted Minds just a tiny bit more and you know, honestly, reward them for what they've shown us and what they have given us as well as in PUBG Esports fans. So I'm excited to see them play. Are they going to dominate this lobby today? Most likely, yes.
Yep, they've got that. And VP, do you know what I'm even saying about the PUBG guys? I feel like the smash rule for Alex is going to really play into Twisted Minds. They're a team that can get points early.
Oh, yes.
And if we do start things like Miramar, they're going to get some points on the board. And I think their target's going to be very quick, especially for the finals. If they qualify, touch wood, they qualify. They'll be looking to get those 100 points. So again, a team that can get off really aggressive, really fast. It'd be good to see. I am worried, obviously, some other teams on the lobby. We are obviously clashing some heads now. We've got different game styles. We saw BBL playing the other week, which is very around the outside edge. They really need to get involved. I kind of want them to get stuck in today. I feel like BBL as a team is known. We know how they play. They've got the strategic game style. But I don't know whether starting a Miramar really sorts this team. They kind of look really settled into kind of that Tego, into kind of that Rondo. And actually I would say maybe them, and even I'll come back to maybe Team Ascend, actually with that Tego and Rondo, these are the teams that really can take the single maps by the horns and actually get things kicked off. Well, it's about getting things kicked off. It is really time to be getting things kicked off. Miramar's early predictions, Felix, for you that you think going to be taking this one?
I mean, look, there's the risky option, and there isn't the so risky option. I'm going to say Twisted Mind is the not so risky option, and I'm also going to say Hokkaido, because why the hell not? I love these guys. I think that's the roster that has probably the least to lose. These guys are literally a mix, and I think these guys want to play. These guys are passionate as someone can be for PUBG Esports. So I'm gonna go with Hokkaido as the little bit more risky pick.
Well, they were consistent on the group, so I'll give them that.
Oh, yes.
I've got to throw myself down VP. I'm going to go with an Ascend. I think Ascend have got a point to prove, but there's enough of that now. It's time to get kicked off. It's day number 1 of the group stage, aka the playoffs. It's match number 1, and we have our Miramar flight path coming in from that northwest down towards a southeast. It's not a bad. Going over minus gives a give or take most of Miramar. It might favour a little bit more towards that southeast corner though.
Yeah, it looks like it. Should be fine for anyone to get to their preferred loot spot, though I don't see any struggles, to be honest. Now we have it in full picture. Yeah, should be fine for most of these teams. And should give us a rather clear indication of how many Hawks we're going to see. As always, this is one of the most interesting games you can have in a group stage. It's the very first one. You never know where these teams drop, and most of these teams don't know where the other teams are going to drop either. Most of the times, it goes like this. The qualified teams do have to adapt to all the regional partner teams, the global partner teams they do play in your lobby, because let's be honest, do you want to contest any one of those? Probably not.
A slight contention, but Lost the Owns doesn't really favour, I suppose, multiple teams. It looks like we are going to extension 4 for some cars. Mercy Gaming, well, speaking of devil, PWD, he plays for the NA Mercy Gaming. He's obviously he's guesting and playing with the After All team that was in EU. Hence why Mercy Gaming have gone, hey, Do you know what? I love Mercy Gaming, guys. Well, they're such a good bunch of players and such a good org as well. So a huge shout for them. Yeah. Obviously putting their badge to this one. So a few cars stolen, no run over just yet. Smash runs away. Seifu, who actually interesting plays for Mercy Gaming in NA, but for this team he's playing for Secure Sensing, which he's in a laser as well. He done really good in the qualifiers. Couple of shots coming through, but Smash though takes the car, but nothing too connecting.
Is he playing with the red dot? Is that synced? That's what I'm asking. Is the observer synced with the red dots? I think it is, right? I think that should be his. I think he's playing with the red dot. That is something. I don't know. I just picked up on it. That's weird, Smash. That's weird. Is anyone else playing the red dot? I've never seen that, honestly, on any of my teammates ever. But maybe Smash is giving us a hint on what's working, because he's been fragging out recent times and always has been for the most part in this specific roster. And there we have Sakura Zenzen, always a team that's been trying to break into the very T1 scene of PUBG Esports, trying to secure a very early centralized position. You can see he's already rotated off. His rest of the team is in Picado. We might have the first kind of a clash. Sheila, I don't think he's aware of this. I think Sheila's literally just picked up his car and driven there. I don't think he had nothing on it. Oh my lord, if Heyman would have known that, I think he would have been able to just immediately engage him and take him down, but he hasn't had that information. He's had no sightlines, but he still continues to lurk around the compound. I don't think Sheila knows.
I don't know. She should have heard he drove the car, and you'd expect that Secure Sense knows about this. They topped the group, obviously, for the MIA. They bagged a whopping 63 points after their 6 games. So one of 6 teams, but they were top of the pack. BBL, Sheila, looks like you hear the car now. So both have shown their hands, and both will fall back. It's phase number 1. There's argument to say, do you get stuck in early? Do you get the first kill on the board? You also don't want to be the first down. Zone shifts very late on the flying path. It goes very much towards that west hand side. We've got the Death Valleys. Now this is Ascend Town, right? Valdemar's a normal drop spot. They're going to spread out. We also have obviously Chris, which will be a little bit further over towards that east. I'd be interested to see where Ascend go, but generally speaking, this is their area.
Yeah, it should be their area. Let's see what they do with it. They have had struggles, let's be honest. They've had struggles closing out some of these games where they are potentially favored to pick up, maybe secure double-digit points, and they just haven't been able to do so consistently. So I want to see them do it in this one especially. It is a best of 12 qualification for all these teams. You will get 12 chances. Also means 12 chances is not a lot. It's not a lot, let's be honest about this. In a competitive lobby like this one, sure, you are going to be favored. You do have the experience with all especially the global partner teams coming off of PGS and all that stuff, but you still have to make it work. And sometimes, even the very favored teams struggle in a best of 12 qualification. We've seen it happen, and it might happen here as well.
Well, there's a bit of rain, get smoke wall, but it's how going for a crash. BBL seem to be in the camera's eyesights at the moment, or being involved when it comes. Smash now trying to get a pop med where he can to make sure that boost is on. How can it come rolling in? Got shots go through, and Smash puts down code. Marco, it's not a first kill. We said the kill a bit of how defended, huge, but he did get to confirm as one of the boards, and it's going to go back the other way. So how down to 3, but also BBL go down to a 3.
I think they did not expect anyone to be in this compound anymore. That was an interesting breach. They stopped at a very interesting position as well. I gotta say, they stopped outside the compound even. I think that wasn't meant to happen, to be honest. I think they originally wanted to drive in and then just kind of got stuck at the wall. But either way, they will lose a player in the process. That's so unfortunate. I thought that trade happened just in time, but it didn't. And now we have it. First 2 casualties between BBL and Hao being traded as well. Next rotation coming in. We saw plenty of early rotates from other teams having prior on plenty of these western centralized positions, and I do understand why. We all know this center circle. We do rotate in late. Depending on how well west it's going to shift, and we've had that happen plenty of times. There might be trouble, and as I talk about trouble, KLICKEN pulling up on the compound. They want to make their presence known. No one's really there to support his teammate, and KLICKEN looks like he wants to go for this one-on-one. Really interesting, dangerous scenario for him. He's got no one to trade him if he goes down like this, but he pulls up a Molotov. This is such a smart play. Left side, right side, sees the player walking from left to right. And I think now he's surely going to push this. One flash inside. He's not hurt so far. Need to back it off. This should be a clear frag for KLICKEN. He's
poking to out the back of the wall. The Molly's not going to damage. There goes Nate. Wait for the explosion. Going to motivate the breach now. There goes the explosion. No need. Bogati will go down. And Mercy Gaming, they're going to lose one. They took the E-pick up here. Let's give it a good shout, though. Being Esports, GG's. Live leaderboard, people. It's up on that side.
Oh,
Look, it needs a bit of moving. I'm going to take the mick out of him, but I love him. They know I love him. But it's there. It's there, guys. We've got a live leaderboard. Obviously, It's got all teams. We have a couple of teams that are grayed out. They're going to be the Group C's. We'll see them tomorrow. But really good. Again, appreciation. Do you know, again, the guys, they got it turned around in less than a week. 5 days. They started this on Monday. We're now on Friday, and it's live. Love it.
Unbelievable. And they're the only ones that have this feature right now. So shout out to Being Esports making this happen. This wasn't done out of a financial standpoint. This costs a lot of money to program and to get working. So shout out to Being Esports trying to make it work. These guys are as passionate about PUBG Esports as they come. So once again, massive thank you to them. Cypher goes down to maybe take a look at the fights in front of us. BBL still fighting for this Heaven compound. It is a very strong one, but it looks like they may have to give it up, but so does SC. By the looks of it, I think they've lost 2, maybe 1 player already being fought, maybe 2 players in the process, as none of these teams are looking like they can get out of this compound without losing a player.
This is punishing for them. Yeah, obviously, the high ground coming across from Ascend, they're able to really punish VP. VP can't come in. The Mollies, they're not helping out, and Tropic going to have to back away slightly as well, as they're making a bit of a solo push. Johnny now, yeah, he's doing the right thing. He's backing away towards the north here, and actually he's got a bit of a ridge. Ascend knocked me out to bully him. I think VP should be able to lock down. Good position. We're seeing people take the high ground. This is part and parcel of Death Valley, though, right? Take the high ground. If you're low numbers, you can hide out in some of the compounds in the valleys. You should be safe. But you might find those teams in the valleys not high kills, but they will be in end game scenario.
Good shots. There are some vehicles that Granny's is now trying to disable. Let's be honest, these won't be taken anytime soon anyways. And VP, despite being kind of stuck up there, it is a pretty good position. And we've seen circles end all around it as well. So I expect VP to realize that before they've done that rotation, to realize maybe we're going to get a little bit of a trouble, rotating back up there. But if we do get towards these compounds that we are aiming for, and we should be set, even though we lose some of these vehicles. So good rotation for VP. The only problem is they've got Ibiza on the east side, and there's a whole valley between them. And depending on how Entropic and also Hype Squad is positioned, they might have a say in if Ibiza is going to make it past, but by the looks of it, no one's really trying to kind of hinder Ibiza on that road. And you can see Ibiza is trying to group up now. There shouldn't be a problem for VP.
Shouldn't be too much problem. Kind of like VP obviously going for a centralized area. They got obviously Entropic tried to climb. Hype Beast. Now they're a team that should playing hyper aggressive. It was Hype Beast and Co. They gave the coach some love, right? So if anyone wants to understand what the Co is, that is Hype Beast and Co. But they were a strong team. So if it's a name that you're not used to, they are south of this position, a bit southeast from Ascend. But they're a team which again might be looking for some points. So again, if we're talking about the Smash Rule, which they get, if they qualify to the finals, you can tell I'm excited about the Smash Rule. They're a team that I expect to put some high kills on early.
Yeah. I'll just take a look and see. As you said, they aren't necessarily a team that maybe forces getting frags early, but if they do have the option to do so, many of the top teams as well, they will try to take these isolated fights. And there we have it. Twisted Minds, the current PGS champions, grabbing a frag on towards... Can't remember the play anymore, but it was from S4. And it was Lou picking that one up with a headshot. Let's see if they can get that flush taken as well. And they will be in center position with that next circle shift as well. Perfect positioning from Twisted Minds. They're even going for a split, I think, with the rainbow compounds just across the street, which is a pretty dangerous one. But then again, you can't really be breached from south or west because no one will give up these positions in the meanwhile. As we have the next fight starting off, Janny against Lucarix gets the entry, and Jarpig is one up.
It is, and obviously with the zone shift away to north, that's forcing Entropic to potentially look back this way. VP obviously looking to come off their high ground. Now they play down into Entropic, so there's a kill confirm. Oh, sorry, not confirmed just yet. It comes through. Oh, Quizzy's there to deny the entry, and Janny's going to try and stop Nixie climbing up the high ground, trying to take the height advantage. So again, controlling here from Team Entropic. There goes one of the confirms done. Team's going to rotate on by, and looks like Entropic are controlling this one really well.
Yeah, looks like they're doing everything just fine. Detrix is down though. He will have to be careful. If he doesn't get to safety, he might bleed out. If there's no one going to be there to save him, and it doesn't look like anyone's going for it, they will be a player down as well. There goes another one. Nixie takes down Grandis. And now it's Dedrix and Granny's both being taken down, and more shots coming in from the distance. That's Schiller taking down Janny. This is sorting apart point dropping at this point, and VP's playing it so damn smart. And let's be honest, Quizzy and Nixie, these guys have been on fire throughout the last months. You do not want to meet them anyways.
Nope, and obviously reading the kill feed well. Oh, they're going to hear that gun's got a lot of ammo. The M249 Hawkeye has to push his way in, but it's not going to be for long. Nixie eventually goes up. That's good play. Entropic did deny the opportunity for Nixie to get the higher ground. They then played back down. They took the fight on the ground. Then they saw the third party action. Nixie activates, gets the higher ground. Then he sweeps down and round. Really good clear from them. But it does mean we have lost our first stream. Team Entropic, despite getting the first one down, they're not able to find any more.
Not for the time being. Let's go. And this is what they have lost. It's Chris while trying to make their way in. Honestly, a rather centralized approach coming out from Ascent, trying to take this whole graveyard area towards the center of the circle. But they also know, even though they are a heavy edge team, they also know in this type of circle, there isn't really a way to fight your way in on these edges. Sure, you might get the opportunity to get a breach here or there going, but most of the times you are going to be at a massive, massive disadvantage, and you're not playing to your strengths at this point. You're just playing against the circle, so Ascent more centralized than I would have expected them to be in Phase 2.
Yeah, not the game style, right? Ascent, they're naturally known for playing the outside edge, sweeping in, clearing teams left and right. But this time, yeah, Central. Yeah. We are seeing the Sandstorm going to move its way over the top. And it's worth mentioning, the production team are already working on the map stream. Now, having a couple of technical issues, they will try and get it resolved. If not, it'll be resolved for tomorrow. But yes, live leaderboard and map stream. Welcome back, PUBG EMEA. It's looking good. It's looking good, people.
It is. I'm not so sure about this position. I always fear committing to a city this early, but then again, it has shifted relatively far up north. You can see Soul having a big split towards the east side of Monte. They do have another team inside of it, and they know this, and this is the interesting part. They still decide to have two players on towards the far northern F of Monte, because if you lose it, you lose all access outside. Most of the times, if there is another team towards the north side of Monte and you don't take that positions, these are the ones that can kind of hinder you from rotating outwards. And also, this is the position you get most of the information out of, towards your northern and eastern side. Next shift does go far down south. Wow. This is going to get interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a far shift back towards the edge it just shifted away from.
It's just bouncing about. We've got a heavy west. It goes heavy towards the north. Now it bounces back towards the south-southwest. So for teams that didn't have to extend that far, or teams that got caught up, like VP, they're going to be happy now the zone's shifting back towards them. I love Brickyard, though. And we've got a Hype Beast and Co sitting in there at the moment. It's a little bit to the north. So Ascend are going to try and focus on their top part. Now, obviously, Na'Vi on the adjacent side, they've got so much area. And this is Na'Vi early game. Look how much intel. It's going to be a matter of time before they realise they're the most southern team. Then they're going to work their way in. And it's going to be a game of chess now for Na'Vi. And they're going to be in control of what fight they want to take coming into this mid-game.
Yeah, we're going to see in a couple of minutes. 5 seconds until the next phase closes. With your first W. Trying to go for a far northern wrap. And I really like this, to be honest. We've seen how much space Na'Vi has if you've taken a look at the map just a second ago. Na'Vi is the only team towards the south side. The only team south of VP, actually. Which is almost half the circle. So this should be a pretty good wrap. Smokewall is on a pretty good path to potentially take up massive amounts of space towards that southwestern side, and as I said, there definitely is space, depending on what Na'Vi is going to give up. But I think as soon as they realize there is another team rotating in towards the southwest, they might give up that anchor spot on whoever was holding that for Na'Vi just a minute ago. We'll have to take a look and see. Next up is going to be the other teams coming in from the north, and it's going to be a pretty tough rotation, to be honest.
This is a tough rotation. You've got to think we're just watching Smokewall coming in on that sort of west-hand side. There's not much of that high ground remaining. HK team, Godo, the team that you're interested in keeping an eye on. Actually, you know, a very consistent team as well. Let's see what they can do. As they are scouting forward now. Phase number 3, it tickles just a little bit more, but they've got to get shifting. They don't want to be stuck in a phase 4 in the blue. Now, Twisted Mind's already positioned, not quite in zone, but they do have an anchor point in zone as well. They will launch a few shots. I think it's more just a, hey, we're here, don't crash into us, then we're going to move over. But there is a balance time here because it is 3, I believe, on the Twisted Mind, guys. Perfectix is the only one holding, I believe, on the other side of the road.
Yeah. Good rotation. They made it all past. They do have 4 vehicles on 4 players. There's always a good part in a rotation. And pretty good bonus to have. You can see they're all rotating right next to each other. No one's really being left out. That's good rotation timing on these guys as well. But then again, there isn't really a spot they can drive to that's very clearly untaken and very clearly in a good spot to potentially make something off of this game. And look at this, they decide to play just the top of the hill. Not really a position that is too favorable just yet, but might turn out to be so in the next couple of phases. You can see there is good sightlines on this ridge. If they wouldn't have full cars, I think it would be more difficult to play, but this time around, it might be just about worth it for them to position here. And I think we're going to take a look at the next phase to figure out if it was or not.
Well, good position for the cars. I'll be a bit defense here. BBL, they're going to take a bit of third-party action. And down with Solo. Oh, it comes over the top, but no, Lou gets him down to a ones. He goes down himself. So let's Solo providing the cover. They're making a push now, and everyone goes down. The Shoxy will fall. There's a quick kill confirm example. Now trying to hold the organ hand. Long bit of a spray on the red dot. Swaps over to the MK. Whistles a few shots past, but unable. But the 2-2 split now from Solo has been picked apart. But we're out of zone. It's shifted again back towards that south side, back towards Na'Vi and a few teams who were lurking on the edge. Well, this is one of them, Ascend versus Hypebeast and Brickyard.
Yeah, and they've already been spotted. Unfortunately, Kuyakai Mika's position is being given away, and Duffy with a huge nade takes down Kuyakai Mika. Almost goes down as well. He's down to 50 HP. He pops the painkillers, potentially heal back up, but look at them, they're so close already. Duffy knows exactly where he is. Mika can see him on top of the barrel. He just about can't shoot him. Somehow he's still alive. And that nade is going to create a little bit of distance, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Whoa.
Now Mika pops him down, and he takes down Duffy as well, but he does get traded through the door frame. That is so unfortunate for Ascent, and they will be taken out in 14th place with only 2 points and kills being secured.
Mika dancing the dance with a nade in the hand. You don't want to push him. Good shots, good hold. Unfortunately, unable to claim anymore. Messi Gaming, they're going to go down as well, 13th place. The teams will now start to fall. Part and parcel of the zone given away and teasing us with the north, then pushing down aggressively towards the south here. How? Well, they've lost Code Marco. We saw that early engagement with BBL. But now they position themselves up. HKT, they went for a full send. Looks like Twisted Mind's going to get involved in the Brickyard action as Hypebeast will still hold. They've lost Lou on 2 kills at the moment, but dangerous as all 3 are tightening themselves up.
And Twisted Minds, as opposed to Hype, has had a pretty tough fight already, and thus will be a man down. Ooh, example, might have just had the opportunity there to take down Duff, but he didn't decide to pull the trigger. That means it is back to a 4-on-3. Twisted Minds in a pretty dangerous spot, being surrounded by all kinds of players. And they are, once again, they are a man down. At the moment, 2 of them are inside the zone, but example isn't. And I think that might be their play, that they're gambling on Hype, not expecting example being outside the zone as of right now. Yeah,
you got the dangerous though from Solo. They are pushing in. There's a couple of pockets of fire at the moment. This is north-northwest corner. There's sort of a northeast. Obviously worth noting, obviously Na'Vi on the south side, they're still completely free and they're controlled that rotation in from smoke wall. So we're going to lose a few teams here. We've got 12 remaining. We are on phase 4, so a large number still remain arguably. A couple of solos, a couple of duos, and the solo himself is now moving in. Phase 4 pushing. It's not going to be long before we see Twisted Minds and Hypebeast engaged, and it's already just started, but solo could be such a curveball here for both these teams.
Yeah. It really could be the deciding factor on who's going to win this game. Look at this, Twisted Minds. They realized Hype has gotten a knock. So they want to close the distance. One smoke to potentially have a little bit more cover. It goes in up top. Unfortunately, not going to hit anyone just yet.
Wow.
And just look at the map in the meanwhile.
Wow.
Look at this, Na'Vi. Na'Vi is still holding the entire circle. They have got everything. They've got absolutely everything. Even the player towards the far west, which I can't see because they're just so yellow. I think it might be so set. Maybe my monitor is too high on saturation. I think it is so set. He's holding out the entire circle and can harass anyone who's rotating into the western side. Even though he's the only one player on that edge, he's having massive impact. So shout out to Na'Vi. They're playing this game to absolute perfection so far.
Control game from there. Control game. Oh, flips to 1 to 2, but he goes down. The push, though, from Twisted Minds. Battalions had to retrap back. Has the Hype been blessed? He's going to go get this confirmed. The solos might be there. The smoke's going to cause some issues as Doffy may be looking to try and get the rest. It's going to allow the guys just to move off, maybe drop down. There's one of the confirms, as we are going to be able to now see a little bit of control, but the blue zone nade pops off. Then there comes Battalions, but they're going to fall 10th place. What a flick. And nearly Hypebeast going down, able to save the day, may even be back up to a 4. Nope, made that a 3.
Make that a 3. I think maybe make that a 2. I think it's going to be... I think it's not going to be enough. I think time-wise it's not going to be enough to get the rest, and they will be greeted by Savage anyways. Flores and his team is going to be able to take down Duff immediately as he exited the compound. And you can see more players being taken out, but Toolens is at least going to get one more frag for his team. CC Next though now chimes in, a solo as well. Can't take down Squad, unfortunately, as he spots out another player of S4 roaming around in the distance. All these players still need to move in. CC Next has to be careful of getting hit now. He is one shot as of right now. It looks like he's going to have a little bit more support from the eastern side. VP chimes in as well.
This is insane. This is ensured destruction. Hypebeast are like, we're not getting out of this. Let's just try and take as many people as we can. It's phase 5. We get a knock. Arguably, we're going to get the confirms each time. Savage a store holding. They're pushing their way in. BBL going to be waiting. They're going to be denied that 7th place for them. They're in the placement points here. It looks like Na'Vi also in the kill feed, getting involved in Bumble Squad, who are a little bit tighter on the east side. Actually, Na'Vi and sort of Bumble Squad were really the only couple remaining. I think Noak knows that that's the end of him, as he's just popping some shots, and I think he's saying goodbye to the lobby.
Goodbye to the lobby for now. Torres goes down. Noik should be following anytime soon. Nixie drives deep inside the circle. Squirrels can't seem to take him down, even though he did have the clear shot on him. And Nixie is going to be there to trade him out. Virtus Pro almost losing a player relatively early in this late game, which would have been something that would have been absolutely devastating. And meanwhile, Nixie is up on 7 eliminations. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's fragging through this lobby. Puts down the shield as well. This is perfect play coming out from Nixie. He's going to be able to pick that one up later as well. And this is how you use that mobile cover to your advantage. Perfectly played from VP so far.
And this is the hard cover as well. Very, very hard cover. They're playing open terrain. They've got to use the deployable shields now. Hypebeast will be claimed to zone. So will Savage. They were trying to hold out, which means we're going to go straight towards that top 4. And no surprise, Nafi sitting up here as well. They've still got 4. They've been controlling the south side. How got 3. Bumble Squad with 3 as they lost one to Navi. And VP, well, storming away. Or at least Nixie, should we say, storming away. That guy is a machine.
Yeah, I mean, If you wouldn't have known so far, this guy's pretty good at fragging, and in this team in particular, just take a look at the stats for this round. Just take a look at these stats. Not even Navi, who've had control for the entirety of this game, for what feels like the entirety of this game at least, has gotten anywhere close to his frags. Nixie has got more than double in the entire Navi roster at this current point in time. 6 seconds until the phase closes. Mark, give me your prediction. Who's going to win this one?
You got to lean. Honestly, you got to lean towards Navi, right? You got to lean towards Navi, but you can't deny VP are on fire.
Yeah, and also, but I'm wondering what positions are all these teams going to play for. You can see it bum, depending on how VP is going to rotate. Maybe they have one more spot, but yeah, VP is just going to have to drive down the hill. There wasn't another position they could have played, and Hal is just going to greet them right away. Visa Quizzy goes down. It's just going to be Nixie as Hal secures their spot, at least for the time being. You can see Navi, they don't even have anything further inwards to play. They have to move inside what little they have off the compound they have secured so far. And after that, it's going to be all open terrain. This is a tough circle for everyone.
I definitely feel like this is VP. Yeah, they had to go for a full commit. I think the newer Navi were. There were no Navi and not high on the kills either. So I think VP are playing a longer game. I know it's game 1, group stages. We've got 12 technically for each from the groups. But for now, VP are going to fall in 4th place. Good game from them. And definitely a strong opening game to try that one. Navi, they've still got the 4. Hal with 3. Bumble Squad with 3. Navi have the control. Let's see if anyone can pin up parts. Bumble Squad having to make the rotation. Quite in the best position at the highest side. But Hakatori, well, there's a kill confirmed, and Bumble Squad going to go down to 2. Scrap that, make that a 1. Diffix with a great MK. He's got the Famous in the back pocket. He'll be happy, and Bumble Squad laying low. I can't see him getting out of this position.
Yeah, no chance for Bumble Squad to rotate down. They're going to be shattered, their dreams, by Navi, who honestly have all the angles they need. They've literally got everything. There's only one more player now left alive, and Diffix has got perfect position to harass him as well. And now all they need to do is harass Hal from getting inside the next safe zone. For the time being, they are inside, but I don't think that's going to last. This
is great control. This is Navi. This is Navi all over. Spread out wide, control your area, early game. Early to mid game. Control, make sure you get all the intel. Got the intel, mid to late game, win the winner, chicken dinner. This is what we like to see at the moment. 6 kills, they're rolling their way up. There's a couple more to claim. Hound causing some problems. Hakatori pushing his way forward, but Ruin, well, he's going to go down. He's DBNO at the moment, but they are causing some damage. Diffix going to provide the covers, and nades from Howl will soon roll over Hakatori in a very dangerous position, but it's really, really unsettled. Not just Bumble Squad, arguably Howl just as much.
Oh, maybe Ruin has now got the opportunity to take down what the Na'Vi plays. He gets hit through the smoke, though. They know exactly where these guys are, and it's only 2 more players. And look at this, Na'Vi is already close the distance. They've pushed away the Bumble squad.
Oh.
So Nate comes in, and Hakatori takes down one and flushes another. As it's only Kappa left alive, Nades are already raining in. This should be pretty good against Na'Vi, though, but only 46 damage.
It is, and looking to try and round this one up. Runa's going to have to work his way back now. Hakatori is going to go for the util dumps, going to allow the rest of the guys to collapse. Quebecer does get one, so needs to make sure he survives up. Here comes the push. Divix will go for one. There it goes, close. Hakatori, bam, there we go. 10 kills, 20-point game for game number 1. That's a strong and controlled game. I think control maybe is the best way to sum up that one, because Na'Vi was so free on the south that mid-game they checked off, there's no one else coming in, we can now work our way forwards in the Death Valley, and they were not subject to the zone like some of the other teams. They were happy to play as the zone continued to move forward, and a great win though for game number 1.
Yeah, that phase 4 shift, shifting back towards the southern side, while everyone thought it was going to go far towards the north, kind of secured them that win, let's be honest. I mean, they played to perfection after that one, but that's what we expect from Na'Vi as well. They are played in now with their roster. They've gotten the experience now. They've played a certain amount of these kind of circles now up until this point with this specific roster. So I'm expecting them to win these games as well, and they have quite convincingly. They haven't lost a single play in their entire process, and I got to go focus to Solstead as well. He's positioning back up on that hill, not allowing any other team to make it in as a 4-man from that western side. Perfection. Nothing else to say.
Insane. Let's talk about some of the other teams though. VP played really well. Brickyard obviously with a shift. There's a big clash there. And Hypebeast, arguably a good game as well. Find himself in a good position. Now they were neighbouring Ascend, and you did mention about Ascend playing a little bit of a different game style. That they sort of moved up a little bit more in towards zone, more to a centre position. So a bit of a different game 1 here from Ascend, but a huge battle of a lot of teams in Brickyard.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Ascend Center. We didn't quite get the full picture on why that happened, but also, I mean, have they ever really shied away from taking center if they can? I don't think so, especially if they lose a player early on. I think they do take these positions. And I think maybe there's also a little bit of a transition happening now in their place, and you said it before as well. Maybe that's something they wouldn't have done in a different circle and under different circumstances, but now they do. And yeah, maybe that goes to show you Ascend maybe is transitioning just a tiny bit.
Well, let's talk about transitioning. It's time for us to transition out to a quick break. When we come back, though, we've got 5 other mats for today. We're going to be back with Mirror Master. See you guys in a few. Whoa, good game number 1. Kicking things off our Group A versus B. It did not disappoint. West Circle, Death Valleys, we had unplayable, but we had a control from Na'Vi. And it was the control that actually won that game again, Felix.
Yeah, perfect positioning we saw as soon as that phase 4 shift happened towards the southern side. These guys were ready for it. I mean, even before that, these guys knew we have so much space. We can branch out towards the east. We can branch out towards the west. And what's so dangerous about this? If this happens to a good team and you get the circle on top of that, they're not losing this game. They deny everyone else an easy entry. They take all the positions and all the take down, also close down all the rotation paths that could potentially lead to these positions. And that's what Na'Vi did. Brilliantly played. Well,
we are starting things off, and also we're looking for a top 16, but it's only the first 2 groups. And let's just remind ourselves, though, what we're playing. We obviously had game number 1 under the belt, and that was a Miramar. Game 2 is going to be exactly the same before we go back into Miramar. I'm more interested to see, I'm not saying I'm not interested about Miramar, because that was a good game, and I think we're going to have a good game number 2, right? But it's a Tego Rondo, because some of the teams, yes, we might see Na'Vi win the Miramars, we might see them win the Oracles, but it's the Tego Rondos that actually sometimes might mix up the team's leaderboard.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to take a look and see. I expect that to happen today as well. We were talking about it earlier. Some of these teams slowly figuring out Rondo, but no one's really been the Rondo team so far. And we've had a couple of instances in PUBG Esports history. We did have a Miramar team, or a Erangel team, or at least teams that were heavily favored on it. And so far, Rondo, in my opinion at least, doesn't have that clear favorite just yet. So I think that's what makes this map so spicy.
Exciting times. That's what I like to see with Rondo. Whiskey Rondo, as we like to say. But so obviously, maps done. Game 1-1 done underneath our belt. And don't forget, these teams is a best of 12. So we are in the group stages. This is the playoffs. We're taking the top 16 teams through. I believe the leaderboard is just getting updated at the moment. So we'll have a quick look at that leaderboard after that match. But there's no surprise. There really isn't a surprise of where the points lie, Felix, but it's definitely worth mentioning VP again. VP bagged themselves a whopping 8 kills, I believe, at the end, and that's a good start as well. They might not have got the placement points that they wanted, but going out in a top 4 position with those kills, that's going to be a huge start for them as well.
Yeah, massive start. So also, we gotta talk about all the teams on the western side, not only VP and Na'Vi, but also Ascent trying to make it in, Duff trying to make it in, Twisted Minds trying to make it in. Everyone tried to make it into the same side. And I feel like all of these teams, despite them not having great games, all these teams kind of gotten away with almost having a bad round, because none of them went out without any points. Yeah. So I think that was the one good thing, at least. If your team went out of that west side skirmish, they didn't go out empty-handedly. I think the team that was surviving the farthest, I think towards the western side, even got away with like 9 or 10 kills almost. And the same goes for Twisted Minds. I think even they racked up 2 or 3 frags in that fight throughout that big warehouse compound. So I think no one really had that bad of a game, at least from what it looked like originally.
And there was a big decision to make. Let's talk about Twisted Minds for a second, because they came in the top. They potentially could have split out to the east, but they opted to come involved. They backfilled the Brickyard area, which we saw a lot of teams. Hypebeast were there quite early on. Ascend had to try and make the push into their position. But you're right, the west was quite hectic, and part and parcel of that was because of the zone shifts, right? We saw a very heavy north zone, but then it went south, and it went south to southeast again, and that really forced all these teams to be content or very tight, and the Brickyard unfortunately became the end point, or let's say the end for some of these teams.
Yeah, in a parallel universe, also, example, doesn't only take down 2, maybe he takes down a 3rd, or maybe he doesn't get traded as fast, and at that point, maybe even Twisted Mind is going to be coming out of that compound with 4 or maybe 3 players alive. I think they were down to 3 at this point, so maybe coming out with 3 players left alive, and if that happens, they close down this fight early. Who knows? Maybe Twisted Mind is going to be up against VP on that edge. Maybe they close down the solo early, and maybe we have a whole different contender. So shout out to VP again, and also Twisted Mind in particular. I think they made the best out of what they've been given.
Let's talk about Herkido, the team which we spoke about earlier in the pre-show, right? They obviously were a team that came in from north, but they opted to go to the east. Now they clashed with How. At this point they hunkered down. They did lose a couple of players early, but a big shout to How. They don't like having neighbours, do they, the Wolves? The pack will get together and they will go aggressive, and that kind of gave How, I think, the freedom in that northeast corner to find themselves in the 2nd spot. So that could have been arguably in either one of those teams' favour.
Yeah, I was really surprised to see Bumble Squad and How pretty much being the only teams opting for that east side of the valley. But then again, that isn't usually a spot where you can drive to later in the game, right? There's no clear rotation paths even to even get to these positions. If you drive there and you do try to at least find some kind of space in that realm, you're going to be open to all sorts of angles. And there's normally no way, at least on this kind of level of esports that we have right now, there's usually no way to find a position later on if these positions are already taken. So I was surprised that no one really contested them for it. But after phase 3 happened and that shift down towards the south, I knew How was going to be in a great spot to pick up at least big placement points. As we saw, Circle wasn't enough on their side to really get an actual chance at this game, but at least they picked up good placement points in that game. And also some frags against VP.
Right, there's so much frags against VP needed. And Tropic, unfortunately, they weren't getting the frags needed for VP. They had the position, but VP crashed on down on top of them. But look, let's get things going. There's no surprise with Leaderboard. We'll come back to that after. Let's get into round number 2. It's another Miramar, and it's for Group A versus B. As the plane will now start to descend in. I'm excited. I'll be interested to see actually how Team Tropic will react to that, how the early finish went for them, and the live leaderboard. Well, that's been moved. So big shout again to Bing Esports. The flight path this side, again, it's from a north to northeast down towards a, I'd actually argue to say it's more south. Looks like we're going to be ending up and over the bottom of the chicken. Drumstick as Partona might be the last stop for this plane, but it calls again for the zone, or teases the zone towards the southeast corner. If we get it go west again, we're going to see a lot of teams having to make a shift.
Yeah, lots of teams having to make a shift. And yeah, this is dangerously close to what we've seen in the first match as well. A pretty heavy east-southern plane path. Just going to mean maybe with this far east, actually, we will have maybe some more teams contesting for vehicles. We did see here and there a couple of contests happening, especially towards the southern part of Los Leones this time around. That is at least not going to happen. And by the looks of it, no one is really going to get dangerously close to another. Maybe BBL and Entropic towards the church area, around Chuma's area. But other than that, yeah, the two closest players will probably be VP and one of the solo guys around here, which, let's be honest, isn't too dangerous just yet. I say that, but now Shuli has found a weapon on top of the warehouse immediately. Top of the ruins, excuse me. And, yeah, doesn't hit the shots. Would have been crazy to do, right? Oh, maybe this one?
Maybe. This is great. Okay, tap. Get away.
He's trying to get the car tyres. Oh.
Even if you hit the tyres, arguably he got enough to chase him down. I don't know. But there's a zone. It's an early. Actually goes up towards that north to northeast side. Interestingly, Navi went for the Impala drop this time, maybe because the flight path didn't opt to go for the early jump towards Campo Militaire. They need to make their way in. I'd like this area, though. I do really like this. Obviously, with Campo Militaire moving, Cruz being in the centre, I think that would be the centre of attention. Smoke will have taken Cruz here, so we might see them be happy that they find themselves in a more of a centre. I wouldn't even be too surprised that they might even hold a 2-2 split, because we've seen recent zones play down to kind of this valley that splits in between Hacienda and El Hazar.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see. Matter of fact is, though, plenty of these teams towards the far southern side are probably going to have a pretty late rotation timing. And also, with how few teams really have direct access to the circle, I think we might see lots of chaos towards the southern side in Phase 2 and Phase 3. I don't think anyone's really going to go for Phase 1, except for the teams that are already in center. But even they should know that with how many teams have dropped south of even Los Leones and in and around that area, all these teams will be relatively late, so they shouldn't have any pressure, so to speak, in Phase 1 center. And as I said, I think we're all going to see the 3 teams that are currently inside the safe zone compete around these spots, which should give everyone plenty of space to set themselves up for Phase 2 shift.
It is going to be a Phase 2 shift. The question is where it's going to go. Smoke will obviously going to retract their way up towards the top. But obviously for a lot more teams, going to give them an opportunity. Can't see any more major clashes. There are going to be a few clashes, I think, on the rotation. Some teams might want to pitch up early and try and catch a few of these teams, or who are just kind of in that precipice of the south side of the zone. They might be ones looking to do that themselves. Level 3 vests, you can't argue. Twisted Minds, well, they're on the rotation in now, as they'll be making their way in on this west side. But you can see now from the map feed, very, very high up. So they're going to have a lot of opportunity to claim and wrap in on that north to northwest side. There's lots of compounds up for grabs, so lots of prio spots that they can maybe cast their hands onto.
First emergency pickup has been caught. Didn't even think about this when I saw the circle, but yeah, that is probably the best rotation option, to be honest. You don't really get anywhere with the cars. You might even have to refuel with how far any kind of viable edge is away from you if you do loot down towards the western side of Resort and maybe north of the Prison Island like Ascend is. So yeah, the emergency pickup coming in quite handy for Solo. Might find themselves in a pretty good spot. We have a couple of more teams than I expected now, rotating in towards the southern side of the circle. How finally getting inside of it, but then again, also, I want to say 7, maybe 8 teams not caring about the timing at all. They know they're going to be late anyways, and they will prepare for phase 2.
There's going to be a preparation for phase 2 because it could be a dangerous shift. Savage, though, they're on the very north side of this one. They've got Campo Militare towards their top side, but no other teams just at the moment. I think they'd be keen just to keep an eye out for those E rotates. As Smoke Wars had spoke about, they were on that 2-2 split at the moment. Now, they did tighten the lower 2, a little bit higher up, taking the compound just on the south side. So they're really banking that it's going to go back towards Cruise, but as much as I look at this zone going, yeah, it's going to go that way, recently FedEx, it has played very aggressive down towards the south. So let's hope it doesn't do that for them.
I'm interested to see where Solo is going to drop now. They should hear the shots right below them. Looks like they want to go all the way to the other side. I think this might be one of the longest emergency pickup rotations we maybe have ever seen, at least in recent times.
It's in-flight meals, FedEx. You've got to get the in-flight meal before you go.
That is crazy. And I think the good thing about this is, and I think that's the reason why they dropped on Campo Militar as well, is they have plenty of car spawns around here. They know no one would have ever looted this. Even if you do have the opportunity to go that far, you probably will have looted El Azhar and other compounds around that. So I think that's why they're dropping this far north. Yeah. They want to build up their game with all the cars and space they can find up north. And don't just drop into anything towards the deep center, which they could have done. But also, if you do that, you give away all control, right? So they want to, despite using the emergency pickup, they want to still play the methodical kind of game approach that they can in phase 1 if they do get the opportunity to have some of these cars towards the northern side. You can see they're already being picked up, even one play towards the northern side of Campo Militar, grabbing that far north spawn.
And it's forced Savage to move as well. You're 100% right. They've made that play with the high expectation that no one's there, especially with the flight path. They would know Na'Vi would drop there, so they know that with this flight path, they'll be in that Impala section. We now look at Na'Vi rotating their way in. So good use for them, good understanding where their cars are going to be, because we see so many teams fall with those E-pickups, Felix, when it comes down to not having the vehicles, and they get caught. And this is an area in Miramar you do not want to get caught short without a vehicle.
No, you just really do not. I want to say in general, all these northeastern kind of circles, there's plenty of open space. Yes, you would think with all these ridge lines as well, at least towards the eastern side, that maybe it's a pretty good spot to fight your way in, but there's just so many sidelines from all these positions. And if any team is playing that, they're going to be split far anyway. So it's going to be pretty tough to any kind of stuff on foot, and these cars get even more important than they are already, at least in the first 3, 4, maybe even 5 phases. Let's take a look at Entropic, rotating in as well. As we said, we expected plenty of teams coming relatively towards that southern side. All the teams that haven't really got prior on the circle. Look at this Smash. I think he's waiting for these guys to pass. Not sure if he's really trying to bait them out. I think his position just wouldn't really give you that. At least they're having an angle on this. I think he's having an angle on this for the rest of his teammates. I think they're setting the trap right now further down the road. And Entropic is rotating really far away from each other, and they might be able to catch the last 2 players rotating in.
They might actually, because they've literally set up a trap. Oh, they've had to turn. Oh, they might have got away with it. Lyron's repositioning now. Entropic, I think they might have seen it. This might be good. The car goes all the way, and there he goes. Lyron, despite the car flips in his favour, does go down. Now he's going to lay some shots up to Hawkeye, but great play and great vision from VBL.
I love it. Look at this. Smash was the first one who positioned himself down the road. And look, this is not a thing that happened on random. They knew Entropic was going to rotate this way. They knew Entropic, maybe even knew Entropic was going to rotate that far away from each other. So they set themselves up for it, and they saw them coming down the road. Smash must have spotted them when they exited that church compound and drove down the road. That's when they knew we have the opportunity to do so. And once again, them being down there in the first place, this far into phase 1, should give us the confirmation. These guys planned this. So good on BBL. They will pick themselves up. I want to say only 1 frag, but at least it's 1 frag in the early game for BBL.
It's 1 frag. Early rotation like in phase 2. It's game number 2. I'll take it. Take it. Every point's going to count. Obviously, we're looking for that top 16 at the moment. RV is leading that way. How in a juicy second spot. VP obviously are in third. 1 point away. So 1 point makes a big difference here. BBL, they don't want to get caught out as Entropic have pulled up. They don't want to be stuck because they're going to rotate their way now. This is very much in the south to southwest side of the zone. And there's not many more teams really going to be able to hold out. Most of these teams have centralized up on this zone. Now we've got to send one of the last teams rotating on the west as the convoy being led by it's Chris, as he goes a bit rogue and he goes across the rough terrain.
Yeah, pretty good timing for that next circle pop. You can tell if you kind of enter the zone with the 25 maybe 30-second mark, you most of the times will find positions to get more information towards deeper center. In time, if you don't, it's going to get a really big, just a tiny bit closer. So that mark is normally what you want to aim for at the very latest to set yourselves up for the next shift. And Ascent has done that. They will rotate in towards water treatment, maybe get some more information towards the compounds on the eastern side of it. Now we can see the circle will shrink, and it is going to go towards the western side. This is a pretty good shift for Ascent, but also do be reminded, all the good positions towards the northern side of it, where you can really overlook the entire circle, as of right now, is inhabited by Twisted Minds, and that is not a team that you want to mess with.
Nope, it's a team you don't mess with here. It's Hypebeast quite far out of the zone. This is interesting though, this zone shift. Now, I'm still leaning towards Cruz, Valix. I'm still leaning that it might play across towards the northeast, but it does actually help Team Ascend. They have pulled in quite late. They are in water treatment. They could have played the stop there, but for now, whoa! Huge name from Crossberg. He puts down 2. Ibby has to turn. Ibby wanted to go for the push, but he now has to pick up his boys. What a change one nade has just made.
But where did they come from? That must have been a massive
there goes
mission
a
there.
second.
Okay, Crossberg is up there. That is crazy. Look at this. Bumble Squad is already closing in on it. That's a blue zone grenade. I think he has to pick him up, and he does. Ibiza might get him out in time. That just has to be careful of where he's going to walk next. No, Quizzy goes down immediately again. That's a good blue zone nade to reinforce that double nade that just happened. Nixie now has to put up huge numbers. He takes down the first player down to 50 HP, but I think he really needed that frag.
Huge nade. Bumble Squad got a sting. They put it down, then they follow up with the blue zone nades. All about stacking, but Nixie, you can't deny. Great shots come through. Picked up though from Secure Ascension as Iron Deep will be able to go down. Mansi goes down, and Secure Ascension saving VP here. They do get one of the reses back up. They have lost one though. Crossberg going to get back onto Ibby, but the fight continues. More importantly, the third party is underway.
And things have turned around. Now it's 2 players down for Bumble Squad. One is being revived as we speak, but he needs to win this duel, and Crossberg does. That's the 3rd knock in this round, maybe even 4th knock in this one, including the blue zone grenade. And this time around, I think he's going to get the flush on him as well. 2 frags have already been secured, as it is only, I believe, 1 more player. Excuse me, 2 more players left standing for BP. Shots from the distance are continuously raining in as Iron Deep goes down once more, and he just about spots Ibiza.
Oh, it's a fair play. What point, if you secure Ascension, do you play in? Obviously, they've lost another one, so it's Ibby's going to line and launch the nades up. He knows where they are. Now the third party's coming off. Say 4th party now, as we are getting Mercy Gaming involved as well. So now, Bumble Squad, no. Ibby with a huge Kobe. He's turned it on. He knows. He's going to launch another one. The one-man army that's from Bumble Squad has to defend, though, on his lonesome siege. One great shot's come through, but him and he's going to be there. Oh, the third party picks apart a clean fight.
Himman takes him down, headshot and body hits to flush him out. And Himman, my goodness, this guy has turned into such a force, to be honest. He's always, as we said, still trying to break into the tier 1 scene, and he's almost done it now. He's been continuously one of the most important fraggers in any of the teams he's played in. And yes, he's switched around quite a bit. Yeah, look at this. Maybe Scooby hadn't realized. He hasn't realized. No. Are you kidding me? He hasn't realized. He jumped over Batulins. That is absurd. That is completely absurd. Batulins has now got the chance for an absolute free frag. No one else is rotating in towards Batulins' direction. So it is only the solo currently inside the shack.
The mystery machine jumped right over Batulins. There was no mystery there for him. He knows exactly where he is. Batulins, obviously, he can't move him though, right? He can't move now, Batulins. So he's kind of trapped in his location. He needs the other boys to wrap around and maybe take the heat. Maybe he can get aggressive. And there comes an zone shift that's an aggressive. It doesn't go cruise. It pulls back down to that southwest. Water treatment there. Ascend should collapse up because they know the fire is going to come their way.
Such a good shift for your Ascent, and now's the time. Any Ascent fan in the chat is going to be, are they going to pick up this game? Finally?
Don't say it.
Look, I said it. I'm an Ascent fan myself. I'm probably the biggest Ascent fan of the entire talent roster of PUBG Esports, but these guys have unfortunately not had any big wins in recent times. So I just, once again, I said it. They need this tournament to pick up confidence, and I want to see them do something with this round. We've seen plenty of shifts in this specific server also go towards the western side, maybe and close towards the open field. This should give Ascent all the space they need to close it out. I know it's very, very early, but look
at their position.
It's too good not to do something with it.
Look at their position, mate. They've gone for they haven't collapsed. They're trying to play that kind of like open gather more intel. Brexco comes out towards that side. Now, he does give up that position as he moves further back down. Arguably, that would be a good play for him, because if he gets caught there, he's unreasonable. So Sen now go for a 2-2. Back to the fight, though. Na'Vi unfortunately lose one. HKD will put down. I think we'll get Diffix. I think that'd be a kill confirmed. Hakatori might be calling this one to go back. Actually saying that, is he calling it to go forward? I suppose it's Na'Vi. Na'Vi like to play aggressive. Maybe they got the opportunity now. I suppose they got the guns over watching. Actually, yeah, Aikido can't get that. The card needs to get the handbrake, I was about to say, because it might have been a bit of a run over.
It happened to every one of us already. We all know the situation, but this round, it might actually make a big difference. But no, it doesn't look like Aikido is going to make a move. They will be driving off into the sunset, at least for the time being. Don't want to commit to this. They know there's Na'Vi players on the other side, and by the time they would have gotten there, it would have been able to get the res as well. I think they would have been able to do so. So, not a chance as of right now. Na'Vi has to find a different entry, though, and with phase 4 approaching in just about 50 seconds, that's going to be a bit of a difficult scenario as well.
Oh, Mercy Gaiman lit up that kill feed, though. He puts that one. Woody's there trying to provide the cover. Mercy gone for the split. They do get one back, but under pressure now. Bogati trying to pause the damage. PWD, he's the big brains for that team. He's the one putting down the game plans. He gets picked up, and our Aikido, well, down to a solo player now, and rotating back up towards this east side. If we get the car over here, wouldn't be too bad, but no, Mercy Gaming do not want to allow him to escape. Talk about escaping. That car's down on one. Here comes the fight. Now comes in, lays down the shots, and Lyron falls down to Na'Vi. Ferris, great knock, great confirm. More importantly, great timing.
That was so smartly played by... I don't remember who was in the car for Na'Vi, but that was so smartly played. He just delayed it enough for Na'Vi to get the trade. And look at this match, though, is coming in from the back of it. He gets one. Maybe he's going to be able to take down a second one. He has to reload, though. There is still the Na'Vi player. He's getting shot from the distance. Smash is going to take him down, though. And he single-handedly ruins Na'Vi's hopes of potentially getting a back-to-back chicken dinner. Now the shots are raining in from distance. And Smash will be traded out. That might give Na'Vi the opportunity to get the res. It's 40 seconds until the zone moves. But he has done so much damage. Oh, my lord.
The damage. Eventually needs the points. What points? Well, Hawkeye puts down some shots himself. Solo's going to lose, though. Shoxy. There's a quick kill confirm. Obviously, the E-pickup might have been slight giveaway. The zone does tighten it back towards the, what should I say, the fields. Okay, going to be looking to try and get this one. This is dangerous. One nade here from Solo.
Yeah, this is dangerous. There's someone close as well. There's someone close.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It might happen. It might happen. He should know there's an emergency parachute, but he doesn't get there in time, apparently. Maybe he didn't have a nade either, but... yeah, unfortunately, no more frags being taken from Entropic. Entropic will be able to get the parachute going. The question is, where do you drop on this one? It feels like everything is taken already.
It feels like it is at the moment. A couple of shots come in. Look at the amount of teams fighting for centralized zone here. Entropic, though, do get an E-pick-up away, so they don't get able to get the confirms. That's all. We'll take one of these. These are dangerous areas. There's not a lot of terrain. If you take an E-pick up here, have you got a shield in your back pocket? Have you got any cars? Well, you haven't got the cars, so what are you going to use to try and defend yourself? Because you will be exposed, at least by an angle.
Yeah. Look at this, Na'Vi has gotten all their players back up, driving into the race line. Hakatori doesn't break for anyone, especially not for Easy 4. And Hal loses the first player, I think maybe the second or third. I think Hal has already had another skirmish. Oh, he tried to pick the rich line. Good trades, though. Two more players from Na'Vi going down. Oh, what is happening? Two trades on both sides, and suddenly it's only Soset and Ferris standing, but I think they're the only ones being in safe position.
It is. Oh, it's always about the angle. This area is so like you think you're safe, but there's a rivet, there's a valley where someone gets some gunshots come through. Na'Vi able to get on the res is back up now, so we'll be back to a 2. He needs to get medded. Dangerous here as BBL while they're claiming their way, and Na'Vi arguably game number 1 winners under fire, and it might be under reign of BBL util.
Mika, in the meanwhile, gets another shot. Cappy was already knocked down from its Chris, has been flashed now. And I was saying, we have to watch this end in this game. They've got the perfect opportunity now to make it a big game, maybe even a double-digit round off of the position they've gathered in the early stages of this one.
Oof.
And meanwhile, it's going to be Hal rotating out. Ruin takes down the rest of Mercy together with Sereth. And Mercy, as a result of that, eliminated as well. This could be huge. Oh my lord, Na'Vi still has 2 players left alive. That nade, if that one is good, it might eliminate both of them. It rolls down perfectly. Oh my goodness, that is a Kobe if I've ever seen one. CC next. A pretty easy one, I want to say, but you have to hit that.
He was
hit
so
that.
confident.
It's not as easy as it looks.
He was so confident though, Felix. He didn't even stack it. We see util stacks. He had more util in his back pocket, but he was like, CC was like, send it. Bosh. Thank you very much. Get us a nice confirm from them. I thought he might get picked up because I didn't know Navi there, but not this side. Anyway, we go towards the north to northwest side of the zone, and it's now a bit hectic. Bullet Rain under fire themselves. How are looking interested minds also the same, but Savage on the fight as well. Don't forget, Ascend might be looking at the third party. You can see on that mini map there, be looking to get involved as well. And looks like actually, scrap that. And Ascend are involved. As Chris gets the first knock, here comes the through. Bullet Rain, that's going to be the rain of there. Ascend will clear it up though. Solo also going to fall, and we are seeing, unfortunately, How also losing out as well on players. So lots of teams falling. We're now down to 10, 27 left alive.
Very good stuff coming out from Twisted Minds. They were in a pretty dangerous spot. Nexapo is still not, so they're not out of it. But at least they will gather a couple of more points, and you could tell they played this one so smartly. No one really leaving the building, everyone knowing, with a sense supporting from the backlines, indirectly supporting at least, they will have to enter the building. And that's why they didn't lose a player in the first place. They didn't push out of it, and thus the fight kind of got pushed on towards them. They were able to pick up a couple of easy frags. Twisted Minds, it's not over for them though. Likewise for Ascent, I think all these teams are trying to wait for an opening. As soon as Twisted Minds gets a knock or as S4 gets a knock, I think Ascent is going to collapse on this.
Yeah, it's the right play as well. Ascent are still they're on a 3-1 split at the moment. Mika's holding some hard cover, making sure no one wraps in. But when we look at the map, there's no one really playing that southwest corner because it is the open field, that terrain that you mentioned before. Everyone's got terrain to play on the east, so that's why we're going to see some more teams. Giddo goes down, great spray. Twisted Minds on 4. They have been fighting to get this compound. They are fighting to take it. Savage looking to try and get the res on, but it is going to be a full clutch here from Twisted Minds. They make the play in. There's 1, there's 2. Nice 2 points for them. Now they'll be hunting, but the final player from Savage, unfortunately, is not here. It's further out in the north to northeast.
Pretty good stuff from Twisted Minds. They've made their way to the compound and have secured themselves a spot in the next phase.
Oh, wow.
Which is more than potentially How can say about themselves if they're like, hey, CC next, he's unstoppable at the moment. 4 frags, and there's another good nade that just rained in from above, and How goes down, is eliminated. The Zola doing massive work for BBL, and they need that as well. 7 points only being secured with, honestly, another shout-out for being Esports with that great leaderboard. I love it.
Yep, big shout. We've got members as well, guys, if you have just jumped in. Obviously, it's live leaderboard. It's been built by Bing Esports. Yeah, it's still working on it. I will take the mic. We'll have a little bit of fun in chat. We won't give them all the glory just yet. But do you know what? Huge shout for them. That's a huge doing. If you know anything about coding, that is huge. And more importantly, it's been done in 4 days. 4 days. They've turned it around to make sure it's available for the playoffs. So big shout for them. And it's good to see. It has all the teams. We have all the teams. So there are some teams that are not playing today. So don't be surprised that some of them don't move off 0 points. But it's a great addition.
More shots are going to be raining in. Twisted Minds picks up another one. Twisted Minds didn't really have the positioning so far today to win any of these games, but at least they've scored a couple of more kill points. 7 in this one again. And let's be honest, they will secure a couple of more against SW.
It's points will make prizes. Tropic, though, looking to try and get some points after game number 1. They didn't perform too well. They are sitting down at that 15th spot at the moment, but they've got a couple now, and they've got a team roll up. Oh, no. Duff got sent flying out of that car. And lucky enough to him, they weren't able to track, and Duff able to get the confirm. They're taking a position. We are going to that field that you said so early on, but teams lurked on the east. Hypebeast have to push their way forward, but they won't be the only team. More teams will send through. Now, lucky enough for the rest of the lobby, CCI next has got no more nades. There's no more big kills or Kobe's from him at the moment. He's got to keep his head down. Done. But we are 6 teams. 16 left alive. There might be a few more kills as he is in zone.
One of the new additions for the BBL roster at the start of June. And he's been phenomenal so far. Didn't really have the chance to prove himself at the very big international stages, but yeah, at least he goes to show you that even though he didn't get to, get to perform at the very international stage, he can still perform in this one quite decently. Not a problem for him. Some massive, massive nades coming out of him. Twisted Minds continuously exploring what kind of options they have, testing the waters, trying to make sure to figure out where the rest of the players are, because look at this, Sakura has got all the angles they need to potentially hinder Twisted Minds from moving off of that ridgeline, and they need to. Look at the circle. This is perfect for Zen. This is perfect for Sakura Zenzen as well, because everyone essentially needs to move into their sidelines.
Well, Security Sensors have got arguably the cover. we've got Ascend with hard cover. Well, I say Ascend for Secure Sense, and they've got those dips and crevices that are playing well. They've got cars alive, right? Now, Ascend will have cars. Hopefully, they've moved them in. Twisted Minds are running out of area, but you'd expect it now to play back in towards the field. If it doesn't, it either goes back towards Secure Ascent, and then we're going to see that team like Ascend, well, they have to make a big decision here, Felix. Do they play down towards the bottom? Do they take the field and like what we see from Hypebeast? Or, if they get the zone, they should be able to hunker down. So I think we're waiting for the next zone shift. A couple of teams might pop a few shots backwards and forwards. I can't see major amounts of action happening, though, just yet.
No. Except for Twisted Minds, to be honest. I think Twisted Minds is arguably in the worst spot. Everyone's kind of focusing on them, as Send is, and so is the Crew Zenzen. They do not want to let these guys stay alive, and I can understand why. Twisted Minds, even if they survive with the solo, Twisted Minds is going to be a threat to your round. And so Sakura just cannot let that happen. TechZ gets one. Duffy in the meanwhile takes down Example. Gets the flush as well. There's 2 players down from Twisted Minds as they are getting eliminated one by one. That was a dangerous push, and I think it was kind of a Hail Mary, let's be honest. I don't think Twisted Minds expected it to work, but at least they will have a solo staying alive for the time being.
Well, you're right. They were the one arguably at the worst position. Now it... Donuts up. I think Secure Ascent lose most of their cover here. Hypebeast have arguably got what remains in the field. Ascend do have the same cover that they can push themselves into, so they're going to be scouting their way forward. You can see Perfected also looking where the cars are. He's tagging where the teams are. He's a solo. BBL's a solo. I think CCI next, if he can get away with it, he might find a little crevice to lay low, as I think the attention's coming in from the other side. Seifu will put down it's Chris, and now we might see Hypebeast and Secure Ascent team up on the team Ascend that has to move into zone.
Yeah, this is dangerous. 20 seconds. I mean, at the point of Nag, it was 30 seconds until the zone move. This is going to slow down your approach of getting into the next circles. This is going to slow down also your advantage, man advantage in this specific case, of throwing down the smokes, making yourself a pathing in towards the zone. This is dangerous. And look at this. It's almost a clown car Ascend with 3 players in the car. That looks like they didn't really prepare, or at least have the opportunity to prepare for this open circle ending, open field ending as well. Nate comes in. There's a good breach though. The nades! Oh no! It's gonna take down 2 players straight away. One is still inside the compound. Do remember that. So it's only Itzkers at the moment, and he somehow survives with a glimmer of hope. Nades comes in. It's done. It might just be done for Ascend. More nades are raining in. 3 players down now. It's only Brexco staying alive in the circle. And he has a car as well. He somehow didn't drive with them. He was trying to support them from the distance, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's just handed the game to Secure Ascent, and Ascend had to move. Duffy's great nade. Great nade. But then that follow-up nade is gone. We'll go down to a 4 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. Great send from Ascend. Didn't quite work out for them, but the game is handed. Hook, line, and sinker for Secure Ascent. Let's see if they can control the last 2 here. Dust trying to make something happen. 6 kills for Hypebeast. Not bad. Not bad. Great nade. Great nade.
Yeah. Hypebeast once again showing us that these guys can frag out in this type of lobby as well. They are one of the lesser experienced teams, I want to say. Quite in contrast to Ascend. Oh, still has at least that one soul alive. Brexco is gonna take down TechZ. Let's pause this for a second. Maybe there is a way. That nade doesn't hit Brexco as much as they wanted it to either, and he's got no more nades. The circle shift, depending on where it's gonna go, we do have one more phase before it closes down. Might give Brexco just a tiny bit of hope. That Molotov is pretty good though. He has to be forced out of position, but he does make it around the hairballs. So at least for now, he's still alive, and so is Duff. The opportunity is there. I want to say it is there.
Yeah, I can't argue with you. The solos have got the position now. They're in. But more importantly, the solos have got angles on Secure Ascent. I kind of feel like the numbers will still prevail. As I said, looking for anything he can. Actually, Brexco will have a raft of util that he can gather from. He's looking to pop a smoke. He knows Himmon's going to be a danger for him, so he's going to try and launch the nade there. Catches a few shots, but not going to catch the nade, as the smoke will now dissipate. He's got more util. Number 3 nades in his back pocket, and Secure Ascent, and well, they're spamming shots through the smoke just to try and pick him up. He could be dangerous, but it's timing now for Brexco.
Yeah, it is. Duff gets headshot at those. Sidefall follows it up with a body shot, and that's at least the 2nd place being secured for Ascend. As of right now, it is 11 points for them in this round, and I don't think that's going to be enough for them. I said double digits is what they were hoping for, and I know they have secured it, but I think with that breach, there was just more in it for them. Unfortunately, Corinne Zenzen gets majority of the frags, and with that Molotov, I think also the majority of the placement points. Brexco gets forced out of position. Good shots coming out from Sakura Zenzen, and they will take this round. 13 eliminations to top things off. And that is a massive game for them from one of the qualification teams as well for the first time today.
This is Sparta Molly. That was a full send at the end. Look, good game. I think Ascend, let's talk about Ascend very quickly. They played that really well. Obviously, they wrapped in. They came through water treatment. Arguably, maybe old Ascend might have stopped a water treatment and played an E pickup. Maybe later they might have delayed that push. But they pushed themselves in a good area. And then it was about control. I think they would have been expecting it to play more towards Cruise. It didn't. And they did. But they didn't sit tight, Felix. They wanted to get involved in the third party. They were eager to try and pick up a few points. And arguably, they get themselves a nice second place.
I think the one winning condition for them was getting rid of VP, but I think at this, of Twisted Minds in that compound. But I think they realized it's just too risky of a push to make. And also, I feel like maybe that is kind of why they've been struggling. I think the old Ascent, with the confidence they had off of that original great performance in EMEA Championship back when they qualified for PGS, I think they would have done this. And I think that was the winning play, getting rid of them, having that entire edge. Imagine none of the teams being in that compound. Imagine Twisted Minds not being in there from 2 phases earlier. Look at how much space you suddenly have. You can surround Sakura, you can surround stuff in the open field, and suddenly, yeah, you've got all the space you need to close out this game. So, unfortunately, they didn't do so. Yes, it's a second place, but it's not the Ascent we're used to, in my opinion.
Well, Skewsensen, they claimed the victory there. Great win from them. They had the space, they had the control on that northeast side of NCSBN. But good shout for Hypebeast. They played in towards the very difficult terrain, and Doffs with a huge Kobe. Talk about huge Kobe, it's time for us to launch a bit of an explosion to a break. When we come back, it'll be time to Tago for round number 3.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker. The return of some tactical items. And a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features. So be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait. I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
no fantasy battle royale here. It is underway already. Game 1 and 2 done. The Sunday Dunes and Miramar, well, they have finished. They didn't disappoint though. 2 really different games, 2 really different end circles. Lots of points spread it out though, Felix.
Yeah, lots of points being spread out. We saw some pretty good teams, some teams that we expected to perform in that first match, and then some, I want to say, teams that we didn't necessarily expect to come out swinging in the second one. Sakura Zensen with a pretty decent approach to that end game, securing things left, right, and center, not allowing Twisted Minds to push their ridge lines, and then securing the frags against Descent as well. And yeah, that Descent breach, unfortunately, that you said it in the midst of the game as well, that secured them the round. If that breach maybe would have happened a tiny bit different, if that nade wouldn't have been thrown, maybe there was going to be another contender, but yeah, this time around, not so much.
But it wasn't just them. Let's have a look at the match leaderboard though after match number 2, because it won't disappoint us. Definitely feel like it's a little bit more spread out. 24 points actually, Na'Vi, impressive. Sorry, overall, so 24 points though for Na'Vi. They took game number 1, but looks like Secure Ascension, they claimed things up on game number 2. So both drawn placement, both chicken dinners under the belt, but they got the same amount of kills. That's huge.
Yeah, massive stuff. 24 points. And you can see how close they are to the very first rank as well. There's just one more frag or placement point being needed to potentially overtake Na'Vi as well. Hypebeast though, I want to shout them out as well. I feel like we kind of underestimated them from the get-go. I think in the very first majority they've shown us that these guys can frag, and they've done so as well. So 22 frags, seeing them that far high up on the leaderboard is a surprise to me. I've got to be honest, it's a surprise to me. I'm not really too familiar with that roster, but they seem to be performing quite consistently, at least up until this point. Let's be honest, we know it's so early in the tournament, and it's too early to make a prediction as well, but at least what they've shown us so far seems to be pretty good in terms of fighting power. Strong team, I'm telling you. They are one to be watching. Hypebeast and Co. Some people won't know them as the coaches there. They've changed their format. They are looking good. How not far behind Twisted Minds, VP, Ascend, and Bumble Squad. But there's some points on the board. I'll tell you what, you got time to put some points on yourself. Well, Brutality, that is potentially about to close up. There's a last couple of slots remaining, so make sure that you get you and your team in. And you've got to sign up, though. We'll make sure we get some information in chat. But it's another event in the EMEA Tour. So again, huge shout. Get yourself involved. You've got to be in it. Maybe you make it to the live stream. Maybe you are one of these teams, like what we see the Secure Ascension, getting the winner chicken dinner. So again, 8,000 USD. Make sure you get signed up. We'll get some information in chat for you guys. But it's time to Tago now. Very different terrain, very different format. I'd argue to say it's a lot more quicker game, though, as a lot of teams get caught on these rotations. Yeah, definitely. We saw plenty of teams struggling, and I think that's what makes this lobby especially dangerous for these two maps that we have in the middle. Rondo and Tago, because you don't necessarily know how these qualified teams are going to play, right? You don't know their rotation timings, and it's always the same kind of curse for these top teams, despite you maybe getting to pick the loot spot. Is it really going to be too beneficial if you don't know the timings of the teams around you, don't know the positions you can take off of it, don't know the exact rotation paths that are going to be clear to rotate off of? So yeah, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for all these top teams, despite them facing lesser experienced teams. Not necessarily weaker teams, but less experienced teams. So I have to take a look and see. At least the playing path seems to be quite fair. Not bad playing path. Now, so I don't detect the winner chicken dinner in our qualifiers for the EU, so I think there'll be a team just to keep an eye out. They are a team that I feel more settled when it comes down to this map, but it is those in the individual maps, should we say. So it gives a little bit more freedom movement. Toward that team, they've gone a bit later. The playing path, though, is a southwest up towards the northeast. It splits Tago in half, but it's a good playing path, but we need to wait for the zone to appear. Need to take a look, and looks like we're going to have the first hard job of the day. This is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the first hard job. It's going to be Entropic against Sakura Zensen. The one's coming off of a dinner. And it looks like Sparta actually going for a really creative position on the other side. That's something I've almost never seen. Okay, he takes the car. I was about to say, he takes the hard spawn. He almost gets punished for it. Wow, Granny's good shots. Just one more bullet needed. I think even a body hit would have done it without any body armor on Sparta. That was close. That was way too close for comfort, in my opinion. And that also goes to show you maybe Sakura Zensen doesn't necessarily want to contest this all the way. If they take the car spawns early, that means they kind of hold out on maybe rotating off. Unless Entropic very aggressively tries to fight this. We're going to have to take a look and see. Cypher for the time being now. Grabbing the one position that everyone who's dropped here hates in Publix. Everyone absolutely despises this one. It's the one position you can't really defend against. This is ranked special.
Let's talk about zone. Zone has gone very early, so we are in the south to southeast corner. But back here, Seifu will get the first knock go. As he will get in Tropic. Vendies will go down, unable to get the flash. A couple of shots coming over. I think he'd be keen to maybe just pop up, but he hasn't got a lot of ammo. He's got more on the AK, so he wants to try and take these early engagements. If you're going to try and wrap out with Hawkeye on that long distance, that mini, Seifu can't hold the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, did I predict it or did I predict it? I said this is going to be a disgusting position. I mean, at this point, everybody knows. But it looks like this fight is far from over. I thought maybe both teams were going to take this relatively slow. Looks like they don't. Grandis is going to bleed out, and maybe Janny is as well, depending on how He-Man is going to play this. I don't think He-Man realizes there might be Daedrix quite low. He goes for the flush, but he gets traded immediately. Headshot comes in from Daedrix. This is a good trade, a very important trade to pull things back, and it might be very, very dangerous to Zakura Zenzen as well, because I don't think there's a way for them to potentially keep Entropic from flushing He-Man. I don't see any sidelines as of right now.
Sparta's making a full send, though. Look at him. You can see him on the map there. He wants to keep his boy alive. I think it's not going to be a amount of time. There we go. Daedrix does go. Just didn't know. Now, Hawkeye is back up. One flush comes down, so he went for the res first. Teamwork makes the dream work. But, Sparta hits a clean headshot. Daedrix will go down. Hawkeye needs to get gear, as he's just got made it up, but 2 remain. I doubt they're going to be able to get that one. They've got to put their heels in the sand and stop this push from Sakura Sensen.
Yikes. That's what I'm saying. Yikes. This situation has now been turned around. At least as of phase 1. Let's see. Maybe Sparta's even got the option to do another one. I think he saw that player move up. That's good information. Remember, it's only 2 players left alive on Entropic, and Sakura Zensen knows this. They know Daedrix couldn't have moved that far, so they expect this player to be up here. I think Sparta has seen him, as I said, so Haki's in a big, big trouble now with both of these players approaching. Saifo and Tekkas from the right-hand side. Saifo already up on the rocks, tries to get a little bit of high ground going here, but the smoke is going to delay things for the time being.
Looks like they're trying to find out Janny. Nice move from Hawkeye. He went to go provide that overwatch, that positioning to try and get at least in a position to get Daedrix back, right? He needs to maybe wait for a few more to fall on the sword. Now he's in the middle. It's going to be down to Janny. That Vector's going to rain. He hasn't got the extended, but he does pop a few shots. It'd be enough to let him know that they are on the push forward. Here comes a nade from Janny, but looks like Tekka's just having a little scout first. Shots coming backwards and forwards. Does get the res, gets a few couple of shots, but gets a knock as well. Tekka's goes down. That's going to be the information that actually he's moved position and maybe got the res. Maybe it's back to Entropic.
Oh, he spotted out Janny. And due to the fact that Zypher wasn't close by on Tekkas, he couldn't get any trade going either. The one thing going for them at the moment is that they don't have any heals. Hawkeye can't get healed back up, so doesn't Daedrix. But Sparta gets taken down as well. Somehow, he had the drop on him, but he turns it around again. And now it's only Zypher left. Once again, both of these players right in front of him are going to be on low HP. He peeks around the corner, gets one. He has the chance for the second one. He doesn't hit him just yet. And he's got the first aids. Once again, going for him massively as well. Daedrix doesn't have a first yet, unless maybe Janny brought him one. He's going to be stuck on that 20 HP. He peeks it around the corner. One headshot is all he gets, and he can't hit it for the time being.
He knows he's getting the res. Seifu making a push forward now. Goes for the second. Takes a bit of damage though. Continues to apply the pressure. Gets the knock now. He knows that he'd be back to a 2. Hawkeye moves in. The second knock. Seifu's looking strong for this one. He goes down to a 1 shot and Seifu has to duck into cover. I think he wanted to get it finished. He wanted to get it done. He's looking to clear it up and Seifu will end it. GG's. And he should be able to get at least one of the reses back up. Sparta will be coming in as unfortunately these guys now I think I play this one out as a duo.
Seifu, 1v4. I know it wasn't technically a 1v4, but let's give him that. Let's give him that props. 1v4 takes down all 4 players from Entropic. What a performance. What a peak. And obviously, no heals on Entropic, kind of sealing the deal for them. They just couldn't get their players back up to even any HP. We saw both these players were essentially one-shot by that AK. So good stuff coming out from Sakura Zensen. And I know 4 points doesn't seem like much, but if he wouldn't have taken all these players down, it would have been 1 only. And that was the initial first knock. And that's not a good round. Right now, it's kind of an okay one. You know, it's kind of, at least, due to the fact that they just won a round, 4 points is fine. You're already going into the next round with a lot of confidence as well. And also, we know how important it is to win that first initial hot job. It most of the times gives you that gentleman agreement that you're going to be able to loot this spot now. And they've done it.
But obviously it's only one a day. Now, we are going to see these guys not clash in Takeover because this is A versus B. We're going to have B versus C tomorrow, and then it'll be A versus C on Sunday. So, I think the claim has been done, but there's an argument to say if Entropic make their way through, will they go for a finals drop again against Secure Ascent? And I'd argue to say I think they had the upper hand, especially that second portion of that fight though, FedEx, but they were unable to finish. They clawed it back, they had the upper hand, but they didn't deliver the goods when they should have done.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think there was more in it for them. When they had that first initial knock, I felt like everything could have played a little bit cleaner because, let's be honest, they had the opportunity to loot the entire compound, while Entropic couldn't have done so. They had them locked down in maybe one of 3 buildings. So I think if they would have just continuously delayed it, maybe held it with 3 players where the rest of the team, maybe 2 players where the rest of the team picks up a little bit more utility, picks up a little bit more, not only utility, but also just loot itself, then I think that fight would have been a little bit more clearer. And you could tell how Entropic was struggling with loot. They as I said, legitimately could only loot 2 buildings. And after that, if you can just hold things out. If you have the man advantage, you know every single bit of damage that you do is gonna deprive them of their meds. And if you do that long enough, they're gonna be one-shot headshot, one-shot knock even. So Secure Ascent, in my opinion, struggling to close this out cleanly, but they did have the opportunity to do so, as you said.
A little bit of time to rotate in now. The phase is there. While we take the opportunity, let's thank again Bing Esports for that live leaderboard. Hey, it's working. Look, thank you everyone that has sent me private messages. Well done, Mark. You're smashing it. Live leaderboard. I cannot claim a single thing about this. It's nothing to do with me. Bing Esports have turned it around in 4 days. They're the amazing team. They've got the skill set and depth to be able to deliver. But look, thanks for people believing it could have been me. That being said as well, it's worth noting a big shout against Big Esports because they got the map stream up, I believe, as well. So apologies for the technical bit for game 1 2. I'm going to blame myself because I was eager to have it myself.
Was Mark.
It was all me. I didn't want you guys to have it, but we've got to share it now. So there should be a map stream up for you guys as well. So by the time you hear this, I might be wrong, right or wrong. I believe I'm 100% right as production have been let us know in chat. So yeah, map stream up, back there, live leaderboard up. What more do we want?
Ascent winning.
That's you.
That's me, but Ascent winning for a change will be good. Just throwing in a little bit of the bias I have, but I'm gonna have to take a look at the round and see whether or not that happens. So far, I've been disappointed time and time again, unfortunately. But it's, as I said, it's time for a change. Oh, Sparta. Is he going to make it in time?
He's took an E pickup, but now he's going back down. I don't understand.
Yeah.
This is a play. It's kind of a play.
I thought they threw another one, and I thought, that didn't make any sense. Why did I think he threw another one? He couldn't have put in the air if he would have thrown another one.
I think
either way,
he's getting a glider. I think they've seen a glider, and he's going back for that fuel because he's getting a glider. Anyway, zone shifts down. We do see it play from a southeast now towards the south. Ohang is going to be the hold. Bucksang is in. So we've got a lot of high ground on that west, a little bit of high ground in that northeast corner. But I think we're going to see a lot of teams survive out. There's a lot of compounds, a lot of prime real estate that teams will take early. What I do worry is that we've got that river. We know Tago likes to claim the rivers, and if it does, it's going to go back towards the north, and that's why we're seeing this position. And I wouldn't be surprised to see more teams positioned in this north.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, but then again, there's only so many spots you can really take around it, and plenty of it has already been taken, and getting to it now means you have to try past maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3 teams, so it's kind of been relatively tough to even get to these. Savage, though, rotating in relatively late towards the northeastern side. They still have plenty of space all around them. Not even the compound towards their east is taken at the moment. Savage, definitely with them a good opportunity to make something happen. In the meanwhile, Nix is going to be shot out of the car. It was kind of a Hail Mary push. Kind of a struggle to find anything for them in this round. And so that rotation, they must have known that wasn't really going to work out with a high probability, and it didn't unfortunately either. So 14 points is what they're going to be stuck with, at least for now, and VP, only one more player.
Dangerous. VP really haven't got the swing at the moment. It's not as I expected to go through. Obviously, Secure Sensors have gone for another E-pick. He was right. They are going to be E-rotating their way in. I think they delayed to see where the next zone goes. So they'd be in a better flight path for this one. Talk about Bullet Rain. Obviously, they have E-pick themselves. So a little bit lower down the leaderboard. Currently in 14th spot. With only 3 points. And they're going for a full send. This is dangerous. You'd expect to know there's teams here. The smoke is a huge giveaway. The Bumble squad might spot. They look up and Madseed rains the M4 out. Down to 1, but he hasn't got enough in the chamber to finish it off. Maybe, but it rained. It's raining players.
Well, how did they make it down there without anyone from Bumble Squad getting a frag? It was BBL actually taking down Grown. And he did get the flush as well. Somehow they really made it down there. So it's 3 players now in your compound. How did Bumble Squad not prepare for this? Why are they not rushing towards that northern side to greet them? Some reason Bumble Squad really playing this one passively as it gets, honestly. They will hold down the warehouses for now, which, once again, I'm not so sure if they can. I think both of these teams can't really coexist with, at least if they want to prepare themselves for the next phase. We're going to have to take a look and see. And meanwhile, there's going to be Molodog from Mercy taking on one of the solo players with a headshot as well.
Yep, here comes that E-pick rotate. I think Bumble Squad, the hive hasn't been disturbed. They're okay. They're a little bit extended. Well, Seifu, he's 4-man up. He's 1-man army. He has to now find himself a new home. But Bumble Squad, that's the extension I'm talking about. They're kind of on a 2-2, and it's quite difficult for the guys in the south to sort of play back. I think they're going to be looking to try and deny their push towards Madzi, but it's a very, very short window. Actually, arguably, if they wanted to, they could maybe cross it, and if they determine that there's only 2 in front of him, you might see Bullet Rain extend outside. Well, the zone is extended a little bit further down towards that south. We do lose the water, but Hang is where it might go. Screw Sensing do land their way in. More teams might go for the high ground, but whoa, Monodot, what a swing as he puts down Reliant from solo.
And he's got 4 more first aids to make something happen as well. Knows the player is around the corner. Pre-fire shots left, right, and center. Could have secured him 1 more frag, but in the meanwhile, it's going to be Savage taking down Scooby as well on that dodge. This is just falling apart for everyone at this point. Monodog does get taken down by Shoxy as he hits him with a quick peek and a quick headshot with the AUG. But yeah, he's immediately right after. There's no time to heal. So Solo, done and dusted. 2 points out of 3 games so far. Not the start these guys would have wanted either.
Not the start at all. Then they find themselves on the outside. They find themselves Na'Vi in front of him, because having a look back, you might be able to hear the cars on the rotate round as Na'Vi do have a little look this way, but looks like the guys are going to try and wrap their way. The high ground, though, this been sitting down. Actually perfect. Great, thank you. Thank you very much, observers. Moving around towards the west, there's a high elevation. I expect to send to play up into there, control it, hold, but deny. They've got to deny teams playing in, because more teams will come in on the west now, especially around that northwest corner.
Yeah. It's gonna be a troublesome corner, as we have Ascent, the ones that haunt my dreams when I look at that performance in recent times. And I have to say it. I have to say it as a tears rolling down my face. Well, let's take a look at them in this one. They will have a pretty good entry towards the western side. So far, they haven't really got too much space, but I do believe there should be some good positions they can gather up on that hillside that they're playing off of right now. Some good information towards the northern, especially towards the eastern side, if they do decide to maybe commit towards the city as well. There is some good rotation paths of just breaching down there, grabbing lots of speed, and then just driving to some of these maybe open buildings towards the center of the city as well. So let's take a look and see. For the time being, Ascent is rather slow though, and that's the one playstyle at least that we were used to from them in Rondo especially.
Well, as we say, this kind of feels default Ascent, right? With control. Control.
Yeah.
On the outside edge. Oh, how trying to
is,
line the perfect shot, and Lou
that
is
reminds me
like,
of my ranked games.
hell no, you are not getting that. And actually, Akido, get a slight blessing there. So Hal have to now stick the res. Phase number 3, it does hurt a little, not too much, but they're going to have to stick the res quickly. Now, Akido, going to have to get moving. They've got the res on. The cars will get shifting on in. But they are in the northeast corner, so them, Hal, and Ascend might be trying to fight for the same area. Twisted Minds are in the field, which means they have to keep focused on this northeast corner, because if a team settles up, they might find really easy angles to push Twisted Minds out.
Could have been a massive knock. Instead, it's going to be Hal picking up Wooly. It is a difficult rotation. He was 1 HP and on a bike as well, but I think all they try to do is maybe get 2 players past and into the city. I think that's what they're aiming for. And to be fair, it was a pretty tough circle for Hokkaido as well. These guys are just trying to send it through, trying to find any kind of opening they can find. And yeah, looks like they will commit towards the city. That's the best play you really can do, but they'll be created by CC Next. Oh, they flip a car! This is Michael Bay all over again. CC Next has, I think, gotten one player. Maybe Sheila did, actually. Yeah, Sheila did 1, 2, and maybe even a third one. Yes, I think Hokkaido's eliminated just like that. BBL.
Wow.
They don't even make the rotate work, but they take down 3 players as well. 4 frags being secured from them. And they will fight themselves back up to 6th place after losing a place on the overall leaderboard, despite making it to the top 4 just this last round.
What a catch from the observers. Now the teams have to work their way in. Na'Vi know where Ascend are. They've been popping shots as they'll be watching for that rotate. How making the push. Runa does get KLICKEN down. And Brexco is down and out. It's Chris going for a full send into the car. They're going to try and keep to the high ground. Use the ridge well. Runa will continue to send them forward. But they can stop where they are. Stop where they are. Hold out. Yes, you might be down some numbers. But arguably you can maybe defend off a how from this high position and then go for a full send in chat. I do want to give note to Hokkaido, right? They were timed the rotation right. They were in the cars when the zone popped. A big shout for them, right? But they were just really unfortunate they clashed with BBL. Oh, talk about clashing. Well, there's an on clash. It's Chris. He's going to go down now.
Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance in hell. Twisted Minds is going to pick up these frags. Example with a quick double. Hits the headshot as well. That's where he's so dangerous. When it comes to pinpoint position, there's very few that can match this guy's skill set. Example has been, in my opinion, the most integral fragger for Twisted Minds. Time and time again has shown us that he can perform, that he can get these impact frags when the time arises, and they are needed. And Twisted Minds, as I said, will grab 2 more points. 2 players left standing, 19 points as of right now after the first 2 games have been played. And there is going to be a 5th one on top of that. Make that 20.
Well, repeat. The rules of Tago, I mean, you can keep your numbers up, and if you lose your numbers, you can get to a field. And they are still alive and pretty much in the centre zone. Smoke Wall now making the push. This all Bumble's got this on the top side. Don't forget, we saw, obviously, Bullet Rain land on in, and the first knock, quick kill confirmed. Madzi was the neighbour, and it looks like the Hornet. Well, they need to activate slowly, but the Smoke Wall, we know Smoke can put a complete stop to the Bumble team. So they are overwatching. P90 in hand with 150 in the back pocket. That there is going to be punishment, but not as punishing as Twisted Minds, as another one of the Bumble squad go down.
One more hits the ground. Mother squad is going to be down to 2 players now. And the meanwhile, Smokewall is still trying to figure out a way on how to approach the situation. They know there's a team up top. They know there's a team down low. None of these players have teams that is, you know, full form and strong, but they don't necessarily know this. And second of all, which team do you engage first? And it looks like the decision has been made for them. It is going to be Hype in the back lines, shooting them now. First one already falls to his knees, but I think with only Duffy being there to have angles on him, they may be given a second chance.
Look at Quizzy. Quizzy's got one of the Savage, but he's getting punished here. He's backed away. So he's using the little cover he has to kind of deny a Hype Beast the opportunity. Savage going to full send now. Hype Beast just overwatching. The smokes have provided opportunity. There's another knockdown. Looking, that comes from the Twisted Minds. The car will get the confirmation as well, because he has a bit of hard cover. The blue zone will come through. He should be able to med through this one. It will hurt quite a bit, but he needs to pop the med on the right time. And actually, Savage, well, they're getting punished from teams external to them.
Oh, there's a second blue zone grenade, though.
No, it's dumb.
I think it might have just caught him in time. Yeah, it caught him in time. There's no chance for Quizzy. Squeller's going to be taking him down. Virtus Pro is eliminated in 11th place. And
kill.
Unfortunately, no more chances for him. Good stuff. Look at how dangerous Twisted Mind still is. They had a key in this one throughout the entirety of this game. They had the control on all the teams around them, even on some of these rotations. And with that, with only a 2-man, that just goes to show you, these guys can never be underestimated. These guys can never be ruled out, and that's why they are generally spoken to as one, if not the best team in the world.
Yep. Can't argue at all. Smoke Wall. Now that P90 is starting to roll, and it does go down. Diffix. He's got to confirm on Smash a little bit on the outside here, and Buddy Rain going to try and get that res while they can. Smoke will use the opportunity now to sort of push their way in. It's a lot of teams here. Looks like we're going to see Hypebeast maybe backfill in as well. You can see him on that mini map. Here comes the flash. So he's going to have to try and make the push through, but which way? Which door do you take? Because you've got multiple options, but multiple teams that might cause some damage. That's a huge name as well.
That is massive, massive for Smoke. Wall. Maybe we can do something off of this. Now they've got the space, and I think they don't want to coexist with Ball. We've talked about this before. It was Bum and Ball before, and now it is Smoke, Wall, and Ball. Still coexisting in this compound. Now with that now coming in, maybe now is the time for them to kind of terminate on them. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Red Rain is still just holding. Even though they've got that player down, they will get him back up. While no one else is really contesting them for this round. I'm so surprised to see Smoke Wall doing something more aggressive with this. They knew that Border Rain was having a knock just a second ago, but they still didn't decide to engage this.
Nope, not engaged just yet. They are going to take the time. It's good to see the Blue Nose Zone 8 stacking up, as it will continue to push Bullet Rain out. 2 kills for them. Now going to lose their zone. Not too much. What? But I think it is just on the outside, so they're going to have to push out of this hard cover.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy zone shift towards the north. I mean, I was saying they can't really coexist, but it looks like they do. Let's take a look at the city. Fairies takes down Saifu. Good shot. Good timing on that peak as well. I think even he didn't expect his timing to work out that perfectly, but it did. And the meanwhile, it's going to be Sparta putting things back. Did he just knock him? I think, no, he barely missed out on it. He hit that shot, but not the body to top things off. And that means Sparta has the opportunity to res him, but no, he doesn't. Fairist takes down Saifu, who is, let's be honest, done all the work so far for them. As a result of that, it's only going to be Sparta left alive.
Can always count on Saifu. Can always count on Saifu. Such a great guy as well. Sparta, oh, nearly on the flames. Oh, he does. Little tippy toes will hit those flames. So he needs to take just a minute to get res. He can be creative. A solo can cause a lot of problem. But Na'Vi, not just focused on him. They know they've got a problem. They know they have to deal with him. But they also know they need to potentially leave this area, and they will come under fire because it is all downhill from this compound.
Some really tough angles for Hive Beast to move around. And now with full form in the city, it's going to have a good opportunity to maybe pick up a frag here and there. But look, this Diffex is actually being taken out by Duff, so the return is quite dangerous apparently as well. At least one thing going for them. That is 1 minute and 20 seconds until the zone really starts to affect you. And you will have to move. But look at this. Duff actually... Did he get the flash on Na'Vi? No. Okay, this is the knock only. Don't mind me. I thought for a second maybe he got a shot off on the knock play inside the compound, but no. Diffex is going to be revived. I think he did actually get a couple of shots off, but Diffex somehow survived. So they will be back up as a 4-man. Question only is, where do you move from here? Where do you move outside the city if you're a Na'Vi?
It's this zone. The zone's really... And timing. Actually, Secure Sensors caused some huge issues. That's a great nade there from Cappy. That's going to finish off Savage through the front door. But it's time-based. Phase number 6. They know they've got a player close. He's going to try and wrap out a little bit further around. But all the delay has just allowed teams to control Na'Vi in this position. They've got a few smokes, so hopefully they don't die on their sword. I'd like them to see the dump at least the U2 out and try and play a little bit further down. But it is really difficult from here.
So sets. Trying to see if you can spot out Sparta somewhere around the smoke. Couldn't really spot him just yet. Now the shots are raining in. Sparta is trying to move from cover to cover. Somehow he's still alive. So set couldn't get the spray down either. And this maybe is... Yeah, actually, maybe this was the last option for Na'Vi to pick up any frags. No, never mind me. They're actually inside.
They're out.
In the next safe zone. Are you kidding me? That circle is just about...
It's got out of the building.
Just about in. That is crazy, actually. I didn't expect that to happen. That's going to give Na'Vi a lot of breathing room now.
Yeah. Team with no pack a punch. Hypebeast can keep the pressure on. I think they're going to be the most punishing team for him. But we're 5 teams. 15 players will remain. So the team's going to reposition out of zone. Well, it does leave the town. Ferris has a position, but it's going to be exposed very quickly. Smokewall, who are outside of zone, who have a little bit of elevation, are able to punish. Now going to wait for the Smokewall to bloom. How and Hypebeast will try and, I suppose, they're going to hammer as much as they can into that area. But how? They need to also reposition back towards Code Marco. Looks like both these teams have an anchor player. One of them is down.
Good spray from Cappy. Almost took down one of the Na'Vi players as well, but let's be honest, even if he doesn't, someone else is gonna. Na'Vi has to move outside of their compound, and it's all open space. No matter how many smokes you have, at some point you will get shot through them. Just so many sidelines. Ruin is gonna be the first one to greet them towards the left-hand side. Novik even far towards the left-hand side. Has got an even better angle than his teammate. And he will take him down as well. Hakatori shots in from the smoke wall to Ronaldo.
way.
Maybe in a bit of trouble, but no chance.
my
Navi is going to be eliminated in the 5th place. And we'll have at least one more round inside the top 5. But one thing is for sure. They will be solidifying themselves in the very top of this leaderboard. 28 points. Hype and Haldo very close up, and Twisted Minds as well. Everyone could catch them in 1st place right now.
I think the best team from this one that can claim the most is Smokewall. They've got 4 players. They've got the angle. They're playing on the high ground now. They're backfilling. And I think Hal dropped the ball. They didn't get the count right, did they, with Na'Vi? They thought it was all done. Na'Vi was able to hit a big shot. They were unable to get that. So there's another point on the board for them. So Hal just need to make sure they get that kill feed right, especially under this high pressure at the very, very end. 3 teams now remain. It's a 4 versus 2 versus 1. Twisted Minds still remain as example, pretty much in the centre. And he's in arguably a playable bit of terrain because no one ever really looks at the bushes too closely, especially on Tego.
Smoke wall has kind of wrapped around that northern side in the meanwhile. We've taken up a lot of space. We've got 2 players towards the western side, 2 players towards the northern side. Plenty of good sidelines. And now just waiting for the next circle to shift. Next one is going to be all centralized. And that means Smokewall has to move. They have to make a couple of good pushes now towards the center. There is a couple of solos that could be kind of dangerous to them. And one of them is Example. And we've been talking about Example and how dangerous he is, even as a solo. So if anyone engages Smokewall before they spot Twisted Minds, aka Example right now, the last player standing for them, maybe they're going to be in a bit of trouble. And the only team to do that is going to be Hypebeast.
Well, again, if Smokewall haven't got the count correctly, they don't know. They might think Hypebeast is still a 3 potentially, or they might think there's another solo. They've been in this area for a while, so there's an argument to say they might overrun Twisted Mind slightly. As a solo, it can be very dangerous. There's a lot of terrain that the solo can play out here. We're going to phase number 8, so for those who don't know, we've got one more after this, and then we are going to go straight to the dot. Now, it's going to be around the sort of drop area, so the drop is in the little hard shack, which is give or take in the middle. They might even expect, or you'd assume, if they have got the count right, that's where potentially that player could be. So you've got to be careful. I think the solo could cause a huge impact, though, for Smokewall, who have the numbers.
Yeah, they have absolutely no idea. This is very troublesome for Smokewall.
Oh, he's taking the lid back.
And if they all run past him, maybe Five-Piece gets a couple of knocks as well. And Smokewall could fall into the trap that Example just laid. I've gotten some pretty good positions, but do be reminded, we didn't expect anything to happen in Phase 8, but we do in Phase 9. So in 20 seconds, if that zone closes, it's going to end on Example almost. Well, it's not going to end on Example, it's going to end behind him. So that means Smokewall has to run past him.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like they expect this at all. And let's be honest, they're not going to play this bush either. So the only option for really for them to spot it is if someone has that genius idea of, wait, there is another Twisted Mind player. Maybe he is going to be in that exact bush. But if that doesn't happen, I think Twisted Minds is going to be continuously not being expected here.
They're going to play past him. They're going to play past him. It's going to cause them huge issues. They're looking forward. Unless they run on top of him, which you could expect them to play down towards this west side, which they're starting to move down because they've got covers from the drop. And that little temple thing, that give or takes the middle. So they've got to position themselves now. So now they've gone past him. As long as he stays quiet, as long as he doesn't give his position away and times it right. For me, Twisted Minds, get up on the blue, play in, and hopefully at that point, Hypebeast and Smokewall, where they start to engage, Smokewall have the utility, they have the guns, but what they don't have, or the knowledge, is they've got a very dangerous person sitting behind them.
Yeah. It all comes down to Hypebeast now, getting a couple of knocks. Maybe even one is going to be enough. Look at the Surfy rotating off from that eastern side. Groups up with his teammates. This could have been the option, for example, to strike into action, but no knock. And that also means he's going to continue playing this relatively slowly. So now approaches. Emi has to move out of the bush, and maybe now is the time. A good nade on the left players, and then engaging on the right ones. Could be the play. Example gets spotted out. No, he's going to be the one to take him down. And Twisted Minds ends in third.
Oh my god, Smokewall, don't know how close it came. Oh, able to shoot Noak, shooting out in the angle, holding the cross, able to pick up that mod. It's a great shot from him. Cappy goes one side, it's down for a dangerous duo, but no, it's dangerous solo now. That P90, that's going to cause the damage. I think they now know, but they're going to try and get any points they can. It's going to be 8, it's going to be 8 to end it up in a Smokewall winner, chicken dinner. 17-point game, that's going to levitate Smokewall up towards 6th spot. But wow, Hype Beast really saved them at the end. The moment we was about to see Twisted Minds engage and activate was the moment Nowick said, nope, that is not your end show. You can take 3rd place.
Yeah, example, unfortunately, being pressured out of that bush by the blue zone, and that meant he kind of had to do something, right? And that play was relatively genius, right? Throwing the nade towards the left-hand side and then engaging the players towards the right, hoping that nade was going to catch out one, maybe even both of the players. Let's be honest, kind of a risky thing to do, but also that was the winning play. And we know Twisted Minds, even in a situation like this, is going to go for the winning plays, if anything. So shout out to Example again. Unfortunately, yeah, Hypebeast being there to greet him on the other side of the circle.
Well, Hypebeast was very much, I suppose, in the kill feed for quite some time. They got the major kills, they got the damage, they got the assists. So they were really a good team to turn around Tego. Let's take a quick break as we do turn things around. It's going to be Risky Rondo as for map number 4. And that one, again, is another interesting one because it could be any team to claim the victory.
A new vehicle collaboration with a world-renowned automaker, the return of some tactical items, and a trip back to the Dragon's Isle. All this and more as we dive into the Update 30.2 patch report. First up, special Automobili Lamborghini vehicle skins and items are coming to the Battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up 3 cool new vehicle skins and a variety of other Automobili Lamborghini themed items. These special skins have some exclusive new features, so be sure to check out the full details of what they do and how to get them in the collaboration announcement. Next up, some of the old tactical items are making their way back to the Battlegrounds as updated tools. The Tactical Pack, EMT gear, and all-in-one repair kit can now be found once again, and will take up a primary or secondary slot when looted. These are the only pieces from the old system we plan on putting back in, so let us know how this new approach feels. Finally, a fan-favorite game mode is making its legendary return. Wait, I can do this.
Unleash magic and mayhem when you return to the Dragon's Isle with Fantasy Battle Royale. Choose your unique fantasy class. Collect crystals to upgrade your skills and be the last party standing. Deliver vicious melee attacks as the mighty barbarian. Take down your foes from afar as the eagle-eyed ranger. Set the world ablaze as the powerful wizard. Or smite your foes and heal your friends as the righteous paladin. The noble steed and dragon wagon remain to aid your travels. And while they're slower than traditional vehicles, they will still show you the meaning of haste.
Fantasy Battle Royale is coming to the arcade from July 24th to August 7th on PC, and July 31st to August 14th on console. This update also features some quality of life and performance improvements, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 30.2 is here. So pack your updated tools, enter the Automobili Lamborghini vehicles, and take a road trip back to the Dragon's Isle.
We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Finds one, finds the double as well. The double elimination.
And it doesn't even
It's
matter how this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down!
Welcome back, everyone. It was a very short video and a very short first half. Very quick games. Obviously, game 1, game 2 done. Tego was very aggressive, and it shifted. It shifted very much from that west side. Now, actually, with those big shifts, a lot of teams got caught out, Felix, and it was kind of a send. Aikido was the first one. They came running down from that northwest corner. Then we saw a send playing in. I didn't think they had many more options. They kind of had to find something to play, and it was a little bit of a desperate attempt at that point.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the case for plenty of these teams. I mean, almost anyone but Smokeball who kind of fought themselves to the northern side, and even for them, I was kind of surprised because they had so many other teams all around them when they kind of entered that warehouse area. They had Hypebeast behind them, even 3 phases earlier than just that late game fight, shooting at them. They had Bumble Squad right in front of them. So all these teams all around them kind of, had to be fought at some points. But yeah, Smokeball. I was criticizing them mid-game, right? Saying maybe take down Bumble Squad earlier than what they did, but they played it down smart, they played it passively, and they let everyone else kind of engage on towards them, and thus they stayed alive as 4, and I think that was the most important part in why they won that specific round, staying alive at 4 in their late game area, despite letting it come down for phase 9, which isn't always necessarily an advantage, right, with nades being thrown, was kind of the deciding factor in my opinion, especially since Hypebeast lost a play in the process.
Well, you remember they slotted themselves in behind Bumble Squad. We saw Bullet Rain. They went for that E-pick into that location. So a lot of action in that north compound. We had Twisted Minds holding the anchor. They were trying to capture anyone coming through. But let's talk Hypebeast, because Hypebeast came in from the east. They positioned themselves in the compound, and then they played across towards the field. And in that position, they had great line of sight. So arguably straight lines down. And any team that kind of went through that sort of trench area, they kind of were claimed. And that's why Hypebeast were picking up some high kills.
Yeah, Hypebeast doing what Hypebeast has done so far throughout all of these 3 games. They've surprised us massively in terms of realizing where kill potential is gonna happen, and then also maybe committing a little bit more towards that edge, if that is the case. And usually if that happens, maybe you get 1 or 2 rounds a day where you can really not only use the kill potential and win a round, but so far they've had a chance in almost any of the rounds despite going for massive amounts of frags. So far everything seems to be working out perfectly for Hypebeast, and even if nothing else happens today anymore, they've at least shown us that these guys can fight, even in a lobby like this. So to me, the most surprising team thus far.
I want to add that to the EU qualifiers. They're a team which we know, we see them in scrims, we see them practicing, and they've always kind of got to the qualifiers, but maybe early qualifiers they've dropped out. Something has really clicked for them. They've been a strong contender. They were hitting like 95 points per round on qualifiers. It wasn't until the later rounds that arguably they didn't quite get the points, but then you'd say, well, the lobby's a lot more higher caliber anyway, but they were still hitting high frags. I actually really like that they are still achieving huge kill games, that they're achieving the capabilities to put the points on the board, even after game number 3, because remember we're looking for a top 16. We're in the group stages. For those that you may have just joined in, it is a group A versus group B. We've got B versus C tomorrow, and then we've got C versus A on Sunday. So we have a full weekend of PUBG Esports, and we're looking for those top 16 teams. And I'd argue to say Hypebeast should surely be securing a spot with the game or the consistency they're getting so far.
Yeah, absolutely. If they continue playing like this, even throughout the next 3 games only, that should be almost enough to secure themselves a spot. If they continue getting these double-digit rounds, I'm not too worried for the last day. You can easily have 3 or 4 games where you don't necessarily get more than 2, 3, 4, 5 points, and it most likely will be enough anyway. So do remember, there's no playoffs. So with no playoffs being there, you have to take these 12 chances. If you don't, you're going to be out. You're not going to play in the finals.
No last chances. Let's have a quick look at those points. What does it mean so far? Where do we tie up though after match number 3? Well, look, there's no shock. We have a look at the overall leaderboard and look, oh my God, FaZe have got no points. No, they're Group C. They're coming tomorrow. They're coming tomorrow. And actually, I want to harness the question really, Felix, because you look, Group C, they play tomorrow, and obviously then they play the last day. Arguably, I'd say I'd rather be in that position playing the last day than sitting back, because Group B play today, but they also play tomorrow. So it means on Sunday, they've only got these first 2 days to put it on. So I'd rather be a team playing on the last day than a team sitting there and watching.
I think it's always good to be the team not playing the first day, but on the last 2 days, because first of all, you're going to be one of the only groups that can play back-to-back days. And also, as you said, right, you know where the cutoff is. You know exactly how many points you have to take. And that might be an advantage, and will be an advantage if it comes to the very last games, maybe the last 2 games of each qualification day. So I'm going to take a look at C, and let's talk as well some of these teams in the middle of it, right? Yeah. Virtus Pro, BBL.
Shocking.
I want to ask you specifically. Yeah, you say shocking.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure I would put these 2 teams from what we've seen so far at the same level. I feel like Virtus Pro has shown us a little bit more initiative, whereas BBL has shown us that they want to fight early, but they haven't quite made isolated fights work flawlessly. And if that happens, I do see them succeed. Whereas Virtus Pro, they have had isolated fights happen, but they just couldn't win them cleanly. And I feel like that's the main differentiator between these 2 teams. And I want to see Virtus Pro maybe get into phase 5, phase 6 as a full 4-man for a change, and the same for BBL. If that happens, I'm not too worried about them. So far, they've shown us what they've always shown us in these qualification games. These guys can frag out. They just need to make it as 4.
Let's quickly talk about it. So for me, Virtus Pro, I'd expect to be a little bit higher. They're struggling on placement, right? BBL, I'd expect to be higher. I'd definitely put VP a little bit higher because of how they've been playing recently. Coming off the back of LAN, PGS4, they played really well. They've got great PGC points already on the board for them. So I'd expect them to be a little bit higher. And they're just not quite. First 2 games, not really there. I think they got caught a little bit on this 3rd game on that rotation. That's why they went down to a solo. Solo obviously trying to survive out. BBL, obviously, big question. Now, the biggest question I've had so far really is Entropic. Entropic not making Esports World Cup, getting their way through to the qualifiers. They went a bit early. This is their opportunity now because they are playing for the money. They're also playing for that golden ticket, but they've got to get to the finals first to get to sort of PEC full group stages, because I think that's really what Entropic needs to do. They're not performing the first half of the year. They need to secure the points for the second half of the year, but they need to start now. They're not producing at the moment. We saw them go quite early, and as I said during that match, I think Entropic had the upper hand after they settled a little bit with that fight with Secure Ascension, but they weren't able to convert it.
Now, the question is, what does Entropic really want to... What is their main goal from the rosters they pick up? To me, Entropic has always been kind of a talent factory to some degree. They pick up players that have the potential to do massive things. And sure, they've had some pretty strong rosters as well. I mean, Entropic, the very first roster, I believe, performed really well in MEA Championships in one of those seasons. I don't remember which one. But they're always cycling through, and they want to get the best out of the Czech and, I believe, Slovakian scene as well. And that's why maybe the big goal isn't even to qualify per se to each and every single event, but just continuously improve, right? Improve the players that have less experience. Now, with this lineup, though, they do have experienced players, right? These guys have played now also at the very top of the international scenes for the last 2 years. So you would expect to, at some point at least, for there either to be change or to maybe, yeah, get a good top 3, top 4 placement in once in a while. And that just hasn't happened in a while. So as you said, they're not looking too sharp right now. I expect there to potentially also be changes in the next coming months, whether or not rotation works out perfectly or not. Well, it's too early to tell, to be honest. In the best of 12 qualifier, too early to tell. But right now, as you said, not too sharp.
No. I think the difference is this time they picked up a team, right? So the team, you'd expect the team dynamic to be there, but it's just they're not firing on all cylinders for me. And a team I'd expect to be firing on cylinders. No, we've only got 12 games. We've already put away 3 of them. And we're obviously going to move in towards that Rondo. So this is kind of where I need to see Entropic engage. They need to activate. They now need to potentially be a little bit more throwaway. They need to get as many kills as they can. They might need to push third parties. You wouldn't expect them to, because there's only technically 2 days in which they can qualify. And you're right, if they don't qualify here, I think there'll be big questions around this roster, but it is maybe a little bit too early. Rondo, well, we know it's an interesting one while we get the lobby ready. Any early predictions for you, Felix, or things you'd like to see coming into this map?
Well, you know what I like to see, don't you, Mark? Chaos. You know what I like to see? Not chaos as well, but also chaos that is being picked up by Ascent. So I want to see these guys get a good round in now. They've been struggling just as much as Entropic, I want to say. They haven't really had that big round. If it weren't for that easy entry in Miramar, second game of Miramar, through the western side, and them securing the compound, and then also a couple of free frags on top of that, they would be standing, what, in like 14th, 15th place? They haven't had a single isolated fight that went their way. And that's troublesome to a big degree, because that isn't the lobby that they should be scared of. This is the kind of lobby that you would expect Ascent to dominate, right? We've seen Ascent in... It's been some time now since then, but we've seen there were times where Ascent was going to dominate this kind of lobby, where they would just plow through the edges, fight teams one by one, especially the qualifier teams, pick them up flawlessly, pressure them endlessly, and, you know, send out the message, you should be scared of us. If we approach your edge, we're going to clean you out, no matter what. We're not going to scare away, even if you get the entry. Doesn't matter. We'll bombard you with nades, we'll get the angles, and we'll fight to the end. But so far, that just isn't the case anymore. So I want to see Ascent pick it back up, not just from a biased point of view, but also from a... For the love of the game. These guys do have, when they do play at their prime, these guys do have quite an interesting game style, and one that is beautiful to watch. So I need them now.
You're slightly biased. You're slightly biased. But
just
you are right. Just a tiny bit. But they have been consistent. I'll give him that. The points at the moment between the first couple of games, consistency is there, and consistency should put away the playoffs, you would argue, depending unless there are teams that have explosive games at the end, which we do tend to see between Game 5s and Game 6 when we come into that wrangle. Obviously, Rondo. Now, Rondo is the isolated map like it is Tego, and I think they do favour teams like Ascend, so I will back a team Ascend on this map. But I think there are a lot of factors. Yes, they might need the zone. Yes, they might need the perfect circles. They have the mechanical skills. I think that's what you're saying. They've got the mechanical skills. They just need to be aggressive, and more importantly, they need to back themselves to get the win. I couldn't disagree with you anymore. But it's time. It's risky, Rondo. I do like this map. And this time, we've only got a single flight path. And this is one of the things I want to talk about when we get a double flight path, is you don't know who's in what plane. So therefore, you have a level of complexity, which I'm not always a fan about, but it does add another level of complexity. This one's nice and easy though. It is a south central up towards the north central. We split the heart and soul, which is going to be Test Track and Ninox Factory. I'll be interested to see who goes there. I know Na'Vi are going to potentially go there. I also know Twisted Minds are potentially going to go there, because we normally see a hot drop, and it looks like we're going to get it again.
Yeah, looks like it, as we have both of these teams jumping out. Let's be honest, both these teams can... No matter how this goes, it's not going to be horrible for either team, by the way they've performed so far. I think maybe if any team wouldn't have had any good rounds so far, maybe then we wouldn't have the hard job coming in, but the way they've performed, it's not too dangerous in terms of the overall leaderboard situation. So I can understand the hot job. Both of these teams have almost secured a round. Twisted Minds have consistently got the point. Now he has actually secured a round. So let's see. Everyone is landing between these two warehouses. It seems scripted, and maybe it is as well. First one is Batulins with a Panzerfaust in hand. That's going to be dangerous for Na'Vi, who's got 3 players, actually all 4 players on top of the roof.
So we've seen this before. They've both done this before. Twisted Minds got the win last time, so be careful here. Now, Batulins does have a Panzer, but we've got to remember the backfire. If he launches it and it causes a bit of a splashback, but that JS9, well, that's going to whip some shots early. And also, Batulins! Wiggle, wiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Launches out a Panzer. Ferris first down. Now he goes to the Tommy gun. Another aggressive gun, but Na'Vi have a very hard defensive line now.
Lou's still holding it. Backtix in the meanwhile, as you said, has been taken down very low, but the knock has been secured. Example, only on the QBU in hand. It's going to have a troublesome time if SMGs do come close. Nade comes in. That's a good tag from Hakatori as well. 58 damage. And a little bit more with the nade on top. Example, in the meanwhile, gets a second frag. This is falling apart for Na'Vi at the moment.
This is how it went first time rounds. Looks like the guys, and actually in the same building, in the same push. We saw the blue zone nade again, exactly the same. It feels like it's a repeat though from the qualifying stages on the Esports World Cup. It's Twisted Minds obviously making a push. I think there's an element that this is just one map. There's one map. Well, technically it's going to be 2 overall course of the 12 games. Is it that much of a difference to disrupt? Will these teams give it up? I just can't see it. I feel like there's a bigger game to be played here, and both of them want to have a stake when it comes down to landing in this position.
Yeah, I agree. I think this isn't even about the rotation necessarily. This paints, at least this paints a small picture. A small bit of the picture, of the bigger kind of picture that we have for the remainder of this year. Who's getting this loot spot? And as you said, we've seen the EWC qualifier as well. Na'Vi not letting this one go, and Twisted Minds not letting this one go either. I really like what Twisted Minds doing. Let me quickly finish on this one. They have it's a 4v1 right now, and I don't think they know that Hakatori has a shotgun, but they're still playing this one so smart. They're not wanting to let go of anyone.
This is exactly what we've seen from them before. They won't aggressively push in, and that Hakatori hasn't got any meds. Maybe there's an argument to say I don't know exactly where he is. He now made a play for the med. They close the door, but they know where he is. So I'd argue to say they were maybe 80, 85, maybe 90% sure that he was there, but he's pushed to get a med on. Now, he's got a med on. DBS in the backcourt. That's going to cause a huge issues. Perfectix now tries to get rid of the sound cues as he gets closer and closer to the door.
Cheeky.
Doesn't mean Navi's going to get that res on. So it'll be back to a 4 versus 2, but they are trapped, and it's the second time they've been trapped here as well.
Yeah, this is just a matter of Twisted Minds continuously looting to find a nade, a flash, anything they can get to make this one a clean sweep. On the other side, no one's really watching the inside, I think, except for Perfectix, and that is the 1v1 that Hakatori could potentially get to his advantage, and he does. This is disastrous. This is the one play that could have worked for Na'Vi, and it did. Perfecti goes down. Navatrade comes in through the backlines, but Lou wasn't there before, and that was the problem. And it's down to a 3-on-1 now. And I think it's only Soset with 1 HP being left alive. This shouldn't be a problem now for Twisted Minds to clean this cleanly regardless. But Tunans has already spotted him. His position is known. There comes the peak. Example takes him down with a JS9. One that is very dangerous in close range, sometimes even stronger than an AR. And they will finish this one with a 4-0 wipe. Good for Twisted Minds. And as you said, maybe this is part of a bigger picture of PUBG Esports with this whole job continuously happening throughout different tournament series.
It's bigger game. I'm thinking like global championships, people. Thinking global championships. But they've got to get the points there. Both these teams arguably are up there anyway. Anyway, we've got some more fights elsewhere. We've got Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. They have done and dusted. But we've got Ascend. Well, it's Chris is down. Solo is there. But this is very much on the north side. Both these teams need to rotate their way in. Bullet Rain obviously looking for the third party. Third parties are always dangerous, especially with these towns. And there is a couple of fights inside the town. We've seen Hound passing Tropic come quite close here. Hypebeast got a complete free entry of zone. But most teams have tightened themselves in towards the centre. But back towards Ascend and Solo. And then add Bullet Rain's third party. It's phase 1. Again, is this a game where you try and get as many kills and get as many points as you need?
Yeah, guys, surely he seems to think so. Gets the first knock. Sees even a different team. I'm not sure he knows this. I feel like he knows that it's a different team. In the distance, it's another headshot. Kiyokai's been, at least in this tournament so far, I want to say the player for Ascent. I don't know that there seems to be anyone making frags. It seems to be Kiyokai. But no matter his shots, there is still 2 more teams around him. And look at this. Ball. He even opens up angles. He's going to take down It's Chris. Dog. To be exact, is going to take down It's Chris, and he will be flashed immediately after. This is once again not a good start for Ascent. They have people inside the city, and they have people outside of them. This couldn't be more disastrous for them, to be honest.
You just wouldn't want the third party, do you? You just don't want the team coming in. I think Bullet Rain will have a time left remaining on this third party before they sort of disengage it. Arguably, it might even look like they're trying to do that now. But for Ascend and for Solo, no, they want a kind of a head-v-head battle. The water in the middle will divide both these teams, and obviously a kill for Ascend. So, yes, you've lost its Chris, but you've gained a point in the overall leaderboard. Well, that's going to be what classifies you as qualifying. So, let's see what they can do. I'm more interested to see if Ascend can keep the consistency up. If they can keep the point balance nice as we will end our last solo map before we go towards Game 5 and Game 6 at Beyond a Wrangle.
Yeah, I'll have to wait and see. So far, it doesn't look like it. Next circle is going to come in. The only real team that is going to have a rather long rotation bar is going to be BBI coming to the northwestern side. And obviously, the rest of the teams around this city. We've talked about them enough. And you can tell, first teams are now rotating off. They don't seem to like this fight anymore. Don't deem it viable. And especially for the teams around it, Ball, namely, I can understand. There's only so much kill potential you can have. You realize there's 2 more inside the city. None of these teams are going to really fight each other. You can see now Solo's rotating out of it as well, and that leaves only 1. And sure, you could camp this. There's no more real vehicles for Ascent, I do believe. There shouldn't be any more spawns around them, with other cars being taken between these 2 teams.
No.
So nothing really more to gain. Oh, this is disastrous. This could potentially be horrific for Ball if they lose this player.
They are chasing him
They
down.
turn around.
They opt to go. No, I think the inner ranked player, all of us, opted to chase that one down, but no, Solo was reminded that this is an event, this is playoffs, we need to qualify, so move on out, let's get some more cars. So that's why we see them now going away from zone. They are playing into the blue, but it is phase number 1. They mostly got enough meds, they've deleted half the tab, but whoa, there's a crash coming in. Looks like Mercy Gaming, they've already lost 1, 2, and 3. They might be down to 1 player remains. And the Bumble squad, well, they roll in and they roll on out.
Yeah, Bumble squad not losing a player either. Madzi has been taken down, but he's been immediately revived. So they will stay as 4 and will continue to be able to have a chance at this dinner. Phase 2 is going to be approaching around 45 seconds. There have been quite a few casualties in the early stages of match number 4 in the group stage between A and B. And we were asking about this earlier. Is Rondo really going to be the biggest differentiator between all the top teams and maybe the lesser experienced teams? Are we going to have a couple of upsets by the looks of it? Yes, we do. Some really interesting skirmishes that maybe we haven't really had on the cards, especially between Ascent.
It's difficult. I like the map. But I also understand why people don't like it. I can see both sides of the coin here. I like it in the context that it feels like a Wrangle, it feels like Takeout, and it feels like Miramar. It feels like the middle ground. We'll say the high ground does favour. We see Takeout, there's Element. With a Wrangle, we get Everest, we see it play back to Everest. So the high ground does remain. It does remain up to that phase 3, phase 4, but sort of pushes away. Does it need a bit of work? Yeah, of course it does. But so did a Wrangle. When a Wrangle first came out, it's not what we got now, right? So I'd like to see that map stay. I'd like to see it develop a bit more. I think we need to clear some of the open spacing, provide the covers, or more importantly, as I call them, the Doritos, those like E-flares or the deployable cover that you can throw out. It used to be 3, it's come to 2. I'd prefer it to be a bit random, Felix, where you kind of throw one out. You might get 2, you might get 3, you could be lucky and get 4 fall down on you. I'd like to see it like that, a little bit more random, because I think the late games that we've had so far are very open. They are in open terrain. There's been some great dips and crevices that I like the creativity, but you need a bit of cover at the end, and adding that last little bit of random deployable cover, I think, will be key.
Make it more random. That's the one thing that no esports player ever wants to hear, but Mark wants to do it anyway.
Ever said by a caster. Always said by casters, never said by
It's
players.
Always the caster, right?
100%.
I mean, I understand your point. I think as a viewer, now that I don't play anymore, I 100% understand you. And it's interesting that how the view changes. And I saw, for example, also the rules that we have in the finals now. Yeah. Right? As a player, you might not like it as much as a viewer. I think it's great, though. And I think viewing experience is one of the most important things for an esports title. But I can understand that as a player, you don't necessarily feel that way. So I think there's always going to be that kind of difference in point of views between players and viewers' perspective. And then also casters, obviously, but... Okay,
we're a hybrid. We're a hybrid of the two.
Which is yapping.
What Felix is talking about, guys, is the Smash rule set compared to the Super rule set, and you're going to see it next week. So we're looking for a top 16 teams. We're going to go to the finals, which will be next week. We'll be covering Friday, Saturday, and technically Sunday. Will we make Sunday is the $1 million question, right? Because and this is where people will say, well, it's 70 points. No, Being Esports have decided 100 points for the Smash rule set is going to be the cutoff point. So the teams need to 100% get to 100 points first, and then once they've got to 100 points, then they need to win a chicken dinner. So when you look at historic events, you look at potentially day 2 will be the exciting day, because a team might claim 100 points. I don't know what we say, game 7, game 8. But unless they can secure a winner chicken dinner, that there is going to be the strive. We're going to see some desperate attempts. We're going to see some big drives. And then as a caster, Felix, it's exciting because we're not finishing tournaments 3 games before when we already know who the champion is. And then it's that kind of, well, who's coming second, third? Do you know what I mean? So from a viewing point of view, I think it's really good.
No, I like it. I'm excited for the change. As you said, we don't... I think there's going to be this type of risk and also this type of suspense to wait who's going to get the chicken dinner. And I think I always loved it. For example, I always thought PGC was the best tournament of the year because there was only a best of 12 finals most of the times. Yes. And I feel like it's going to be kind of there's going to be a similar suspense, maybe even a higher suspense now with this rule set. I think that's why I love it so much, and that's why I know players hated it, but I always love PGZ because of that, because every single round was so important, and just makes PUBG Esports so much more enjoyable to watch. But once again, I understand that players will not feel that way, because best of 12 PUBG, there's lots of circles that, you know, play into all these variables, and there's only 12 chances to prove yourselves, and some teams are going to be more favorite necessarily because of only 12 chances. PUBG is, after all, a game of numbers. If you want to show your consistency, play 100 games. And the outcome is probably going to be Twisted Minds. You know, let's be honest. Probably is going to be Twisted Minds with the consistency they've shown, but look at how many tournaments they've won. This is one of the first ones ever, right? At the big international states that we've just seen last month.
Yes.
So it goes to show you how games really do matter in terms of consistently winning tournaments, despite you being the best team. Let's take a look back at the game. It's going to be CC next, one of the two main new additions coming at the start of June, end of May to this lineup. And he's been fragging out. He's had some amazing innates in the one Miramar game. The second one of that. And he starts off in this one strong as well.
Good shot, though. Here we go. Send Solo a little bit further around into the arms of VP. Versus Pro. We'll throw out a few shots now. They've got 4 remaining. They are holding that southwest corner at the moment. They will try and ensure Solo will continue wrapping their way around. But here's the powerhouse in front. Nix will be waiting. They're going to take the time where it's a bit more quieter. Just to get a little med on. Right, does pop their meds. They get a little bit of scout further out. Send what they move again, not quite into center. And there's that deployable cover I'm talking about, with the Doritos that I harper on about. They will fall down, but it's only 2. So they're going to use that to try and provide the cover here. It's a bit random where they will land, but arguably it's going to give them a bit of cover back towards the other side of zone. So nice use of it. I'd expect them to have a few more in their back pocket. But it's now more cover. At least they're not going to have 3 people stacked up on a rock.
I thought this should have been implemented on all maps right from the get-go. Oh, look at this. Flores should have an easy frag. He pops the helmet.
No.
He gets taken down though. Oh, this is so unfortunate. He had the chance for a quick knock. The player inside the car did get knocked though, but I don't think there's a way to get him back up. That was such a quick reaction from Squall as well. He immediately parked the car the correct way, but he couldn't have known there was going to be another sightline. And because of that, his teammate did go down. Flores, unfortunately, going to be out of this one, but they will still have a chance of these 2 players. First one, second one as well. Good spray down coming in from Xan. Picks up a quick double and secures his team 2 more eliminations. And that is 14 teams remaining.
What's really interesting is Southside. These teams got held up as well. We had that EMP zone that stopped them. Here comes another crash. Well, EMP's not stopping this one. BBL, they move on in. VP, they're already here, but they are split here. Felix, they've got to get moving, but there's a huge nade. Quizzy gets the first knock, but then they get knocked back as Sheila lays down Luke Rux with that nade.
Really good nade. Luke Rux goes down. Quizzy as well. 2 more players left standing for VP. CC next. The big hope for BBL so far in this tournament. He has been the one key fragger, has probably secured this compound with all these remaining VP players being far outside of it. And yes, I think they realized that as well. They took some time, but BBL knows now this compound is clearish. Lauren has to be careful though. Has been taken down. Shouldn't be a problem to get him back up though. And that means 2 frags for BBL. Absolutely nothing out of this fight for VP.
No, and interestingly, when the map feeds and when the zone was shifting, or before the zone shift, and the moment it hit, Twisted Minds moved themselves in a position now to try and hold out this compound. So key movement from them. VP can't get there. Great shots though from the P90. Now ducks in, but again it's another wide angle. It's another off angle from a team able to get a knock. Nixie goes down. Ibby's going to get on that E-bus and he's going to send it full pelt towards zone. He's got to try and punch a hole through how. And this is not a vehicle that can really hide. Maybe just try and stop. Maybe lurk on the outside. But as a solo, you've got to have in your back of your mind. Center zone. Find yourself some hard cover.
Yeah, there is an airdrop in the midst of all the teams. The good thing is he's got the bus going for him.
So
and
quick.
It's a really underrated vehicle. You might think it's kind of similar to the Bang Bus, but it's really not. Way higher in acceleration and just way better maneuverability. And if he parks that correctly outside the shack, he's got some playing room as well. Just has to be careful of not parking it straight in front of the vehicle, because if it blows up, he's going to be stuck in there forever. Which, honestly, with this circle isn't necessarily too bad, but obviously with the way Ibiza plays, he wants to have a little bit more control. He does play as a solo as well.
Yep. Screw Sentiment, well, they fall in 12th now. It's always off angles, always distance. The punishment now happens. Aikido going to roll by. How already got the compound. They're going to sure to keep rolling. Twisted Minds moving on the high ground here. HKD going to try and pull up. Batallions might be there. They hit the brakes, but they do jump out. Batallions lays down, but a car will go to waste. Aikido, well, they're going to be split slightly. Two further down, two are right on top of Twisted Minds, but it doesn't matter. It's the off angles here. Ascend claiming the kills. There's one, there's two. That takes them up to 4. That's a good use of area for them. Let's see how much more they can get, as they do not need to move. They can try and claim many more points.
As they can, Mika gets both of these flushes. Pretty good start for Ascend in this round. They have lost a player early, but somehow they made it back in. Kind of crazy to think about. Petulins gets himself the flush on towards the last player as well. And that means they've got, at least for the time being, a relatively clean edge all around them. Good for Twisted Minds. That's what they want. That's what they need. But so does Ascend. And looks like with the circle shifting in a couple of seconds, we might have a good clue on whether or not these two teams will be clashing it out on the upcoming zone.
Well, on the outside zone shifts up. Would BBL commit here? BBL still commits to it. They're involved, and Tropic might have to try and control as much of the crash as they possible. Savage can be down 1-2. Great nade, though, comes through, but it's going to be the one that doesn't exit the door. That's going to send Savage as they confirm. BBL looking to try and claim up. One goes down towards zone. Took some damage from that nade. Though Jenny now sprays some shots here. Entropic need points, but they need to stop BBL.
They need to. More flush gets taken. Twisted Minds in the background, though. There's a couple of things to say about this fight as well. Shots have stopped raining in now. That means Entropic might have an isolated fight again. Orky with the headshot takes down Smash. That's BBL eliminated in 9th place. Just outside placement points once more. And BBL just can't seem to catch a break. This time around it's Entropic as well. The one team that's been struggling too. And look at this. From one bad fight into the next one, Entropic can't seem to catch a break either. Unfortunately, 4 frags only being secured before Johnny goes down. It doesn't look like Hawkey's going to try to get him back up with the zone moving. I don't think there's a way either.
It's so... We see a spark from Entropic. We see the defense. We see them clear out Savage. They obviously take the fight with BBR. They're bunny hopping around the compound and making it happen. And then comes a third party. Well, they're in the top 8 position. They got 4 kills. Can they get any more from this one? I think it'd be a bit more of a desperate attempt. Phase Fire's going to punish Fire. They got 3. Maybe gets a knock. Needs to get Melon quickly. I think he's timed that just about in time. But Bullet Rain now know where Hawkey lies.
Yes, should be a pretty easy pickup for them. Peeks around the corner though. Twisted Minds, we said they would have a word in this one as well. And the hedgehog does come in throughout a fairly big range, to be honest. And Hawkey, as a result of that, is still going to be alive. Wolzing has been pressured back into the zone. Has to heal up now as well. They will have to move further though. With Hawkey still being alive, it could still be dangerous for them.
Yeah, and how have moved out. You can see him just on the map there. Go back up. He's just underneath Twisted Minds. There was one knock, so no, it's going to be dangerous. Perfectic has moved to the north side, so Twisted Minds not fully committing all the bodies so far, and that's a great nade. Example, well, puts one down. DBNO, how can know they want to leave the compound as the zone leaves them? They now push their way in, and Bullet Rain, well, we saw him a second ago. They have lost one, but they took the time to rotate. They didn't get caught on phase number 5, and arguably, they arrive at a good time. Twisted Minds getting caught up with How. Ascend still sitting here as well. There's a lot of uncertainty and more instability for these teams trying to hold the southwest corner.
Yeah, this is horrible, Twisted Minds. They're already fighting for any kind of space to play in this phase, and now there's also How coming in from the backlines, called Marco to greet them. Takes down Example immediately. And yeah, once again, this is disastrous. Even if Batunin wipes the screen before the guide, apparently does. There's still 2 more players left standing for Howl. In the meanwhile, everyone could be shooting at them, but apparently no one really does. Twisted Minds even pushes the corner. How does Twisted Minds wipe this clean? But somehow they do. You can see why now. The smoke wall is perfect for them. Ascend can't hit any shots on Twisted Minds. This is once again why these guys are some of the best in the world, if not the best team in the world at the moment. Example is being picked up as we speak, and they will have another ridgeline to play off of.
There's no noise. There is no noise in that bus. It is just hitting a huge punch as Code Marco gets deleted. Unfortunately, no, Tropic, they're going to be deleted from this game as they will fall now in 7th place. One more placement point for them and the kills to be claimed. So not a bad game. They are moving in the right trajectory. Let's see if they can take away for anything they can for Game 5 and Game 6. Back to Bumble Squad though. They've been left alone. This time they've been left alone of the zone. But same as Hypebeast, 2 of these teams been quite quiet in the north side of this zone. But now we go, as I said before, very open terrain. There is some elevation here. There's lots of rocks and trees to play, but it's going to be down to what deployable cover you have. And don't forget about our solo from VP. If he called it right, and now he finds himself, well, in a top 6 team.
He's made it all the way with that 1 cent throughout 4, maybe 5 teams that were at one point shooting at him. He made it to the shack. He's got the vehicle right in front of him as well. That should give him a little bit better survivability. He's still peeking around the corner. He knows that maybe one more team outside of him is going to die, potentially in the zones. There isn't too many more placement points in potential for him. And yeah, you can see. No chance. He's going to take down one, that stuff, but I don't think the flash is going to happen, at least not towards Ibiza. No, Dog is going to pick that one up from Bullet Rain. And that it is... Yeah, that is VP now out in 5th place. Secures him a couple of more points. Now Twisted Minds, though, as I say that, pushing across the street.
Oh,
first one, second
wow.
one, third. Oh, they wipe it clean again. Send, they cannot catch a break. Another good frag coming in from Twisted Mind. Not only one, a second one, and a third one on top of that, and they just seem unstoppable. This fight happened at a huge disadvantage as well, and they still made it work. Just brilliantly played from Twisted Minds.
The transition between the players was insane. The E, or Doritos are coming down. Should I say the E cover? I like Doritos. They come down. Well, we have a strong, actually, 4 teams. Rumble Squad with 4, Twisted Minds with 4, Bullet Rain, unfortunately, with the 3, but so does Hypebeast, unfortunately, got the 3. VP fall short, but the zone will fall short. Numbers don't think will mean too much. There is dips. It's not completely flat, guys. We're going to see these teams be creative. They're going to move their way around into positions they want to try and take the end zone. But it looks like Bullet Rain going to try and hold the ridge and stop Twisted Minds. For me, Bullet Rain just need too short. They push towards Bumble Squad.
As they can't believe Twisted Minds just was allowed to push across the street. Bumble Squad now trying to take any kind of space they can, but Perfect is already there to punish them. Mind Deep goes down. This is now down to a 4-3. Maybe that nade is going to take down Matzy as well. No. Doesn't happen. He just about survives. Throws one back at Twisted Minds, who still have to be careful, to be honest. Look at how close they are. If they go down there, I don't think they're in the zone at the moment. So there's still something to lose. Well, Vectix rather not so much. He's got a cover from his backline. Still shot a couple of nades, but apart from the very first knock, nothing really happening so far.
Now we're trying to move forward. He's trying to draw the guns in. Now we're going to see Twisted Minds wrap round that west side now because Patornian's kind of leading that charge. 12 kills. There's number knock. Let's maybe make that number 13. Make it number 13. Twisted Minds looking on fire for this game. They've been about the first couple of games, but this is the first one we are seeing a Twisted Mind punch, though. As the Bumble Squad, well, they're trying to get denied entry. Bullet Rain, they need to activate Bullet Rain for me. They can't allow Twisted Minds to finish this fight clean, and then they will go pick on them. If Bullet Rain want to stand a chance of winning this one, they've got to get involved the moment Twisted Minds engage again with Bumble Squad.
Now, this is an awkward spot now for Twisted Minds because they've pushed so far into this fight that now that they need to back off of this fight, they don't really have the positions anymore to potentially defend Bullet Rain. But as you can see, Bullet Rain, they're being pressured from the backlines too. Otherwise, they would have had pretty good sidelines on towards the Twisted Minds players, especially Lou and Perfectix, Lou and Batulins running across the street. But it worked out perfectly. Twisted Minds was able to get 2 frags against Bumble Squad and fall back.
And the zone works out perfectly for them as well, because it comes back down towards the southwest. Phase number 7, Bullet Rain don't need to move back onto this now. As they do push back, they're going to hold their little corner of this zone, and both these teams will now focus back on Bumble Squad. I think it's very difficult, but it's 15 kills. Yes, 15 kills for Twisted Minds. Well, unfortunately for them, they have no opportunity. They have open terrain. They've got to be very creative if they want to come in. But I kind of feel like we're going to have a standoff here. Twisted Minds and Bullet Rain will try and hold out Hypebeast, and then they might try and take the win each. 4 versus 3 versus 3. It might go the other way. Hypebeast consistently up in these top spots, though.
They just cannot seem to have a bad game. It's the one crazy takeaway so far. Sure, they don't have 15 frags. They have actually 0. But look at how close they are behind a Twisted Minds that's about to win the first game for them of this day. And now that whole potential for a game win seems all the more likely with Dork taking out Nobik on the rotate. Means Hype is down to 2 players. And yeah, That's going to make it really easy for everyone else to just found an example. Oh, look at this. They've actually pushed up from the backlines. Look at this example. Not only takes them down from Hype, but maybe there's another one towards Bullet Drain too. No, the FAMAS strikes back. And now he's getting shot from Hype. This could fall apart for Twisted Minds potentially. No, the last shot doesn't go through. And Twisted Minds barely gets out of this one with 3 more players.
So now Cappy a little bit further closer to getting into zone. He's going to take the ridgeline, but there is Perfectic, an example on the ridgeline now. They are playing peekaboo over the top of him, so this is a 4 versus 3 versus 1. One's DBNO. Perfectic's looking to go, and obviously you may question why Twisted Minds push over. I question, oh, that's Leaderboard, that they actually are very, very strong. That's a quick reminder of the Leaderboard that Twisted Minds needed this one, but at very well they're going to get moving now. There's the grenade, comes over, they're taking the fight to him, but 2 is a lose, but 1, there's 2, and it's down to the final player. Twisted Minds unable to be taken off this top spot.
Yeah, no chance at all to push Twisted Minds in a position like this. They are looking like they're getting everything out of this round, all the remaining frags, and I don't think anyone can take this away from them. It looks like it's going to be a 20-pointer now. We've been waiting for Twisted Minds to pop up. Now they do.
Well, we needed it. It was Rondo. You got to remember as well, they kicked off with a hot drop, right? Their car goes flying. But Cappy's got a bit of cover as he whips the shots backwards and forwards. Bullet Rain down to 1. Hypebeat's down to a 1 as well. Cappy only got the bandages though. Korsberg only got the bandages. It might be a deny. It's not going to be the case. He's going to run forward. But the FAMAS hits back. Lou down to a 1, but he's still looking for the kill.
Really good shots back at the remaining Twisted Minds players. Look at this. Lou is 1 HP, and so is Batulin. She takes down Lou, actually. The FAMAS, but he gets taken down by the blue zone. Oh, no. But Cappy's still there to potentially capitalize on it. No, it just isn't going to be enough. 19 frags, ladies and gentlemen. The 20th, unfortunately, being taken by the blue zone, but 19 frags, I think is going to be enough for them to potentially secure a ticket towards the finals already. That is a massive, massive performance. 19, and there's going to be 10 more points coming in from the placement points due to the fact that it was a chicken dinner. I mean, Twisted Minds, once again, they're one of the best teams in the world. We were expecting that to happen today.
They're the best team in the world. Just 4 champions, mate. But they started fighting. They ended fighting. It felt like Rondo was just Twisted Minds all the way through. I actually really want to highlight some of the positions they moved to. We saw the zone shifted, but they denied entry for lots of the teams. They pushed their way into areas where teams couldn't move in. VP couldn't wrap their way away from their losing the 2. So very creative play, but control play. Let's take ourselves to a control break. When we come back, though, it is match 5 and match number 6, and that's going to be in the OG Erangel. Welcome back, everyone. Well, Rondo is done. Tego is done. Miramars are all done and dusted. We've only got 2 more games today for Group A versus Group B, FedEx. But I want to talk about some of these teams that were caught on the outside edge. And actually, let's start with the South. Savage, Entropic, well, they got caught by the EMP zone. That kind of left them in that position. But it was quite explosive. Savage looked like they were going to get advantage. Entropic dug deep. They were able to get the victory out of that one before Bullet Rain come rolling on it.
Yeah, all 3 of these teams trying to make it to the southern part of it. Unfortunate that they all had to fight through this kind of same compound and then outside the compound as well. And it just wasn't meant to be. All of these teams couldn't really coexist. And the problem also was none of these fights happened cleanly. Right? Everyone lost a player here and there, so none of these teams could really take advantage of man advantage in and of itself. So, yeah, we really didn't expect it to really be a contender like any of these teams in this round, just due to the fact that they had to fight through this compound. But it really did come close in the end. Let's be honest, I was surprised. Twisted Minds at some point did look like they were going to be struggling as well. I mean, Bullet Rain made it out with 3 players, which is more than I would have expected them to, especially with I think Hawkeye was still alive in the compound. And yeah, at some point, once again, it did come down to the wire. If maybe a couple of more shots from Hypebeast were going to be coming out, maybe Twisted Minds is down to a 1-on-1.
It felt like a lot of third-party action, and it felt like the other half of things as well. Remember, Bullet Rain took a very early third-party with Ascend and Solo. Yeah. Now we find them taking a third-party in the south side of the zone. So Bullet Rain in the damage. Let's have a look at the leaderboard, though, because the damage does equate to points. Now, Twisted Minds with a whopping win. With 19 points, with a 29-point game. Insane that there's no surprise they're going to be up in the top 57 points there. 57, FedEx. What a huge game that turned around for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, you said they're the best team in the world right now. Statistically, they are, and I think, sure, there's always some favorability, but we said this team was going to come in here today and dominate, and sure, maybe the first 2 games haven't been as convincing as maybe you would expect from the best team in the world, but then again, they're not on a PGZ kind of not confidence, strike that completely, but on a PGZ kind of necessity level. Right? Yeah. These guys can chill. They know it's qualification. It's not finals. These guys know they're qualified anyway. So maybe having a couple of weaker games here and there shouldn't really affect our judgment of whether or not these guys are the best team in the world. And this round, last round really does speak for this roster, doesn't it? I mean, almost 20 frags out of nowhere with some of these scenarios that they've been given, which are really tough. They had to cross the street out on the open with 2 teams essentially being able to watch them to even push Ascent out of that dip. Sure, they had the man advantage on it, but does that make it any easier? No, not really.
No, it doesn't make it easy. It's a bit of confidence. They breathed confidence. That's why they're just clear running around. The one that kind of breathed confidence, which was a change for me, was BBL. It was a very different game for them. We saw them getting aggressive. We saw them getting caught early on. They're still struggling with placement, though, right? They've got huge amounts of kills, but they're struggling with placement. But enough said. It's game number 5. It's a wrangle. Flight path from the south towards the north. But this is looking like it is very much on the east side. This can be dangerous to some teams. Not everyone is going to get that primary drop.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is back to the OG map, ladies and gentlemen. It is back to the map we've all been waiting for to finish off today's qualification games between Group A and Group B here at the Rotation Summer Edition. $6,000 up for grabs, and also the desired wildcat spot for one single team.
So all that wild spot, for me, like, yes, the prize pool, yes, like, you're fighting for money, but let's be real. Qualifiers are dangerous, right? You cannot... The further we get into an event, the more easy it is to read from a team. We know the drop spots, we practice it, we have the scrims, right? So once you can get to those lobbies, but getting to those lobbies is difficult. A random 4-man team will play random, and that might not be ready. You've come from the pro spot, right? You know how to play. And when you've got the reps in against how, and you know how people play, you get away with it. Well, there's a drop. Hawkeye is going to have to be very quick. Oh, gets in just in time. There's a bit of time here. Bumble might be able to pressure here, but also Entropic, if they get gear, they might be able to also apply pressure back. JETZT's looking for the pickup. Someone call that man an Uber, because JETZT is trying to save his boy. Oh, he's got caught.
He's found him.
Oh,
he's found him. It is Hawkeye going down.
That's a 5-star review.
I was so confused why Crossberg... Yeah, I was so confused why Crossberg didn't want to just enter this howl, get a weapon, and just drive back to him. I don't think Hawkeye would have made it back, but I understand now. His teammate was already very close by.
They're chasing him down.
And look at this, the Hunchy Jacks. That makes total sense. That makes total... Crossberg knows he's got a shotgun. So if Destrix gets anywhere as close as maybe like 2-3 meters to his vehicle, he's gonna be done and dusted.
Undeep's going to try and T-bone him out, right? They're going to try and stop him. Oh, they've called him.
Yeah.
Look, they've left the beehive. It's like, hey, you've disturbed the queen. Not happening this time. Bumble Squad will hit run, point early down. We spoke about Entropic. They look good in Rondo, but now they're down to a 3. Now they're going to try and make it happen. Now, this is the well-rehearsed map. We know this very well. We talk about, obviously, qualifiers, and back to my waffle there. Getting not just a prize pool in the line show, the prize pool FedEx, but getting yourself a golden ticket to the group stages, aka kind of this stage, right? Into PEC4, and your last opportunity really to get PGC points on the board, that there's a prize that these teams will be eager to ensure they get.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you said it perfectly at the start of this broadcast. It is going to be the wildcard spot that all of these teams will be fighting for the most part.
What?
Except, obviously, the qualified teams. Dedrix did go down. How on earth did that happen?
He took a tumble, didn't he? He definitely took a tumble. He jumped out of the car. Now,
He must have.
Bumble Squad would have read that in the kill feed, though, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they come.
Are they coming? I think
they come
are.
looking
I think,
this way.
look in the distance. I think someone is closing in.
They won't know who it is, though. They won't know who they were fighting at the beginning.
No,
there was no queue. They only know they confirmed that Hawkeye, right?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be too surprised for them just to have a little look around, try and figure out where they are. It's not going to be long before they figure out this compound's not been looted. So they know one's down. They know one's down. You can see that Crossberg is looking. He knows. He senses that Entropic, unfortunately, I'm going to be losing potentially another player.
Is he going to make it in time?
Yes.
Put your bets in the chat. I think he is. Grandis is not going to let Dedrix bleed out. Just a couple of more meters. And yeah, Bomber Squad doesn't have any idea. Now Crossberg is close by, but unless he peeks over right now and has got a big kind of favor
I thought he was going to take a tumble
intuition. Yeah, if he would have driven him over, that would have been it.
Oh my God.
I would have seen everything at this point. But no, it's not going to happen, and Entropic is going to be continuing as 3. Would have surprised me as well if Dedrix.
But he hasn't got any loot. He's still not got any. He's still not got to a compound yet. He's just unfortunately taken a fall. So Entropic needs to get in zone. But I think for me they need to go west. Go west, reset, get to quarry, maybe take the south for Gatkar because you know that's so far away from the flight path. Reset and come in very late to zone. Get away with it, but you've got to get some edge. Back to the other side, though, talk about a reset. Unfortunately, though, this is on the west bridge for military. VP is Luke Rocks holding out one side. They are on one side. Hokido, well, they dodge, duck, and dive past Solo as they cross paths. One goes north, one goes south. The zone is split in the 2, but it's a different decision here. Hokido are leaving, and Solo, well, they have arrived, but it's a 2-2 split. So the other 2 now need to take the other bridge.
Yeah, I like this. I like this support immediately coming out from South and Mekendorf. They realized, hey, we're being shot at. Immediately stop, support them. Making sure they don't lose a player on this one, which could have... I mean, there's a real probability of this happening, so shout out to his teammates. Let's see how this one's going to go. This is 3 teams, actually. This is 3 teams. Ascent coming in from the east side. This is Virtus Pro up on the hills with 3 players at the very least. Maybe even a 4th one. I think the 4th one is across. Yeah, the first one is across the bridge. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous for Ascent as well. I don't think they realize that VP is all the way up there. I mean, a couple of shots have been fired, but do they know how many players actually are on the bridge and on top of the hill?
No, see, they got these shots going back, and they're going to read the kill feed now, so they're going to know it's Messi Gaming, it's going to be VP, Nixie's down, so they're going to know roughly when they know which side, potentially, based upon obviously drop zones, and obviously these teams will put reps in behind each other, right? But you're right, they don't know there's one on the other side of the bridge. Now, Mercy too, because I think it's been causing some problems. That's why we see Mercy taking a bit more of a passive approach getting across the bridge at the moment, but for now, it's going to hunker down, and it is very, very dangerous. Maybe they don't know Lucrux is here. And look at that, M249 though, Felix. This could be punishing.
M249 in hand, 75 bullets, Mercy Gaming. Oh, they're driving so very close to him as well. If he would have peeked that staircase, it would have been over. But I think he's trying to wait for the very last car, which is the smart thing to do. Now Lucrux is going to peek, and there's going to be one car just driving straight past him. Oh, they hadn't seen him. He thought they were going to be looking at him. He hits the last headshot. Booger goes down. The flash comes through as well. Lucrux, so well played. You just got to love it. And Nixie went down in the meanwhile. Look at this. Ascend, the opening fire. With VP just not expecting another team to be so close to them.
And Lucrux is so far away. So you could see he got the knock. He's then spun back. He's read the kill feed. He's kind of processed like, oh, there's another team here. So VP might need to disengage now. Are they going to be able to get to Lucrux? No, I think for me, he needs to try and play out. He's got to pray that Mercy Gaming have stopped. Obviously, Mercy Gaming will be reading the kill feeds. I think there'll be a question for them. Do we now stop? We know there's a player behind. We have lost a player, but we might be able to isolate this solo player because we know there's another team now holding him on the other side of the bridge. So VP got big decisions to make. Ascend also the same, whether they get across. They don't want to go out early. More importantly, they don't want to lose players. Keeping 4 alive for this team, I think, will be key. But it's an interesting start to game number 5 so far, and we are not even close to the zone.
No, we're nowhere close to the zone. That's the big scary part for all of these teams, not inside of it right now and still being taken through all sorts of trouble, like VP. Yeah, that might just be an unlock. Mika tries to hit the first headshot. I mean, it's really, really fast, so he's going to only hit the 2 bullets that we've seen, understandably. But either way, VP, not in good shape. 1 player's across now. Originally, it was only Lukaruks. Now it's 2 players. And that leaves Ibiza and Quizzy left alive now on that southern side. Still going to be pretty dangerous. I think Ascent knows this. They have to know there's still more players here.
Brick's going to ring the car around. It's Crystal a bit further back. He's just looking back. Looks like a Mercy Gaming comes across in Tropic, who did play across towards the west, but they came down. If you're watching the map feed, it is alive, so obviously map stream information in channel. We'll get the link there. So again, thank you for being Esports to providing us a map stream as well. So in Tropic did go to the west, they did get loot, but they hear the commotion. They come down as well, but then they get stung again. They lose another player, so now they're down to a 2. They've got to play north. They've got to play themselves around. Looks like Solo and Secure Sensing. There we go. Read the script, Mike. Where they now clash their way in Severian. This is north. But the zone has a danger of playing to the south as well. So this is not confirmed. But these guys are committing to this area.
I'll confirm. So interested to see if both of these teams really want to fight this. Looks like none of them is really. Yeah, none of them are really backing out of this one. It seems like everyone is thinking they have the better position, but I don't really see a clear favorite here. The way Sparta's position right now could be really dangerous. The way Tekka's position is really dangerous. I think they don't know of any of these players, and this is what it makes it so troublesome. Because at the moment, if anyone starts fragging like Tekka's, you lose control of the city. You lose control of all the space around you. You lose faith in each and every position that you cross.
Yeah.
You can't really expect anything anymore. You don't know what's safe and what isn't. And yeah, Solo, unfortunately, is going to be the first one to lose one.
They are. Screw Sensen. Oh, we've got a chicken dinner underneath their belt. They took game number 2, by the way. So they got a good number of points, as you can see on that left-hand side. It's in a third at the moment. 33 points. Hype Star in the middle, but obviously that last game, that really skyrocketed Twisted Minds. And when it rained, they were causing issues. As I said, they were third-party central. They are eager to work their way. There's a couple of shots, though. Comes in from 1. No, spray comes in. Doesn't come over the top, though, but tracking the sound. Aikido do find themselves in the compound. There goes that zone shift. And wow, actually quite interesting. It plays all towards the north, but it's a heavy shift across to that west-hand side. Shooting range, all at high ground, is completely free. And Entropic might get a bit of a blessing here from the PUBG gods as Janning does make his way.
Excuse me, what the hell? What the hell kind of shift is that?
That
mental. Is nasty, how far west it actually went. I think that it couldn't have gone further west. I don't think there was a way. So Entropic, as you said, as well as Mercy, who desperately need a good round as well. Both of these teams actually getting kind of gifted, I guess you could say. Same thing for BBL. They do secure themselves a single compound back there, the 3-story to be exact, which is a pretty good spot inside the circle as well. Wow, we have Bullet Train making it in through a full 4-man, trying to find any kind of pathing, that's just not going to happen. Dork being shot out. The one big frag so far for Bullet Rain, and I don't think there's going to be any chance for him to get picked up by his teammates. Just too many sightlines, and Flores is going to be able to take him down as well.
Going down. Talk about sidelines. Entropic decided to run their only player over. They should be able to get them back up. Saw the map. No one's really pushing that way just yet. But a crazy zone. Savage trying to run over themselves. Maybe need to take a leaf from Entropic's book. And might just launch a nade out. Here comes an E-pick. Ascend, well, they find themselves a new home. They are split slightly. They're under a bit of pressure from Hal. No connections just yet, as these teams are really going for Ascend at the moment in towards the zone. Everyone's going to try and find a bit of a new prio spot, and I don't think anyone expected to see that west shift so heavy.
No, I think no one was really prepared for it. I think even Entropic realized, wait a minute, this is our circle. How are we not prepared for this? I think you could tell by the time that they took it on the very original shift. It took like maybe 10-15 seconds for them to actually get into gear. So Entropic now though being rewarded for the hardships they have had to face in the first couple of games. Unfortunately for them, only 2 players left alive. Let's hope the circle is going to continue shift towards them, because I think they will need it if they want to make something big happen. In the meanwhile, Zinkura Zenzen continuing their killing spree. It is 2 more frags being picked up, as these guys once again do look sharp. They've won a round already, and I think they've surprised us with the performance thus far. But I think it's far from over. Him and his squads, they are still continuously as dangerous as it gets in the first 3 phases.
Good team. Good team, good position. They're going for a bit of a different split compared to some of these other teams. It's about a different split as well. Na'Vi, they've wrapped him from a sort of south-southwest and moved up towards, southeast, up towards northeast, and now gone all the way across the top. As their pathing is slightly different, so said really far out in the blues. We now get to see him as he does work his way back. I think Na'Vi just wants to drive in as the zone hits. Scooby-Doo, well, he shoots a few. Has to duck back in, wait for the shots to go by, ducks in for cover, but comes out straight again to Ferris. He timed it well. I kind of saw what he was doing, but Ferris was just better.
Yeah, I mean, I understand his... Normally, you do kind of tend to lose these duels. Ferris is moving, but can still shoot like he isn't. So that's just naturally makes it harder for anyone to track him inside the vehicle. So naturally, you will kind of tend to lose these battles. They try to kind of dodge it by... Oh my lord, what? He shoots him out of the car. Akatori was that actually. It wasn't Ferris, it was Akatori. And Ferris in the meanwhile has an option to take down the second player as well. He will be taken down, but that's a whole different squad and doesn't make that original shot any less nasty. But he will go down.
The fact
what
he
the
flicks
hell?
like that, insane. Hakatori made the call, right? And I think he got the knock. But the speed of Ferris to flick across and get those shots. Another zone shift down. We wrap around back towards the centre. We hold a lot of water. We've got a house potentially where it's going to go. Back towards the action. VP there. Hype Beast lose 1 then 2. Duff obviously does get one down himself. There's one DDNO. Let's grab that. They are confirmed out now. So both these teams hitting huge shots at the moment. So the leaderboard is getting slightly mixed up. Na'Vi only 1 kill, but they lost Ferris. Most of that is because of this team up here, Smokewall and Na'Vi are going fishing.
Yes, they are. Let's see if they can get some more fish towards that northwestern side. They are realizing Smokewall is now rotating off. So the 4-man team towards the western side, they realize with Na'Vi being up there and being as aggressive as they are, it might not be the best edge to work with.
What is going on?
Same thing for them, yeah. Sending it straight to the middle, it's a good send. It's the kind of send that Woody would call, I think, in this instance. There's very few positions in the deep center right now you can really take. And you know it's going to shift up north most likely. And that's a spot where you can just play on foot off of what you've been given. And these guys are a mixed team. So keep in mind, these guys are a mixed team. So play to your strength, right? And the strength isn't necessarily playing on edge, because that also requires certain amounts of teamwork that at this type of level that we have in this lobby normally presets heavy, preparation.
Heavy preparation. And, a bit of prep work. Also with Ascend, they came in with the E rotates that he picked up. They're here, so they don't have all the intel. They have snuck their way a little bit north and been punished by How, and they've got a little dangerous neighbour coming in from the petrol garage. So How will be spreading out. They're going for the bunny hop, just trying to gain the intel. And I think with just being close to this compound, I think How will make a very easy call that there's taken. Looking to move in. Looks like they're launching blue zone nades. Then we'll try and crash it. Back on the other side of the zone, though. RVR trying to apply their pressure to Entropic. And this is a hard compound to hold as a duo. I think the moment Na'Vi realise that, we might see a free crash.
We might. Akitori still scanning around towards the northern side. Let's see if we actually do. KLICKEN being spotted in the vehicle. Oh, Kappa!
Wow.
I meant the shack, obviously. Kappa, what did he just do? KLICKEN, I mean, he must have known that KLICKEN was going to be in there, but he didn't know the exact position. And he absolutely destroyed him. I think he walked on top of the counter, didn't he? That's such a good way to counter KLICKEN's positioning. Just for the next time you have to breach that kind of building in ranked games. That is, wow, that is massive. Rex is going to be the last one in this compound. It's Chris to back him off, and Ascent, they just, once again, they just cannot seem to catch a break either. Rex walks in, though, gets the first one. This is a good knock, and Kappa gets traded out. With 30 seconds difference, though.
Good hold, actually. Let's go puts himself in position where he can hold. There's another player. Oh, peekaboo catches, though. Chris is going to be able to call the angles. We're just going to get that confirmed. Deny the opportunity for Chris now to come in. He's down to a final player. For me, is Chris going to go try and push for this, right? Yeah, right. Push your way around. Use the outside edge of blue. You know you've got a knock over there. You've lost your player. Just watch it back. The zone shifts towards the north. Expect How to wrap in behind. They're going to want to try and keep free. But look, he's got 3 native, Alex. He just needs to start dumping util over towards those smokes.
I don't think he's doing that right now. Unfortunately, that's going to give Marco enough time to reposition, get the res, and have all 4 players back up. Well, 3 players. Because Brexco, I think, did get that flash on him. Yeah, look at this. Marco's aware. He's so aware. Howl is just cleaning up these edges, and well, deservingly so. They realize.
Oh my god!
Oh, what? Twisted Minds!
1,
They
2,
just
3,
cleaning up everyone! Bubble
4.
squad! 1, 2, 3,
Jeez.
4! This team is unstoppable! And there's a reason why everyone is calling these guys the best team in the world in PUBG Esports, maybe even history. And what you've just witnessed is exactly reason for it. I mean, just cleaning out these players. Sure, there wasn't necessarily any kind of competition thrown back at them, but to hit these shots in the first place is a feat only few can accomplish. Very good stuff. The way, also how fast they did it. Really good stuff going on for Twisted Minds.
Punish him. You've got to remember, some of these teams have worked their way through playoffs. Some of these teams now, this is the first day. And one of these teams, obviously the invited teams, I say, are Twisted Minds, and there's a reason why you're invited with a huge punishment here. VP, and they're going to get their way out of here. Smoke will launch a barrage of 5.56, but nothing connected on the final player. So now Lucarux will try and find somewhere to live, hope, and survive. But we go back towards the action. There's lots of action on the outside, but I think that's all part and parcel with this starter zone.
Couple of more shots coming out from Xen. He's looking for his second frag in this round. He might just get it with the way Howl is rotating inwards. The big thing for them is now make sure Flores is being picked back up. I'm not sure why they're hesitating so much. I'm not sure what they're hesitating so much. Flores is not in any kind of sideline right now, at least from the western side. So I feel like they could pick him back up, and they need it as well. If you look at their position, there's going to be plenty of more fights coming their way. If they enter from the northwest, plenty more fights. They need the 4th player.
Numbers are going to count. Numbers are really going to count in this end game, right? If it does play back towards Entropic, it might then find we're going to have a hillside. Entropic still holding the compound. Navi's not pushed in. Navi's gone back to kind of that early game Navi. They're down a number, but they're looking for as much intel. And if Navi get the intel that they're clear on this west side, they'll be happy. Then it comes down to all this action on this sort of the east, the southeast, and the northeast, because the teams are going to continue to play. There you go. There's that give towards Entropic. They just need to continue hunkering down. But Felix, we've got 11 teams, mate. 32 players remain. And the zone really only has 2-3 compounds. I'm going to say 2.5, because that Mercy Gaming compound, like, if it's going to last again, I kind of can't count it. So I'm going to say 2. Secure Sentinel, Entropic going to hold down, but lots of teams playing very open train now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Also, they did get Flores back up. I'm not sure how they don't see Ruin right now. They just apparently are not expecting that at all. Oh, is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough? It's 5 damage per tick. I think that might... Oh my lord, Ruin. That was timed. That was so well timed. Somehow Hal still in this round. He's got 2 more first aids, but he's going to have to make a move sometime soon. And it's I mean... Depending on when he's going to shoot, it's going to have to be sometime soon. There's going to be 4 players potentially looking at him as soon as he takes down 1. The best he could hope for is maybe 1 flash. But he's not even going for it. He's just prioritizing getting to the zone right now.
Risk, maybe because he's only got 1 more first aid. I think he's trying to close that gap as quickly as he can. He doesn't know he's got 1 to his left, does he? So he's running, he's trying to get himself to the short part. It's going to give him some time, but it's pushing him in towards the 3 which are looking back towards him. Oh, he's got out. He's going to lay some shots out. He puts him down to a 1. That's very disruptive. It's another point in the bag. No. It's number 5. And the player behind goes down from PBL. That allows Hal to continue pushing forward here. The smokes go up, and now he gets the opportunity to get some more med. A kill and not confirm. And the reward, get yourself some meds and get yourself back up on the feet fighting.
Oh no, this has just fallen apart for S4, unfortunately. The Zolo and then also BBL. CC next getting the frag onto his Flyers, who's just been revived. Very unfortunate for them. They're going to have to continue with 2 more players. And then meanwhile, it's going to be Twisted Minds being taken out by not only Mercy, but also Hokkaido. Apparently, they are trying to make their way into the southern side. 1 breach towards Mercy now. And, well, Batudens does get an entry. That's pretty crazy, to be honest. But a good backup from PWD. Wow, that's really good backup. That's such a tough shot to hit. But he's making it work. Now the last play is example. He should be shot out of this. Does
he
get
got
one.
one.
What a crazy play
one.
he is. Even in this one, he gets one. Are you kidding me? But
The
Smoke Water's
speed.
going to be able to get these players back up shortly. 40 seconds on the next zone shift.
They got time. I like that. They were trying to find their way in. Mercy Gaming able to hold their compound. Right, I've not really seen too much of Mercy. That's why they're a little bit down that leaderboard. So let's see if they can activate a little bit more in game number 5. Get some more points on the board. Kido now to try and defend here. We've got BBL now trying to play in. BBL going for the crash. There's one. They don't know they've got a snake in the smoke though. And Smash can be making the call out. Now, but they've still got one there. Sheila is laying in the midst, in the danger, and now he just needs to lay low. How long will the smoke? Well, actually, Akido's going to have to continue to blast out smoke because he's on the bottom of the hill here. Oh, he runs straight into him. Sheila gets the freest kill for his life, and Akido, well, they dropped the ball. They didn't get the count, and there was a snake, unfortunately. How long more can he last? He's going to push out, but he's down to a one-shot.
Yeah, he's down to a one-shot. South spots him now, I think, just on the edge of the smoke. And Sheila does go down. 8th place, at least they pick up another placement points. That's one of the first ones they've gathered. I think there was only one other round that they were actually inside the top 4. So this is important for BBR. They want to stay at the very top. 28 points, sure, is fine for now, but it's not the big BBR that we maybe want to see. They've been, likewise as many of these top teams, they've been struggling in some of these international tournaments for a while. At least some of these regional partner teams. So said. And his squads, they sure as hell have not been struggling anywhere whatsoever. Now towards the western side, sneaking up on Entropic.
But BBL, I don't know. I think they're doing well. Navi on the other side, they've got a high point average as well. Hypebeast are really up there. Hypebeast got 10.5 average so far on their points. Now, let's not take anything away from Twisted Minds with a huge 14 points. But Hypebeast there, Navi and Twisted Minds, I could say BBL from point average there, really good. Mercy come in, they clear. There's no more point done, but they're going to be down. They need to potentially get that res where they can, and here comes the checkmate. Aikido, well, they move on out. PWD gets a pre-fire, puts him down, but he now needs to re-smoke here because Aikido, well, they put themselves in a position. They know now they're going to focus back towards our Mercy Gaming, guys. It's going to be very difficult for them to crawl their way in the southeast corner.
And look at how stacked the leaderboard situation is right now. So once again, shout out to Bing for making that live leaderboard happen. It's 28 to 21, all the way from 6th to 13th. So one good game is going to catapult you potentially into the top 5. As Monotog takedowns another player. Mekandark goes down to absolute grinders of PUBG. I see these guys being online all the time. These guys just cannot stop playing this game. And as a reason for why these guys are so amazing at this game. Akatori takes down Xerath though. And now it's only Wooly left alive. 5 frags already for them in this game. They've been struggling to get placement points, at least now. It is 6th place for them.
Clean. It's going to be, look, it's ensured destruction over here. We know secure sense and control zones. This is exactly what they're doing. Sparta wrapping his way down and around. Mercy Gaming trying to get a refill. There's going to be more util getting dumped onto here. 8 kills. Mercy Gaming, I'd say this is the first game. Welcome in towards the playoffs. Doing quite well. There's the shots. And there we go. Hakatori from the high ground. Well, he puts down Sparta. They were the wrap round. I don't think he's reservoir. Mercy Gaming trying to control the southeast corner. Get denied, and Mercy Gaming get another opportunity, another glimmer of hope.
Sparta now being flushed out. It is PWD from Mercy Gaming picking up his 5th frag together with Monodog, who's got 4. Massive round for Mercy Gaming. It's what they need, it's what they wanted. And they will push themselves up further on the overall leaderboard situation. It's their first real good game. They've had 14 points, including the kills from this game. And yeah, once again, this is what they need in terms of confidence. Now, it's happened a little bit too late, but there's still one more chance, at least for today. Navi, though, still being alive. Got pretty good sidelines on the Mercy players. And the bad thing for Mercy is they need to move. And they need to move into Navi.
Yep. It's one team that does need to move. That's Entropic. They've run themselves over. They've gone down to a 2. They've been run over. It's been a bit of a bad game for them. But they found themselves in a top 5, potentially a top 4 position, as I don't think anyone's really worked out who is in that compound. Navi has looked several times, but no knock, so there's no intel. Entropic able to try and hold out. Looks like he's right. Mercy Gaming got to go for a little bit of a full send. Tekker's go for a reposition now. A great shots coming through. Hakatori nearly whistling by, but Diffix, well, he puts the first one down as PWD. Now he sees Tekker's on the move. Great shot comes through, but he whistles towards, nearly on the 360 spin back. Tekker's survives to fight another day at the moment.
And there goes another shot, Hakatori. All the AWMs we've seen so far in this tournament, it's been 2. That's more than I expected. Have just not hit their marks. Unfortunately, more shots being taken by attackers. Almost had the opportunity to maybe take down a player from Na'Vi, which would have given them massive amounts of space, actually, but
Look at the
wasn't
damage.
supposed to happen. Now Hakatari! There goes the shot!
Nice.
And I think his vest was gone as well. That's a one-shot.
Oh my
Not
God.
coming out from Hakatari. The fix with a flash. Good pick up by Na'Vi. That's what you need in this late game. And also, be reminded, it's 3-man, but they have the man advantage on every single other team. SC has already gotten a single player, that's just Saifu. S4 has gotten 2 players up towards the northern edge. Then it's only Entropic in the compound, and they've lost 2 players as well.
Insane. Look at the damage. The damage alone Hakatori's putting on is insane. 3 versus 2 versus 1 versus 2. But you're right, they have the man advantage now. The zone continues to go back. Entropic called it well. They've got to try and hold out. I think eventually we're going to lose this compound. Eventually they're going to be pressured by the hill that Na'Vi are already in, or maybe Savage will get the backfill from him. But no kills. It's no surprise. They've literally been fighting off the rip. They've not been settled. They've been chased down by teams. They've been caught by drops. They've run each other over. But with the zone shift giving them a bit of love, Entropic find themselves in the top 4 position.
Just like they do now. Tough circle for every team, I want to say, except for Na'Vi, maybe. If they can take down Shaifu, they would have the entire East Ridge line. And depending on the next circle, well, it doesn't even... There isn't even going to be a next shift. So the next circle is going to end at the very brink of the ridgeline that Navi's trying to scout out right now. So Na'Vi should have the massive advantage. If anyone else but Na'Vi wins this round now with this next circle shift, I'd be very, very surprised. S4 is going to be pressured into Entropic. They're already expecting this, so Entropic is probably going to go for these frags. Then Sakura Zensen, aka Saifu on this one, representing them, is going to be forced into Na'Vi as well. So not only man advantage, but also position advantage going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, position, like, they've got the ridge. Entropic can't play towards the south here. They've got to get moving. They've got to move themselves in towards that corner compound. I think there's an element of them that'd be like, oh, we need to get some kills. Just for me, Entropic just need to survive this one off and write it and reset again for game number 6. Get the placement points, but get as many as you can bag. Now, you just haven't got the intel. They've been in the compound, right? Seifu's going to try and back himself up against a rock. I love that Diffix we saw on the mini-map a minute ago, and we saw it on the big map, where he's already moving around to the south. He's already looking for that southeast rotation, because you're right, Felix. If they hold this ridge, you'd expect Na'Vi, once it becomes explosive, just to kind of whip in and maybe take it. There's a first knock. Looking for the second. He's single tapping. Why? Because he only got 24 in the back chamber. But hey, there's 2 points. And he's only got 3 over 2. It's going to be dangerous now on the end. And actually, look at Na'Vi. They're also limited on ammo, because we saw one completely out. Hakatori's got a few left in his chamber. Maybe it'd be a pound fight at the end if no one's got any bullets left. Oh, Seifu's got enough.
Yeah, could be troublesome, but then again, as you say, Saifu has probably gotten enough. So the only way I see this not going the way of Na'Vi is if Saifu pulls off something miraculous. I think he needs to take down 1 player at the very least, maybe even 2, for Entropic to actually be able to leave this building. Because we know where this zone is going to end. It's going to end right in the middle, and that is on the brink of the ridgeline from Na'Vi. So Entropic has to cross that open space and the big distance towards the ridgeline. And sure, maybe they have a couple of smokes. I haven't really taken a look. They should have a couple of smokes. They shouldn't really have had to use them so far. But is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Usually it isn't.
Nope. Na'Vi obviously launched towards the tree, expecting Seifu to be on the outside, and Seifu doing the same. Hearing the explosions, goes back. Now, for me, he's going to wrap up and round. I think he's take the fight with Entropic, and I think Na'Vi will sweep to get the end. A couple of shots go backwards and forwards. Na'Vi really back on the back burner. Seifu moving forward. Now, he's got util. Not as much util as Hakatori. As here comes the barrage of nades. Maybe actually goes Na'Vi versus Entropic and Seifu. Well, we know he can hit heavy shots. Maybe he wraps in at the end. For now, 3 teams remain. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1, but no more zones left.
Oh, good nades raining in. Navi's gonna clear out that compound. Now these 2 nades from Diffix and Hakatori, and there's just 1 player left standing, and that is Saifu. Should be a cleanup, and Na'Vi is probably going to be the first team to pick up 2 chicken dinners in the group stage so far in the rotation, the summer edition. Peek around the corner comes in, perfectly timed, flash nade, not even needed, as it is going to be Diffix to close things out. 8 kills, yes, that might be low for Na'Vi standards, but let's not kid ourselves here. They played it to perfection once more. They win the games they have to win, and what more do you want? They're almost safely qualified already.
Well, they put themselves in second place, I believe, after that sort of leap at the end. It felt a little bit under control, out of control at the beginning. Na'Vi wrapping their way around. We saw kind of an uncontrolled rotation. But then when they got settled, when they got on the west side, FedEx, yes, they lost a player, but they spread themselves out. They gained a lot of intel. They controlled the west, and as the zone continued to move in, they got tighter and tighter. And as they get tighter, the end was perfect. The flash, the discipline not to peek. The flash went off. Peak, win a chicken dinner. That's our second one. Great game from Na'Vi. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, if it was anything like game number 5, it will be an explosive game 6 here for day number 1. But don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in the final round. Let's go. Game 5 did not disappoint. Arguably the most uncontrolled game. A lot of teams sending it in, a lot of teams fighting on the rotation.
Yes.
But the zone played back towards Entropic. But they had a really bad start, but clawed a third place. I kind of would take that as a win from Entropic. especially for how things started for them, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, they salvaged as much as they could with this one, with the 2 players in the compound. There wasn't really any winning condition, unless phase 8 maybe would have shifted a little bit more towards them. If Navi would have had to move down the hill, then maybe to go to the safe, there was going to be a way, but with the way the circle shifted, no. I think Navi had to take this one home, and there wasn't too much kill potential either, so that's the one thing that really went against Chopping in this one. You can see, they're still only in 13th place, 18 points, right? Goes to show you, getting the circle here and there isn't going to win you tournaments and isn't going to qualify you either, and that's the beauty of PUBG. You can get circles, but you need to make the most of them on top of that. And that's also the big difference with Twisted Minds and Navi. Navi especially, that's the one team I'm kind of not surprised, but I want to say played the best today. Because the one round that they've been given at the very start of this tournament, they've won. And then the second round that they've been given, right? In terms of how the circle shifted and how they were positioned. They were supposed to win these rounds and they did. And that's why I'm so confident that Navi is going to play the way they have been throughout the last months in the finals as well when they get there. And I know it's just a tiny bit too early to tell, but let's not kid ourselves yet. Navi and Twisted Minds, they are some of the strongest teams in this lobby, and I'm not surprised to see them in the top 2. Goes to show you, once again, consistency matters, and the top teams do pull off that consistency consistently. Does that make sense? Yes, I think it does.
Perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I think
consistently, yeah.
The average points, and what you're telling us is the average points for these teams are very, very high. Twisted Minds are a huge kill, and they've obviously been able to get a couple of placement points here, and plus chicken dinner. They're up there. Navi, 2 chicken dinners, high average placement points, or average total points, we say. It's also worth mentioning how also doing pretty good, again, getting themselves into these end zones. I actually like to say that how really changing the stance in that last game. I think they settle when it comes down to a rank, or they're confident when it comes down to rotating round. As a result, what we do is we see them getting some more points on the board. Is the lobby starting to split? Most probably not. It is only day number 1. It is game 6 though, as we do get ready to throw it in. It's the last opportunity to see Group A versus Group B. It's been a good game so far. I'm not going to be disappointed. So far this day has been impressive. And here comes that final flight path. It again is a northeast down towards a southwest, but it looks like it favors in towards that southeast corner again.
And now we have it. Last game of the group stage. Last game for half of these teams for the next 24 hours as well in the Rotation Summer Edition qualifying stage that we have going right now. After the qualifying stage, we will be having 2 more play days next week, and then a potential 3rd one, depending on how these teams are going to play. Most probably a 3rd one. Don't expect the points from this new rule set to be breached in the first day immediately, but it's PUBG. Anything can happen. Next playing path that we have coming up is a pretty fair one, I'd say, Mark. Looks like everyone's going to find their home. I don't expect that to be any more hot jobs like we've seen on Rondo. Nothing of the sort has been shown in the previous game, too. That little skirmishes of only that we've had was happening due to different circumstances. We do have one potential skirmish. I'll take it back. We do have Solo contesting 2 players from Bull. I'm really surprised that Bull didn't pull out. They could have. Reliant is going to be the first one to get some shots off.
Yeah, Solo a lot tighter here, right? Well, that's a dangerous play, isn't it? Terrible, Reliant. Very sneaky. You've got another one. You can launch that one into the corner if you want as well. But no, let's get a Panzer and let's push that Vector. Grown. He's going to have to lay down. He's got the Vector node extended. He's going to play Peekaboo, and oh, the blowback. Well, it causes the damage. Great shots, but I think he regretted it the moment he pulled the trigger. But he was close enough to be able to take a 1-for-1. Now, Bullet Rain, let's see what they can do. Shots coming in from the M16. A favoured gun for some, but definitely not by me. It's one of those ones I just really struggle using.
Absolutely. Yes, it's such an interesting contest. I don't know. I feel like one of these teams, in this instance, it should have been Bull, should have pulled out of this one. But yeah, then again, I can understand it that they kind of tried their luck, but it's a different scenario to Navi and Twisted Minds. I said it before. The reason why I agree with Twisted Minds and Navi, first of all, it is due to the fact that it's a bigger picture for them than it is for these 2 teams. We know these 2 teams are very, very likely to both play PGZ and will be playing against each other on Rondo for plenty more tournaments during the remainder of this year. That's not the case for these 2 teams. So hot dropping in this instance is a completely different scenario. And also, you're in a way different spot on the leaderboard. I mean, Solo right now is the very last place. So it's a different scenario for you. For Bullet Rain, on the other hand, 19 points. You're far from safely qualified as well. So, I mean, I'm not so sure about this hot drop from both these teams.
Is this... Well, look, is this a solo play? Solo got everything to gain, nothing to lose right now, right? So they're trying to go full send in this last game, get a couple of early points. Just lost one. The nade does go out. I think that nade will pick him up. Oh, it does huge damage. Huge damage. But no knock just yet. Solo looking to try and conquer at the moment. Isolation though from Bullet Rain. Scooby Warrior's going to have to try and take a dip with the little toes to get a reposition now. Shoxy will overwatch. I think it's not going to take long for Alex for them to identify that there's a slight split. Once they've done that, they should be able to apply a different type of pressure.
Should be. Shoxy takes him down. The dog is going to be done and dusted out of this one, but comes at the cost of a player on their own. Solo now. Only 3 players left alive, and one of the players from Bull has grouped up now as well. You can see Corpse really close to Scooby now. Molotov reigns in. He's got the ridgeline to play around here. Should give him at least a little bit of an advantage. Now the nades, if that one pops perfectly, maybe that's another frag. And then meanwhile, his teammates both fall though. What? How did that happen? Ulsang takes that 1-2 and potentially a third one. He runs out of bullets. He didn't even. 3 bullets and he reloads anyways. And there he goes.
Wow.
His teammate helps him out. Corpse Bag is going to be able to pick up the 3rd frag. And look at this. It's a 2-on-4 job that they will win.
That's painful. Painful. 16th place for Solo. 4 points from day number 1. They've only got 6 more games to try and qualify in the top 16. Difficult. Very, very difficult. We'll get a look at the zone. Zone obviously does pop back, and when we get a little bit of a lull, we can quickly talk about that Smash rule set. For those that don't know, the finals that are on next week, we played on the Smash rule set. And if we look at the leaderboards at the moment, oh my god, let's scrap that at the moment. Himmin puts a huge shot down. Sakura Sensen, they send Sparta in to claim the victory.
There goes Crossberg. Sparta's going to be able to pick him up, and you can see Iron Deep already rotating away. That's a good pickup for Sakura Sensen. These guys have been so successful in their early kind of fights. And so has VP to some degree. They have always lost a player though. And Lukarooks and Ibiza both being taken down now doesn't give you the best of hope for them that no one's going to be flushed. Even though at the moment they still have the advantage on this one. I kind of want to say, but Nixie is being rained down by nades. I think it's a 2-2 trade so far in this compound.
Yeah, 2-2 trade. They've got to collapse. They want to keep the numbers alive. Quizzy looking to try and get that nade launch in the corner. Maybe he thinks he's peeking on that last precipice there. Nixie will launch a nade on the other side. So double nade will come in. How being pushed further. Runin down to a 1-shot now. It's not going to take long before the VP team to figure out exactly where he is. Another nade will go in. No splash damage now, and the smoke will pop. I think Quizzy's going to get the opportunity to try and get that res back on. But Nixie, well, he's trying to do Nixie things, and he's making an aggressive push.
Warren, both of his teammates have been flashed, quite in contrast to VP.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord, only 1 player has been taken down. Make that 2 now, with Nixie probably being flushed out. Yes, oh no, he's just about... No, he does get him though! How the hell did he make that one happen? And now it's just Ketba left standing and Quizzy.
And he's
in a
ages away.
1-on-1, but yeah, as you said, he's ages away. He's nowhere to be seen on the meme map, so maybe he can get all these reses back in time for Ketba to regroup with his team.
Well, Twisted Minds are lurking nearby, but if Quepper was there, you'd argue that Howe would have maybe got the victory out. And then you've got to question VP and going out in 9th place after day number 1, which means they need a huge day number 2 to secure placement spot. For now, as they'll get the reses back on, they'll wait for the zone to shift back their way. And we see Savage while they get a free claim towards Milter. No FaZe here today. FaZe are in group number C. So we'll see them playing tomorrow, guys. But we obviously know Milter is their landing spot. So Savage maybe getting away with it today. It wouldn't be happening tomorrow, put it that way.
Yeah, don't think so. Also, the beauty of these group stages, with so many teams playing against each other, so many different teams also, for every day, changes around some of these loot spots. And we said that's the one big advantage that just favors the regional partner teams or the partner teams in general right from the get-go. Most of these spots that they're taking will be uncontested due to the fact that the qualified teams will know what these guys will be looting most certainly.
Yeah.
BBL on the rotate now. CZ Next is the player to watch in this tournament for them.
How well is he playing though? Playing so well for this team. Like,
yeah.
I'd say, I don't want to say he's carrying the team because that's a wrong statement because every player has put a shift in today, right? But he's really been explosive today and he's really got BB out of some difficult situations.
I want to say Lyron has been struggling a tiny bit today. He's been, I think in 2 instances, the first player to go down, but then again, PUBG is too complex to just look at the straight facts and determine if a player's been playing bad just based off of that. But just you know, just a tiny fact throwing in there. Lyron has been strong in the league stats-wise.
If you played it on kills, right? Yes, Lyron's obviously put on 1. Actually, then my statement's null and void as well because Sheila's got 8. But I just feel like overall, I can't disagree with your statement. I just feel like CC he's been there on the clutch moment to keep the players up. Yes, BBL haven't bagged themselves a chicken dinner, but I'd argue to say they're looking a lot stronger at the moment than what I've seen lately. They're moving in on that north side. We'll wait for the zone to go. No one on Millie, and Ascend will work their way in on that sort of southwest corner now. Tropic are in front of them with Na'Vi, and look at that. We speak about this all the time. I harp on all the time. Na'Vi will spread really, really wide, and we see it works both ways. They get caught sometimes. They do lose players sometimes, but as a 3, they can still look pretty strong. But that completely deletes off that whole east side. We'll talk about deleting things off. Brexco is taking a different path of rotation in, but he's capitalising. Information gained. We've seen Ascend, though. They've done this before. They would turn their cars. They go to military. That's the right play, and that's all comes from the glider. I think they're underrated, FedEx. I think we need to see more people with gliders. That information alone, he was able to tell exactly where that team was, and now, more importantly, he's going to be able to tell way before the team arrive whether the east bridge is clear as well.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. I think it's only underrated if few teams use it, or if only one team uses it. As soon as more teams use it, I feel like there's certain trade-offs that happen as a result of that, certain dynamics that result that just kind of don't make it as worth it anymore. But yeah, also you can't really plan it for it, and I like the way that Ascend is always. There's always been one of the team that kind of improvised the most. Briscoe as an IGL has always been the one to improvise the most as an IGL, I feel like. So they have certain patterns they always do, like this specific play. But there's also certain stuff that if they see it in game, they make it happen. And that also, in turn, means if there isn't a set specific game plan that you always play on certain circles, that there is more, I want to say, randomness. And maybe that's also what we're seeing right now with Ascent not performing as consistently in all these top tournaments.
Trying to figure out how they play. I think everyone's also trying to figure out how they play with Ascent, and I think they're going to turn. Yeah, they have turned tail. They're going back the other way now. Bexco's going to go check to see and Tropic have moved away. Or I'd say they won't know who it is, but he's basically going to see who that team has moved away. Loads of fuel remaining as he has to cut the engine. I also think worth mentioning before we get to the fight that the people haven't quite got the speed of the gliders down, so we don't see as many people getting shot out from the gliders, and loads of information gained. Doozy speaks a lot about it. Yeah, 100%.
I remember I think let's take a look at this one actually first, because I think PWD might have an opportunity now to grab a couple of more flags than just this one. In the meanwhile, it is Howl eliminated by Mercy as well. We've just now lost a player too. Bogger went down, unfortunately, before PWD was flush with a vehicle, I think, even. But depending on if they breach, Hibaku's got a surprise for them. The Panzerfaust in hand.
Just depends on the blowback whether it takes him and Bogger T down, but no. High Beast, again, a super consistent team. And the team, I think the chat will be like, who are this team? Well, I've seen them a lot. We see them in lobbies. They've been grinding their way up the tier system. They've been consistent, and especially in this tournament, especially in the qualifiers. So a team that you now need to put on your radar, a team to watch for the second half of 2024, because they're starting off the second half. Now, that's a good move. For those who don't know, why is he doing that? By putting the bike there, guys, it means someone just can't run in towards the flat. And if they do, they get on the bike, that makes noise, and then they get the opportunity to get the shots off first. A huge IQ plays. People might look at that going, why the hell is he put a bike there? It's to stop people breaching in really quickly.
Big brain time, 200 IQ moves. This is the kind of stuff you put into a PUBG compilation on YouTube. Gotta love it. Very unfortunately, with the Rave Rank Games play, sometimes also viable, but not as often as they are, maybe these kind of tips as they are in competitive, which is also why you guys out there should sign up for Brutality. I know, unfortunately, rotation signups is already over, otherwise I'll obviously refer you to the rotation as well. The signups is already over. But if you are still interested in making PUBG competitive yourself and playing in a tournament yourself, make sure to check out Brutality. These guys run an awesome tournament. Turkish production, Turkish guys. These guys have a huge PUBG scene as well, and they're so very passionate about this whole thing. So you will find the links in the description somewhere or in the comments or wherever the hell you are watching from. So yeah, once again, Brutality. If you do want to get a glimpse in PUBG competitive, maybe you haven't had before, this is the perfect place to start.
But you've only got until Sunday. get signed up. As soon as this game's finished, we'll debrief, we'll send it off, and you guys go get signed up. Make sure you get in. I want to see your name. I want to see you guys transition from chat to in lobby. That's what we want. I want to talk about transitions at the moment. Hakatori is trying to transition some shots over towards the other side, mostly gaming onto the rotation in, but they're going really wide here, fellas. They are cresting round the outside of Lumberyard to a point actually that's going to be quite clear, because remember we saw the fight earlier on between VP and how that whole area now, give or take, is clear. Most gaming, they've lost one. PWD with the big brains. Hey, there's still fuel in that glider, so send store gaining information, and if not, it's for the memes.
Yeah, I love it though. I would love it even more if these guys would already be safely qualified, or at least in the top half of the leaderboard, which they're not right now.
No, never.
But,
we want to see
I could understand the play even further then. But even without it, I wouldn't even call it a troll play, as you said. There's more information to be gathered, and as you said as well, it's really hard to shoot one out of it. So Bresco, look at how much he covers. He covers the entire southwestern side. He knows exactly where the players are. He's going to scout the double bound contact down there as well, and that's going to give you some info on SW2. Question is, has he spotted Entropic? I think that's the only real spot I would have gone for as well if I were Brexco. Maybe take a look on the other side towards Potato Hill too. These are the kind of spots, but these are also more dangerous to scout, and you can see Entropic in the meanwhile now making themselves known as well, and that is towards Sakura Zenz and Tekkas. Has to be careful. Are they going to fight for this? It looks like they are. The rest of the team is rotating in.
Yeah, this is a call. Sakura Zenz looking to secure themselves some points. They're in a top 4 position at the moment, thanks to being Esports with the live leaderboard. Entropic don't need the points. They are going to have to try and clear these guys out. There's only one kill at the moment. Tekkas launched an ape. He's going to reposition and try and take the cover. And that's mainly because he's got players behind him on the road. So he knows he can get out this side of the compound. He can be a little bit clear, but Seifu can't be clear at the moment. Takes a few shots, got to continue the push, and Hawk, he has to swap over, but he whips out the M249, and Seifu will fall. DBNO soon to be confirmed up as Hawk, will get a free kill.
Yes, he will. It's a good pickup on his part. The question is, can he actually peek and do anything else? Because Sparta's already got him in his sights, but he has to watch both ways, so Sparta in a little bit of a troublesome spot, to be honest. He hasn't really got as much support as he would like to have. And look at this smoke wall behind him. That could have taken him down as well. He could have been... Oh my god, he could have been knocked some time ago, actually. But it just wasn't spotted in time by smoke wall. They were focused on towards Entropic and the rest of his teammates inside the compound. So he's going to live, at least for the moment. But there's just so many angles on all these players. Sparta now chiming in as well. Good shots from him. That was actually a knock with the barrel from this range, not the SLR. That was just a flush. And that also means Entropic, one more player down. 3 players in all these teams.
Yeah, and it's not going to be long. We're already seeing the third-party smoke wall. They would have seen the glide, and I think that's changed the path of how they enter in. So they have now pushed themselves in. Navi, obviously underneath Hype Beast as well. So they've taken the compound or mini junkyard away from them. Looks like Ascend though. They've got long distance shots and they're getting their third party in this as well. So Sakura Zenz got the cover. Entropic got to push in. Great nade though comes out from Tekkas. Of course, some damage, no confirm. We just see now great headshots though as he peeks out the other side, ducks back in, and Entropic will fall. 13th place for them. I think they've got a lot of questions though before they play their final 6 games.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff you want to see from Sakura Zenzen especially. They've been very consistent today with the frags they've gathered. They are, I want to say, the biggest surprise together with Hype Beast at the top part of the leaderboard. Everything else below them with How, BBL, and obviously Navi and Twisted Minds isn't really as surprising. We know these guys, but Sakura Zenzen, they've always been a team. And look, this isn't the first big tournament they've played. They've always been a team that is dangerous when it comes to fragging. Tekkas has improved so much. He honestly has improved so much, and he's been in the scene for 4 or 5 years. He's been in the scene since the very beginning, actually. He's played on bigger teams, he's played on lesser experienced teams, but in this one, something just seems to click, and maybe this is the start for something big.
Yeah, they seem settled. Sakura Zenz took a little bit of a time out, didn't they? We didn't really see him even screaming for a period of time. I think that time to reset is really refocused.
Like with Simsi during a long time. Saw him in the chat today as well. Also one very experienced player. He's been in the scene for the majority of the PUBG Esports history.
Wrong with that. Depth and knowledge. It sometimes gives you the winner chicken dinner edge. Sometimes not. Sometimes these mechanical players, these youngsters coming through. Look at the Diffits, look at the Hakatoris. They are insane. But look at this now. Hakatori, speaking of the devil, he should go down. And actually, Duff, well, he's going to roll on by. He's going to claim that one. And on the other side, though, Twisted Minds on the defense is BBL. Well, they're going to crash their compound outside edge.
Let's see how much they can do with it. Usually Twisted Minds on these isolated fights is unbeatable. So even a single flush against them would be to a surprise. There is going to be one. I don't think there's a quick trade happening either. Liu gets taken down very low. One flush, I think, maybe even from a different team. Maybe that was Bumble Squad actually in the distance. No, never mind. That's a different fight, just similar colors. But as of right now, Liu is going to be flushed. An example is down. But Tulin's now with his teammate in a 2-on-3. Somehow this is falling apart for Twisted Minds.
Yep, it is, unfortunately for him. Oh, talk about falling apart. It's going to be a explosive ending for them. Example, wrong timing, obviously, to push it in. And we see pointers now fall down, but the molly will drop to his feet. So here go down. Perfectix will need to make a perfect exit here if he's going to take down 3 versus 1. He's backed into corner. Smash will know exactly where he is. But this is kind of like the BBR. I kind of see they're gearing up. They've got the momentum. Let's see if they can clear this. So they clear this. They might look good. They seem to have changed gears at the moment, FedEx.
Yeah, it seems like they're slowing things down. Example is still not flushed. And maybe I'll just holding 2. It's Chris. Also with a little bit of trouble on his edge, as IQ is now making their way towards them. First knock has gone in their favor. Now the spot comes on through. Lyron has been taken down, actually. Perfectix did get the headshot. We switch over to KLICKEN, who hits a nasty spray as well. Sparta goes down as a result of it. And look at how... oh my god, this is so smart. He knows Tackers is close by. KLICKEN! He can't hit the shot. And unfortunately, everything just falls and crumbles for Ascent time and time again. These team fights just cannot happen cleanly whatsoever. And yeah, they're being shot at from both sides. It's only going to be Mika left alive.
And Aikido, they picked the 2 as well. So yeah, it's Chris goes down, Brexico go down. They turn tail, get tabbed in the back as they will now go for a full send. Just bad timing. KLICKEN doing everything right, but he was on his own. I think chat will be like, well, why is he there by himself? Well, we've got to remember, he was just anchoring. The play for Ascend was his top side, but the play was focusing back, and KLICKEN with that wonderful peak. Res does happen. Able to get numbers back slightly, but Ascend are going to dig deep now because they're getting pushed on both fronts here. Secure Ascend will be able to get the res as well, but 2 remain from Team Ascend.
2 more, but only 2 more frags being secured, so unless something magical happens for them in this round, something of a miracle, they will potentially be in the second half of the leaderboards going into the next game day. And do be reminded, it is only 12 matches that each and every single one of these teams are playing. So these first 6 are very, very important for everyone. Sure, Twisted Minds and Na'Vi look like they've qualified already. Maybe even Sakura Zenzen, unless they don't do anything anymore. Even then, 60 points is probably going to be enough, but...
I was about to say, what do you think the cut-off point are?
Yeah, it's not going to be 60, I think.
I think they're good, but they're going to be disruptive now. They're going to be disruptive. Talk about disruptive. Bogger T. Well, he's disruptive for 1. Iron Deep's there to provide the cover. Ascend Club will go down. 1 to Sakura Sensen and 1 to Hakido. As they do get eventually sandwiched back towards the other side of things, though. Mercy Gaming, they've only really activated on game 5. So let's see what they can do now. Iron Deep will get that confirmed, done, and dusted. But he's pushed forward. He's moved to a new location. Monodoc's got to play back now. He's going to be creative himself as they've got to find the intel. But at the moment, they're trying to find the confirm. But Crossberg, well, he's just trying to have a little look over the top. I think he's trying to gain any intel he can gather for the remaining 2.
Yes, Baku's still looking for it. He sees the nades happening, and that is unfortunate. One pops right below his feet. Magi has the precision that you need to take him down right away. Now it's just Monodoc. He's been dangerous so far in this game, but even a 3 of 1 might be too much for him, right? He blows up Renee to create a little bit of distance. Now actually finishes off Crosscut with this one. This is actually a really good play. Monodoc, he's got the chance. Oh, he takes the 9 deep too. It's down to a 1-on-1 suddenly. And his teammate isn't flashed either. His teammate has now given him the information. He's hopping a first aid. It's down to a 1-on-1. Monodoc's playing around the smoke. No sideline so far given towards the last player from Bubble Squad.
I love it. He got the intel. He's trying to force him to come out, though. He had a little slow motion as Matty will get that confirmed at 1 versus 1. Matty does have the capabilities and the player to get up and arguably is safer. Monodoc look look like he's going to back away, but it's not going to be for longer because VP, well, they're closing on in. They need as many kills as they can get. Monodoc pushing his way forward, pushing his way back towards the Bumble squad at the moment, but it's only a matter of time before we see Luca, Rux and Quizzy. Well, they're claiming it. They're going to shots, and Mercy Gaming, they're going to take 5th place. 4 teams remain, and they're lower numbers. 3 versus 3 versus 2 versus 2. One's DBNO, and the Bumble squad will be happy to see Mercy Gaming out.
What have you just done, Virtus Pro? You've taken away the chance for something miraculous. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it happen. Monodoctor was almost making the 1v4, but will be stopped by VP. A whole different team. They had to bring in the cavalry to make him stop on that fight. And VP obviously happily taking this one home. 3 players on all these teams. It's kind of crazy to me how we only have, 4 teams alive on phase 6? What is happening?
Game 6 and 6, Felix. It's Game 6 and 6.
Of course it's Game 6, but it's Game 6 out of a best of 12 qualification. Are you kidding me? What are all these teams doing? Everyone's just trying to get a piece of the cake, apparently, with all these frags being thrown around. This is even more aggressive than the first one we've had of this best of 12. But, well, happy for the viewers at least, as we have another fight coming up very shortly to Cruise Sense. And I don't think they've realized this yet, but Bumble Squad is making their way towards them on the eastern side. And look at this, they don't have a position they can play off of, so they need to engage this. And Sparta might have just gotten away with a scare. But no, I say that, Matt's just going to take him down.
Alex, you're jinxing people, mate. You're jinxing people.
I
think it's part and parcel of the zone. Yeah, it's part of being a caster, isn't it? VP had to play this way because of the zone shift. Obviously, that unfortunately for Mercy Gaming. I do think he should have at least checked off like to the north, right? But it's always better to say and not do. Hokkaido, though, obviously to play up on one side, and we saw with Secure Sentinel when they squeezed out a Ascent. Now with the zone shifting again, Hokkaido need to figure out what they do. 2 kills, but they're looking for position. This is a wonderful ridge they can play, but they've dropped the ball here, Felix. They've run straight on past. Oh, they've now picked him up. Tekis is a dangerous person. Now come the util dump towards him. Let's see if he can get out. It looks like it's going to be an explosive ending for them, but now the position is given up. It looks like the guys from Bumble Squad will know they're here. VP will have a great understanding now. Everyone else remains on the south side to watch Virtus Pro, who normally kick things off and get a first game winner chicken dinner. Let's see if they can bag it at the end. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 2. Let's not count any team out just yet.
No one can be counted out, but I know usually it's a disadvantage of one player being taken out of a squad. The good thing for VP in this instance is it's Ibiza. It's the one that can, I want to say, micromanage the best. He's surely going to be of massive help, and I do believe he's the IGL in this roster too. So I know Ibiza. Some people like to meme, but he's been such a pillar of the PUBG esports community, and it's so good to see him back on top with how VP has been playing, deservingly so too. He's played a massive part in it. So. I know they only have 3 players right now, but they're not to be underestimated. And as I said, it might not necessarily be too big of a disadvantage. And I've heard teams even say, hey, if our AGL is gone, sometimes we play smarter because you can just look at everyone's POV and figure out the best step. And in this instance, with only 100%. One other 3-man team, not a 4-man squad against you, the chances do look really good for them, position-wise.
100%. You nail it right on the head there, mate. He might be down, right? But he's able to make calls because he has all the POVs. So he's playing chess at the moment, guys. He's moving the players. He's asking Nixie to hold the top side. He knows it's a difficult push, but if he holds there, people won't be able to push their way around. He's micromanaging these players into the position that he wants to try and claim a winner chicken dinner. And arguably, yes, they're in 7th place, but they're only on 29 points here, Felix. VP, if they want to secure a spot to the final, they need to end this one here. But Bumble Squad and Aikido are also in that position, if not worst off. So they might even be more hungry to get themselves a chicken dinner at the end.
Crazy scenes with Hokkaido, the one team that I predicted might make some waves, or at least that I'm happy to see them at the very start of this broadcast, with the potential to pick up a chicken dinner. I'd be happy to see them. I'd be happy to see Wooly in particular taking a win. Just a very
15th
charismatic guy. Sorry?
They're in 15th, right? But
15th, actually.
They're on 15 points.
How much could they do with this one? Like, they would be, realistically, if they win this game, they'd be like 15 points above, so around 30-point mark. Might be enough for at least the first half of the leaderboard.
I'm about to say, that's not a bad way to end it, right, for them.
No.
For them, they're going to gain the most out of a winner chicken dinner here, because if they leapfrog themselves up, you kind of write off day number 1, but you get the opportunity to reset. you're playing the other group, then obviously there's an element that you can sit back and watch, listen, and then try and play. But they need to claw something out. Bumble Squad in a different position. They're on 10th. They've got 25 points, sorry. They'll obviously be working their way a little bit further up. They are down numbers here, so additional points here, additional placement sections are going to help at the end. So Aikido got everything to gain. Expectations will be for VP to close out, but don't just count out the Bumble Squad as well, because they've only got 2, but they've not given up any terrain yet. It's quieting down. We're waiting for that phase number 8 pop. Most is going to donut itself up. But EB is definitely in control, I feel like, of where the teams are playing, because you can just see VP are kind of checking off at the moment, and they are ensuring the teams remain in places that they want them to remain in.
Couldn't have worded it better. Nixie now, having secured that far northern position, is just going to hold his feet still. I don't think he's going to peek. I think he's just going to play that as a spoiler. I say that, and we switch to his PV, and he's peeking, so never mind me. But but that also means Hokkaido could potentially take him down, and that's the scary part. But Hokkaido, at the moment, is not going to make a move unless Bumble Squad decides to take a whole different approach and rotate far towards the eastern side and approach VP. I think that's when they will make a move. Otherwise, they will just wait the last 20 seconds out. Seems like they will try to create space and cover towards Bumble Squad. Might be a couple of nades too much, but they want to be absolutely certain that they cannot be shot at while they make their way down the hill.
The amount of smoke that they've got is insane. They are just going full dump. They want to go out on game number 6. You can't take it to tomorrow. But at least they've drawn Bumble Squad to use their util as well. But information gained all around. VP now know where Bumble Squad are. They see the smoke wall that Aikido have played out here. Here comes a few more nades. Nade whistles past Iron Deep as well. Another great player. But Nixie doesn't take long and is going to get some shots. Oh, he falls into the sword of Nixie, the man controlling the north. He can now sweep. Does he see the north player here? And it is a quick kill confirmed on the board there. VP will kick things off here in the final zone.
Yeah, so maybe another good shot from Lucarus could seal the deal completely. Right now there is still Bumble Squad that they are rotating into. And so it will be taken down very, very shortly after they've rotated down. You can see Quizzy now still trying to make something work. Now the nades are coming in and they are raining in perfectly. Lucarix and Quizzy each pick up a frag, and I think a third one has been secured by VP as well. I think none of the frags actually went the way of Hokkaido, which is now just standing with one man strong on the edge. It's Wooly trying to make it past from smoke to smoke, but I think we all know how this one's going to end, Mark.
Well, VP are sending their way up the leaderboard at the moment, and it's explosive. It's going to end with Nixie. It's a 22-point game. They started in 10th coming into game 6. They end in 5th place, and you have to argue VP left it to the last game. Expectations for me, they would have kicked off a bit early, but they ended the day well. Great winner chicken dinner. That's going to set them up to be in qualification spot, though, but they've still got one more day, Felix.
Yeah, they still got one more day to potentially make something happen, but honestly, they've been ever since I saw them qualify for PGS, which for many people was an upset in and of itself. They didn't even have an organization back then. Be reminded, they only have VP as an organization because they qualified, and because of a result of that, they are participating in all these top tournaments. If that wouldn't have happened, we wouldn't see VP perform the way right now. In a parallel universe, they don't qualify, they don't have an organization, and maybe the old Mapple's roster splits apart again. Now they're at the top of the European scene, and they perform just as well as some of these other big names. So just that in and of itself is a great storyline, and I really love what we're seeing coming out from VP.
And they bagged themselves some good points for PGS4. I don't think 3 was as strong as I expected as we talk about VP. Well, we've had 6 games. We've had 6 explosive actions. We've had 2 chicken dinners from Team Na'Vi. It has been a great day. For those that might have just joined in quite late, this is the rotation. This is now the playoffs. We've done the EMEA qualifiers. We've done the EU qualifiers. We've invited some teams in, and obviously we're kicking things off. There's 3 days of action. We've just done one. We'll be back obviously tomorrow where we've got Group B versus C. Then we've got A versus C on Sunday, so there are still 6 games for these teams to play still. We will obviously introduce obviously our Group C tomorrow, so the first time to look at some of those teams, but you've got to remember we are looking for a top 16 spot. So obviously we got the massive thank you obviously early doors to Bing Esports producing the live leaderboard that we can see on that left hand side, so we can keep you up to date as the games sort of unfold. Now, Game 5 and Game 6 were very explosive, Felix, and I think both games were different. I think there's some teams that still got some questions. For me, the first one that comes to mind is Entropic. I don't think they kick things off, and that roster, that team that I've seen before, I think they should be producing more. I love them all to bits. They know I love them to bits anyway, but they've kind of scraped through at the moment. I'd really be expecting more, so they've got to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, not only Entropic, I mean Ascent, and also maybe to some degree Bumblers. Well, Bumblers could depend, depending on how the overall leaderboard looks right now. I think they've actually played fairly okay tournaments, so I'll take it back. But especially VP also, if not for the last game, Entropic and also Ascent. I think these are the big three names, at least out of the partner teams, the teams that we expect to be in the finals as well. They have kind of underperformed so far. I gotta say, but the way Ascent, for example, has played today, I was very surprised to see them even being close to the first half of the leaderboard. That was a disastrous day for them. They've almost lost every single isolated fight they've had, and they still make the points. So I'm just hoping we're actually going to see a structured game coming out from the next game day where they actually pick up on the chances that they've been given. Because if they do that, and if they don't necessarily lose a player in isolated fights, then they can be so dangerous, and they can be playing for these top 3, top 4 spots in a lobby like this very easily. So I'm just hoping, yeah, once again, I'm hoping that they're not going to lose players early anymore.
You got to remember, these is why the invited teams. So half this lobby has been playing. They've been duking out already to get qualified. So the invited teams coming in. I think there's been 2 halves those invited teams. We're just waiting for the leaderboard, so we'll get that to that in a second. But I think some have come in and really gone, hey, proven why they're invited. The others have really got to go back to their drawing board, rethink about how their strats work. And there's definitely, for me, some of them look good on certain maps, not the other. And I think that's to be said by quite a lot of teams. I'd definitely say Miramar favours some. And for me, I would have thought VP would have performed a bit more about Miramar, but they've done better on Erangel today. Ascend, I think, got questioned. I think How produced really well, especially at the latter part of the day.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently really good. And I think How, who have a huge following for Alex anyway, but I think that they're doing enough at the moment to keep themselves on that top side of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at some of these top performing things. Because there are surprises in there as well. Sure, Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, it's no surprise at all. I think everyone would have expected them, and we did as well at the start of this broadcast. We expected them to perform today, especially Twisted Minds. They've shown us that one big round where they just set an exclamation mark. I was about to say question mark, but they set an exclamation mark on the question mark that we had before. But also, the other teams, not so much expected. Sakura Zenzen. Yeah. These guys are fraggers, we know, but the way they've maneuvered around some of these circles, and there haven't been any really easy circles today, especially for them, is absolutely brilliant, because that's what they've always struggled with. They haven't struggled with fighting necessarily. They've struggled with rotations, not losing players, also phase 5, phase 6, sometimes certain individual moves just haven't been perfect. We haven't really seen that today. Same for Hypebeast. These guys have started from game number 1 onwards to just frag out. Yes, the last 2 games have been kind of silent, but the last 4 games goes to show you, and these weren't easy games either, that these guys are not to be underestimated. And that's the beauty of it. Some of these teams have played against each other for the very first time. I don't believe we've seen Hypebeast in a lobby like this. So, only gets more interesting from here on out.
No, talk about, obviously, I've seen him in scrims, I've seen him in the practice stuff, I've seen him trying to compete. Talk about competing. Look, you need to get involved. You play in PUBG, you've got yourself a 4-man. Brutality 2 is open, but the qualifications are only now open until Sunday. So, lots of sign-ups have already happened. The EMEA Global Championship is number 2. As I said, it's the EMEA Tour. 8,000 USD is up for grabs on the prize pool. So it's another tournament, another opportunity for teams in our region, which we love. But I want to see you guys. I want to see you guys and girls in chat. Get your team together. Get signed up. So literally after the show, what I want you to see you guys do, I want to see the sign-ups get completed. I want to see you guys. Massive shout out to PUBG, PUBG Esports, and more importantly, Esports 360. They've got their website. There's a load of information if you need to. You can go to there. We'll get some information for you guys and girls in chat. But they've got the format. They've got the rules. If you're not quite sure, if you're just watching PUBG tournaments, this is a great opportunity for you to start. Get signed up. Look, if you go out in the first qualification, you started, but you're one step ahead than you was before.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before. Brutality is the perfect way for you guys to start, especially for all the teams out there that maybe are, getting together, grinding ranked, but just haven't made that one step towards actually playing competitively. And if you think ranked is like playing in a lobby like this, trust me, it's not. No. You will feel the adrenaline when you qualify for maybe the second round of Brutality. You will feel the adrenaline without even qualifying anywhere. Just register, get into the first lobby. You'll see how it feels. It feels different. You'll have to take different decisions. PUBG Esports is a whole different kind of parallel universe that gets opened to you if you've only ever played ranked. There's certain strategies that you will see maybe on stream being applicable to your own game only in qualifiers. Like the cheeky thing with the bike that we've seen to block doors. This is the kind of stuff you will see in a qualification like this. I know it gets sweaty and you might be scared, but it's also the adrenaline. And it doesn't get better than this, so sign up for Brutality.
Well, that's it. Leaderboard after day number 1 of the playoffs is being set. Yes, there are some teams with the 0 points on the right-hand side because they're Group C. We'll see them tomorrow. Don't worry. But we're going to close things off. Twisted Minds with 65 points. Sakura Sensen, who came through the qualifications, now in 55, splitting Na'Vi down to 51. You mentioned them before. Sakura Sensen playing really, really well. And you know what? I think they're in that precipice, that cut-off point. It's got to be less than the 50s. We're looking high 40s maybe. Has Sakura Sensen already secured a spot potentially, Felix?
Yeah, I think due to the fact that they've played 6 more games, I'd say yes. How likely is it that we're not going to see any points being secured from them? I think that probability is almost zero with the way they've played today. They're not going to just lose all their confidence suddenly. So, yeah, I think Sakura Sensen has made their way into the final. And also, the interesting part about this is, does Twisted Minds and Na'Vi need to be in the finals? No, they can play without pressure, but Sakura Sensen wants to get that spot, and that's the interesting part. They're not qualified yet for the EMEA Championship, so that's what makes this whole thing so damn important for them.
And again, consistency, we talk about Hype Beast through the qualifiers, look really, really good. 95 points on both days. They obviously then got through the 75s. So again, as the lobbies get tougher, and every time the lobbies get tougher, Hype Beasts continue to perform. VP on the last little stint there on game number 6. I think they need to go back and watch the games and figure out where they might have fell, especially on the Orangles. How BBL doing well as well. Bumble Squad obviously with a little bit of a ditch attempt at the end. There's definitely a point to be said. The placement points are not sharing out as equally as you would expect. There are teams that are claiming more placement points, and don't forget, PUBG is of 2 halves. Yes, you get 1 point for every kill you get, but you've got to remember, you've got to get to a top 8 before you start seeing those placement points, and then from 7th onward it's going to be a point. Obviously, highlights from today, Felix, before we close things out. What's your kind of takeaway after day number 1?
I can't stop thinking about that one situation with example. Miramar, I think it was the very first game, maybe the second game.
Flick across.
Yeah, the flick across. He gets the first one. I think it was Hype. I think it was Hype actually in front of them. Yeah, he gets the first one, gets the second one. If he would have gotten that third one, I would have been done for the day. I would have screamed from the top of my lungs on how crazy that was. But even that, in and of itself, is something you don't see very often, right? Flicks in PUBG are just so hard. So yeah, it isn't necessarily the high that you would expect, but for me personally, it's the one memory I keep having from this day.
Well, let's take the opportunity as well just to thank PUBG Esports, Bing Esports, obviously Esports 360 Brutality as well, because obviously that's the next event, so big shout for them. But again, a massive shout production, and a massive shout. The guys turned around the live leaderboard in 4 days. I think it worked really well. Like, yeah. And they've been reading your chat, they've been reading your feedback, so keep that coming in. But it's 4 days old. I think it's looking good, so I'm really excited to see how that develops. We'll be back tomorrow. As I said, we got groups continuing tomorrow and also on Sunday, where we only take a top 16 through to the finals, where we are playing for a lion's share of the prize pool, but more importantly, that PEC 4 group stage golden ticket. Forget about the qualifiers, get yourself secured there. So they're playing for money, but more importantly, they're paying for that. And it's the smash rule, guys, so don't forget, if you're not ready for that one, go do some research. But what we're looking for is 100 points plus a winner chicken, and they can't get 100 and the winner chicken in the same game. It's going to be really interesting and exciting, especially for me as a caster, to be able to watch these games out. But for now, that's it from me. Thank you very much to all the teams, players, production, everybody that's been involved. We'll see you guys same time, same place tomorrow for some more PUBG action. But for now, keep playing PUBG. Peace.
Finds the double as well! The double elimination!
And it doesn't
It's
this one's going to turn out because Spyro has just...
He's down!